we as an authors, we create the book we need. Okay, so I create this book that I believe I need it. I still need it, and I'm not talking from mastery here on the topics of my book. I still learning on those topics. It's an ongoing. It's a working process perpetually, right? You have to be a perpetual learner here. So on the topics, for example, the topics that and by the way, this is my book, and it's on Amazon. It's getting the ring. I don't know if you can see it here, but this is the one. Okay. And I talk about the parallelism between boxing and business life, right? It's very similar because in boxing, both of them are very risky, right? And both of them, you need a team to support you, right? Both of them is very lonely because at the end of the day, you as an entrepreneur, you are by yourself there facing a lot of things. And as a boxer, you are by yourself on the ring facing, I mean, facing the big fights. Okay. So I talk about that necessity is the mother of all opportunities, right? Because that's the reality. I mean, when you are under stress and under necessity, that's the perfect situation to stretch yourself and to see what are your real capabilities and what are you capable of doing, right? And so facing your reality and capability. So necessity, it's a good thing to create opportunities. Also, I believe that awareness creates opportunities. That means that when you are working on, I mean, if you are an employee or if you are working, always be aware of what's around you. I mean, what are the pains on the processes that you are interacting in this company, right? So always be aware of listening others and hey, you know what? There's a problem here that I can fix. And I mean, on this process or in this business situation, I believe would be a better way to serve here. So awareness always create opportunities, right? So don't go like a robot, just opening your computer and doing your job and just that. I mean, always, I mean, be looking around you and connect the ideas of what is happening on your organization. That is going to lead to a lot of opportunities of improvement, opportunities of business ideas, right? Collaboration. So be always aware. And I talk in other of the topics on my book. It's about creating a business model. It's very hard, but creating a company out of a business model, it's even harder, right? It's completely different, right? To create a business model than creating a company out of a business model, right? It's completely different game, right? And so I talk deeply about that. You really need a team to succeed. You cannot go very far by yourself. You always need a team, and it's critical how to create the right team. It's very critical because if you start building or putting together a wrong team, I mean, your journey and the journey of them will be miserable and very short. Will be a lot of drama. a lot of bad situation, and you don't want that. You want to create a team that doesn't have drama. It just have synergy, focus, vision. I mean, a purpose as a team. So that's the thing that differentiates a lot of, between a good team and a bad team. Okay, and great companies are made out of great teams. Okay, also, mindset matters. For me, mindset, it's everything. It's the bottom line of everything. I mean, you can be an entrepreneur, yet that you have the solution for cancer, to save the world. But if you, as an entrepreneur, you don't have the right mindset and you don't have what it takes to be an entrepreneur, you will deny that solution to the world, right? Because your journey as an entrepreneur will be very short. So always, as I always say when I coach and mentor entrepreneurs, for me, it's more important the founder, the person, and product or the service, right? Person that is the founder, it's more important than the concept or the business, right? Because you can have a good business, but if you are a bad founder, it will be a very short journey. Okay, so the founder always need to be the leader. The creator, the visionary on that. Okay, always the leader, the founder, of the creator of the startup or the business. It needs to be, your company will never surpass you as a founder. Okay, and you have to be aware that you, as a founder, you are the person that is limiting the most the growth of your company if you don't have the right mindset. Okay. um Also, I put there also my lessons. I've been so fortunate to be in sessions of Zoom with Mark Cuban and from Shark Tank Mexico. It's a very, very successful billionaire in the United States. And also with Joe Foster. Joe Foster is the founder of Reebok, right? The global brand that outshadowed Nike and Adidas during the 80s and 90s, right? He was the number one. He created the number one brand on the world on sports athletics. So I'm very fortunate to be a friend of him. He wrote the foreword of my book. It's written by him, and so I learned a lot of things there. So our responsibility, you have the privilege to interact with heavy people like them on business. Our responsibility is to cascade that information and share with others, with other peers, right? And you have to find the vehicle. If the vehicle, it's a book, that's okay. That's perfect. It's a book. You can have access to thousands or maybe millions of entrepreneurs, right? So that you can share that. Actually, I launched my book because the founder of Reebok, I was with him in Mexico City, and we told me, Jose, how many entrepreneurs can you help? On those sessions, maybe 10 here, 50 there, 20 there. But Jose, if you write your business, your book, and you launch your book, you can help thousands, even maybe millions of entrepreneurs around the world, right? So that's the thing that really make me, jump into this world of becoming an author, and I'm very happy for that. I thank Joe Foster a lot to give me the bravery to create my book and launch my book, and that's why he collaborated with me with the foreword on the book. Also, I talk about the most expensive education in the world. It's not Harvard, it's not Stanford, it's not those universities, MIT. The most expensive education in the world is business. It's business. When you do business, it's very expensive. 2018, I was about to go bankruptcy with my main company. I lost $1 million overnight take out most of my cash flow on the company. So you gotta be um, able to react to situations like that, right? I was fortunate enough to have a great team that helped me to flip the coin all together. And then, I mean, I feel that my responsibility is to share that $1 million master degree, because that I consider that as a master degree that I have to pay $1 million ticket to have access to all that knowledge, right? Knowledge about partnership, about employees, about family, about suppliers, about banks, institutions. I mean, you learn about everything, about yourself as well. You learn about yourself. I mean, how do you value yourself? How do you reinvent yourself? How do you keep going on your mindset after a setback of this size, right? So those are the main topics, and my response, I feel a big responsibility to share that with others, like you guys here. See the beauty of this. I mean, I'm sharing this knowledge, I'm sharing all this information, uh, with people from all over the world, from, I mean, Middle East, South Africa, India, Europe, United States, Latin America. That's so powerful, right? Because maybe someone is listening to me right now, and it's in a similar situation, and through this book or through this conversation, I can maybe help him or help her save his company, right? Or to save, I mean, the last $10,000 that they have in the pocket for their company. So inspiration is good, but also, I mean, knowledge, actionable uh, strategies there. And I mean, I coach so many other topics there, but I believe, I mean, I just want to share with you this, I mean, which are very relevant as well. I create also a master class, and recently, how to elevate your small business to become supplier of Fortune 500 companies, because that's what I learned in 15 years as a supplier of companies like that. And so again, I feel the responsibility to create a legacy of sharing that knowledge for other entrepreneurs that are open to listen, to learn, to invest on that. I myself, I invest a lot on education. I recommend to you guys to invest a lot of in education. I mean, there is a lot of free material on YouTube, very great free material, but you gotta invest for sure on books, masterclass, webinars, trainings, certifications. I truly recommend that, because you are going to utilize all that knowledge when you are facing the defining moments on your career as an entrepreneur, right? And if you have all that knowledge on your back, you will be able to take better decisions. Believe me, you will take better decisions. But if you are not a sophisticated entrepreneur, and you don't read, you don't network with others, you don't talk, you don't invest on yourself and your team, your decisions facing defining moments of business will be very poor and very limited. And so that's what I want to share from the bottom of my heart, and with all this passion. Right now here I'm in Texas. It's 10 p.m. It's in the night. It's a Saturday, but you know what? I mean, this is worth it. I have so much passion to share here with friends, and I mean, that's a huge honor again. So I'm happy to, if you guys have any questions or whatever it is, I appreciate for this time. I don't want to take more time, because I know other friends are coming, and so thank you so much. Thank you so much for this huge opportunity for me.
It's an absolute pleasure, Jose. So if there's any questions from the floor, or if there's any comments, you can post it into the chat box.
on the chat, I will left my website so you can find there. Okay, and my book, it's available worldwide on Amazon, and so over there, that's my website, gettingthering.org, and you can access and read a little bit more about me there, and I'm happy to connect.
Awesome. So we'll just wait for a minute just to see if there's any questions in the chat box, or if anybody wants to find out anything before I do a vote of thanks for you. Any questions from any of the students? Okay. So maybe it's too early for them, Jose. Because on my side it's 6 a.m. So maybe it's a bit too early for them. But thank you for posting that onto the chat box. Listening to you, yesterday's session, I was in awe because I just thought, oh, everybody's doing so well, and like they just are fostering entrepreneurship. And now, when you have spoken about the challenges in Mexico, now I feel so good because, okay, it sounds terrible. It sounds so cliche saying it sounds good. But, I can actually, I can relate to that because the challenges that you spoke about in Mexico is the challenges that we face very much here in South Africa. And I think many developing countries, as well, and some of them more than others. And when you spoke about uh, lots of corruption, the bureaucracy, the crime, there's there's just so much of it. I always call it I call them those environmental or macro challenges, and those are the biggest barriers to entrepreneurship. It's the biggest barriers to starting your own business. It's biggest barriers even to to investors as well, for those who even want to invest into your businesses. So what you've actually touched on is actually very close to my heart, because those are the challenges that we face here as well. And for entrepreneurs, in itself, you know uh, having poor networks, very important. Poor networking, being unable to collaborate, you know this platform where we communicate and we collaborate and we connect, those are actually challenges that entrepreneurs have, because they lack this knowledge, skills, the ability to actually do those things. um you spoke about the US. Yes, we always draw on the US and the first world countries as a comparison, for the developing world and the undeveloped world. And yes, it's very. I know it's so easy to do to launch an LLC in the US. Absolutely, in a couple of days you can launch it. Come to developing world, it's an absolute tedious process, and that tedious process is what puts off a lot of entrepreneurs as well. And it's never user friendly for them. There's just so much of bureaucracy surrounding that whole process. Then you went on to talk about your book, Get in the Ring. I did read the Kindle version of your book, and you said absolutely. It's an absolute guide for entrepreneurs. It's like a little Bible for them, because being an entrepreneur, and I can relate to you, because having started my own business, having fallen flat on my face many times. But today I'm actually able to do a global symposium, being able to connect globally. So you will never know. I always say that you will never know until you fall flat on your face, until you've lost money, until you've lost business, because those are actually going to be your points when you're going to be working so hard at what you failed at, that it's actually going to be your stepping stone to the success of your businesses in future. And true, some businesses can take off, in a few days, a few months. Some will take years to develop the idea and prototype. So that's actually so important. um I like the comparison that you drew, between boxing and entrepreneurship. And yes, it's actually very lonely. Okay. And when you spoke about the necessities, where you use a necessity and you use that as creating opportunities, being aware of what's around you. Creating a business model, absolutely. Creating a business model is fine, but actually getting that business model to actually work in reality is actually very difficult. It's not easy. Team composition, and that's what a lot of our young entrepreneurs lack. They lack that good team composition, the knowledge, the skills, the management, the leadership of their businesses. And I believe that is where us as entrepreneurship educators, as mentors, specialists can actually come in and mentor, coach, and assist these young entrepreneurs. The wonderful thing that we are in at the moment is that we are living in a virtual world. So being in a virtual world means that I can tell you right now, live on camera, that I'm gonna help you with entrepreneurship education in Mexico, because it's a virtual world. I can just click a button and start, and that's the wonderful thing where we can all connect and collaborate and assist. Okay. And when you spoke about Foster and the founder of Reebok, and now he helped you to launch your book, absolutely. And you said, education is actually most expensive, especially business education. And even if I look at that from a very literal and business point of view, I always say that business education, entrepreneurship education now more than ever is up for sale. Everybody is coming in. They want to start up entrepreneurship education programs, and they want to do incubators and all sorts of things. But at the end of the day, what is the quality of the business that you are offering? Where is the quality in it? Are you really getting from those incubators and from the education? Are you really getting proper entrepreneurs out of it? Or is it something that they're just going to do as a nice to have and then move on and try something else? So, Jose, on behalf of the second global entrepreneurship catalyst symposium, I would like to say thank you very much. It's been a very informative session, and yes, your book is available. And thank you so much. We will connect very much after this. So thank you so much for this informative
Thank
session.
you. There's three questions here. Do you want me to answer them?
Let's go very quickly. I didn't look at the chat
Yes,
box.
there are a couple of
Yes,
questions.
please. Yes,
Yeah,
please. Please.
I will answer quick because I want to respect the time. Very quick. I mean, biggest challenges to being an entrepreneur for me was family. Family. I mean, to have my family, because this is a war. Being an entrepreneur is like going into war, but having your loved ones next to you. So they are going to suffer. I mean, the bullets and the punches and all that. So it's very challenging. Uh, do not forget that you have your loved ones next to you, okay, on this journey of entrepreneurship. So be very focused on what's important, which is your family there. And also the challenges is also, I mean, validating your business model. Make one of the biggest things is to make someone to open the wallet, take your money, and give it to you in exchange of the value of what you are given. It's one of the most challenging things, but also one of the most rewarding things. How do you prevent burnout? That's another question. Uh, my personal opinion, it's the burnout. It's when you are doing something that you don't love, that you are doing just because of the money. If you are doing something in passion with purpose, that's not burnout. I mean, you get tired, but not a burnout. And burnout for me is when you are doing something that you don't want to do. Okay. Tips for building a great team. Um, it's you gotta be very honest about what are your weaknesses and try to cover those weaknesses with the best players, right? If I'm good on sales, so I mean, and you are just beginning, don't bring other guy on sales because I mean, who's gonna be on the other side of the right? You need someone that cover you in accounting or in administration, or in shipping, or in marketing, and all that. So be honest with yourself about your weaknesses and cover those weaknesses as quick as possible with other team players, right? And be very honest and transparent with the values that with sharing the values that you are that you want to implement on your company or on your business, right? And everybody needs to be aligned to those values that are untouchables and are irreplaceables. Okay, so that way will be a great filter for you to select the right person to be with you on the boat. Okay, I hope that helps you. It's kind of quick, but I love this opportunity. Again, thank you so much for this opportunity, and good morning or good night for everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jose. Take care.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you and bye.
And with that very informative session, where he's spoken about so many things and the comparison between the US and Mexico. Now, from the United States, actually, the state of Michigan, comes our next speaker, Faris Alami, and he will actually discuss the entrepreneurial mindset and he will add value to what Jose has just said. Okay, so Faris Alami, he is the founder and CEO of ISM. He works with international leaders and entrepreneurs on strategies and implementations to create an empowering environment for startups and existing business to prosper and grow. Faros has been a special advisor on entrepreneurial ecosystem expert with the World Bank, a business advisor with Goldman Sachs, 10,000 Small Businesses Program, and a mentor to MBA students and entrepreneurs globally. Professional Honors Awards, Leader of Leaders Award, Corp Diversity Business Leader Award, Professional Resource Business Award, KNF Appreciation Award, Global Entrepreneurship Week host and keynote speaker. Faris has founded the nonprofit Connecting Dots Globally, which is a STEM-preneur program in which high school and university students learn to launch a global technology company. Wow, that's an absolute mouthful. And this is listening to all of these accolades of Faris. Welcome to you, and you can take it away.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can.
Great. Well, you're so kind. Thank you so much for your kind introduction. Is this any better? I think this is should be better now.
Yes, yes.
Okay. And congratulations. Sounds like it's been an amazing conference. And I thank you all for joining. And of course, thank you so much for having me today. You do have small slides, if that's okay. I am working on just bringing them up here. Let's see. But we could start, by, I always like to ask, maybe in the chat, I think I can see the chat here. I would love to know where everybody's joining from. Just in the chat, you could just put in where you're joining from, just to get you started.
Okay, so I can actually tell you that. So far we've got students, we've got industry experts, we've got academics from so from the US we've got from Mexico, we've got from South Africa, we've got from India, we've got Indonesia. What else? Let me just check who else.
Germany as well. Yesterday we had.
Yesterday we had Germany. We had Botswana, Dubai. Yes, Dubai. Yeah.
That's great.
So it's quite a large platform.
Yeah, I see that. That's amazing. That's great. Yeah, I
Are you,
use it usually just for people to be engaged with me in the chat. That's all, but that's fine. You could answer it. I
okay.
appreciate that.
Uh, do you want
Go
to
ahead.
share your? Do you need to share a screen, or are you going to do a discussion?
No, we're gonna do both. I'm gonna start with a
Okay.
discussion, and even the slides will be as well. A discussion as well.
Okay.
I'd love to also now that thank you for that. I'd love to when I hear the word entrepreneurship mindset, I always like to ask, what is an entrepreneur? When you hear the word entrepreneur, what does it mean to all of you guys on the call? Maybe you could put that in the chat. What does it mean for you to be an entrepreneur? I don't see the chat coming through. Do you have it?
Yes. Yes, it's active. Yes, it's active.
I'm trying to see. Maybe I have something wrong. 1 second. Chat.
On the top.
Yeah,
On
yeah,
the top.
but no
Yeah.
one's writing in yet anything. So I don't know. Maybe I'm.
It's actually open. The chat is open. So, students, if any of you want to answer that question in the chat box, are you not able to see it? Because I can see it from my end.
I see a few now. Yeah, now a
Okay.
few of them coming.
Okay.
Inventor.
Okay. There we go.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. I'll take the few I got. I'll move on. My next question, now that you've given me a few, what does it mean for you to have an entrepreneurship mindset? I got few answers, so I'm moving on to the mindset. What does it mean to have an entrepreneurship mindset? Faced by people like him. Okay, never give up. All right. Yeah, I'll take these few answers and we can move on. Thank you so much for sharing that. And I appreciate you. One of the reasons I ask, because usually there are so many myths about entrepreneurship that I usually like to bust them through the conversations, and we will make sure that we address those. As you're thinking about this entrepreneurship mindset, and although we might, as we discuss, I'm hoping that some of these ideas could be challenged, as well as maybe potentially, maybe have you rethink about what does it mean to be an entrepreneur. Thank you for all for sharing those in the chat. Entrepreneurship journey and innovation of search. All right, position. Okay, great. I love the passion for solving problems. So what we'll do is we'll jump right in, because what happens is a lot of times when people hear that entrepreneurship, they really think about all these things that you're describing here. Let's see. I'm going to see if I could share my screen. Share. Window. Can you guys see my screen now?
Not yet.
Okay, let's try again. Windows, your video is not working. Can you guys see me on the camera or no?
Yes, we can see you.
Okay, let's see.
Yes,
That's interesting.
yeah,
Let's
we
try it
can
again.
see you. We can hear you. Yes.
It's when it's supposedly, it shows that I'm sharing my screen, but is it coming through?
It should, because you do have screen share option, so it should come through. So let's just give it a minute.
You share content. It keeps closing whenever I choose the slide. I say share, it goes away, but nothing comes up. Some people in this chat are outside of your organization. You see, it's giving me some errors in my end. You can share content and facilitate, but it's not letting me do it. We
Team,
could
please
move.
just check.
Let's see. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Hmm. Okay, I'm going to try something different. If we can't do it, it's okay. We could just convert it to just, I will, rather than having the slide, I could just continue with my questions to you guys. I'm not sure why it's not letting me do that. Okay, I'm going to try it differently. One more time, share. My last trial. If it doesn't work out, we'll just move on without it. It keeps popping up, so I assume that you could see it, but maybe you can't see it.
No, we can't see it, but it is enabled. It isn't enabled from our end, so yeah.
Yeah, so I go to share, I say screen, window, or tab, I click yes, I click on window, I find my slides, I click on it, and then I hit share. It pops up on my screen, but I don't see it in the share, and that's really interesting. All right, I could, we'll just move on without it, it's okay. So, although there were some few photos I was hoping to show them, I'm, I'm, I'm gonna try one more thing. I'm gonna actually, should I try to leave and come back? Would that be helpful? Try it.
No, you might just take too long to come back.
Yeah. No, I'll just keep going. So, from my perspective, an entrepreneurship mindset, just so we could back up for a second, an entrepreneur, from my perspective, a lot of times people think of the things that you mentioned, innovation, things of that nature. And from my experience, having worked with these different entrepreneurs globally, that each one of us unfortunately get to find a way to define entrepreneurship on whatever it is that we think it is. And of course, there's a definition in the dictionary, which I won't bore you reading that because you could go on your own and find it. From my perspective, entrepreneurship in general is a mindset. It's a way of thinking. And the reason I say that, because sometimes people define it as, like you described, it has to be innovation, it has to be something with technology. But the reality is, one of you kind of like said it's solving a problem, but I'm going to take the word passion out. It's a way to solve a problem, right? It's something, the way you want to think about it is you can either solve a problem or create an opportunity. So solving a problem in the community that you're in or in the place that you're at, or creating an opportunity. So it doesn't have to be always a problem. It could be an opportunity. It does not have to be always a problem. Now, the reason I say that everybody define it as they want or they think or they wish, because there's a myth today that all these entrepreneurs have to be something to do with technology. And although I love technologies and I think this is awesome, that's not really what this is all about. The entrepreneurship mindset is you are looking around and you see a problem that you would like to solve and you go after it and you solve it. Or you see an opportunity that you'd like to create and you go out and create it. One of my friends used to tell me, make yourself useful for someone else. And that's really one way to think about it. And I think when we think about entrepreneurial mindset in that kind of way, that allows us to do a couple of things. One, you could be an entrepreneur, or that could be starting a business. You could be an entrepreneur inside a business. You could be an entrepreneur and working for someone. You could be an entrepreneur and you're part of the management team. You could be an entrepreneur and be anywhere you want it to be. It's really the way you're thinking. And once you're in there, you're looking around to say, is there a problem I could solve, or is there an opportunity I can create? And once you have that kind of mindset, it opens up the door for lots of different opportunities. One of the things that I like to talk about when we talk about entrepreneurs, there's always a confusion about an entrepreneur is a small business, or entrepreneur is, something else, or a small business is a large business that happens to be small. And although all these ideas are really great, we have learned throughout the years that it's not necessarily what it's all about, right? And we all know now that small business is not a large business that happens to be small. It's a completely different thing. We learned that through colleges, we learned that through universities, we learned that through our experiences watching individuals start or grow businesses. Same thing with the entrepreneur, and the confusion on it between entrepreneurship and innovation, because a lot of times people used to think if you're not an entrepreneur if you're not inventing something new. Well, the person who is selling an ice cream, selling an ice cream next door to you, is an entrepreneur if they thought that the reason why they're selling because they saw a problem or they saw an opportunity, right? The problem they wanted to solve, an opportunity that they wanted to create. So these kinds of ideas, once we start busting these myths out, it allows us to keep moving with that mindset. One of the books I like to reference throughout this entrepreneurship mindset is the idea of, what is it that you want to do as an entrepreneur? And any of you might have heard of the book called The E-Myth Revisited. Anyone of you guys have heard of it? If you could put in the chat, yes, no, maybe, perhaps. Entrepreneurship, or the E-Myth Revisited. E for entrepreneurs, and myth as in myths or lies, or anyone have heard of the book? I'd love to see in the chat yes or no, or maybe, or perhaps. Yes, okay, great. So one of the things I like about this idea is that it, he kind of like frames it in a really good way, right? A lot of times you'll start businesses because of different reasons. And although, sure, I would love to have you start a business, and one of you talked about here, and I think the speaker before me spoke on it, is because of your passion. The entrepreneurs I work with globally, sometimes they're starting because they're trying to eat, they're trying to live, they're trying to do whatever, right? And sometimes they're trying to make money. Sometimes they're trying to because they want, they're caring about the topic. But it's not always the same, right? And the reason I say that because then you think about one of the examples that he mentioned in the books is someone loving something that's their passion or their love, and they start a business, and now they're like facing with all these challenges. And part of it is because they don't have what I call alignment between their entrepreneurship mindset, meaning they see a problem or see an opportunity they want to go after. You need someone to manage it, right? Because that's a different kind of skill. And then the technician yourself, the technician in this case, it doesn't mean that you will be technical person, but technician meaning that you like a technical or a widget or making something on your own. And the example I like to always use is an accounting is a technical, right? If you're a pharmacy, it's a technical. If you are a carpenter, you're technical, right? Whatever it is, it doesn't really matter. So meaning good at something. You see an opportunity, and usually the opportunity that you see, you're excited about for a minute, but then you really don't have I'm going to call it the entrepreneurship mindset as a skill. You just had it as a spark, and then you just move on now and you start trying to do more of what you wanting to do. One of the example in the book he used, like Maria wanting to bake, and everybody loves her baking, and she takes it and starts baking. Well, but being a small business owner is a lot more than just baking, right? Someone's got to go to the bank, someone's got to clean the place, someone's got to, deal with the customers. And this is where the technician is really great, meaning the baker, but you need someone that could manage the operation. And you need someone that's always looking for those opportunities, whether it's a problem that the customer is seeing or an opportunity that the customer is looking for that you could create. So I want to make sure that we have these nice tools around us to allow us to move forward with these kinds of concepts of entrepreneurship mindset. The next thing I want to talk about is whenever we think of entrepreneurs and entrepreneurship mindset, a lot of times we confuse it with what I call business planning. Because the minute you see someone that wants to be an entrepreneur, we want them to write, where is your business plan? And I want to bring up something to your attention. Business plans are important. Business entrepreneurs I've worked with, and I've worked with, probably close to 1 million entrepreneurs, if not more, okay, around the globe. Most of them started what I would call place-based entrepreneurship, meaning that they were not technology-based, or they were, they opened something in the neighborhood or the places that they were close to. They started not necessarily with a business plan. They started with someone who either had no choice, because it's different than if I had a choice, or saw an opportunity and took investments and made it happen on their own. And when you do things on your own, they might have had I call it a plan for the business, but they did not have a business plan. So I want you to start thinking about those who are thinking about being an entrepreneur or wanting to start a business or wanting to just have this mindset of theirs. Think about what kind of plan do you want to have? And the plan could be really 1 or 2 pages. It doesn't have to be 50-page business plan that is, fully documented. Now, we all know what a business plan has in it, right? They're usually like somewhere between 1 to 12-ish topic, some background about the company, some kind of problem or opportunity, some kind of your solution, innovation idea, something about what product or services you're going to offer, something about the market size, something about how you're going to enter the market, right? All these different things that, I'm assuming if you're a student going to business school, you're learning all this stuff, right? Your financials, your business model, your milestones, all those things. And if you're an entrepreneurship mindset, meaning that you're just thinking like an entrepreneur, you have this mindset of seeing a problem, you want to solve it, or an opportunity, you want to create it, you may create a 1-pager plan that says, I'm going to make T-shirts for X types of individuals, and I'm going to make X dollars for every sale I make. And this becomes your journey to be an entrepreneur, right? Now, there are lots of tools out there that sometimes also will confuse them. Like the business model canvas, from my perspective, is just another tool, like a business plan, to create, to think, to help you clear up your ideas about your business, right? We have, I've invented something similar called the resilient canvas. Again, it's just another tool that's out there that could help you think through what is it that you want to do, whether it's a problem you're solving or an opportunity you're creating, and how you go after it with a specific methodology or a specific approach. These are all ideas, I call it, that are important and relevant that you should leverage to help you think through where do you want to take your business or your idea. I would love to hear from you guys. Assuming that you've done some of these business ideas, what would it take if you are thinking of starting a business and taking this entrepreneurship mindset in starting a business? What would it take for you to start a business?
Faris, so while we're waiting on the replies from the chat box, you are most welcome to quickly post your PowerPoint slide to us and we will put it up for you.
Oh, sure, I could do that.
Yeah. Or you can just send it to me on WhatsApp and I will send it to the team.
Yeah, the only challenge is it'll take me 1 minute. So do you want to do it now, or you want to do it once I'm done with the discussion? It's up to you.
It's fine. In between, no problem. While you're at it,
I could do that right now. I could copy. I will just let me PDF it so you don't have challenges with opening it, and I'll
okay.
And I will do that right now. No problem. But yeah, I'd love to see as you're writing, just write down what does it take to start a business. Now that we agree that entrepreneurship is a mindset, right? A way of thinking. What would it take to start a business? There we go. The documents be saved.
Technology.
We're back to technology. It's okay. I guess I didn't do a good job explaining that it's not does not have to be a technology.
The younger generation is far better than us.
Oh yeah, you think?
Yes, absolutely. For such stuff, they are excellent.
Yeah. For sure, there are lots of more tools that are available today than an entrepreneur wanting to start 5 or 10 or even 20 years ago or 30 or 40 years ago in my case. So uh, the wealth of knowledge and information that is available to start a business today is incredible.
Yes. The exposure, what they are getting is huge, which we in our ages did not have.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't see him coming. I only saw one, but maybe it's something wrong with my chat. Maybe you have a different, or they're answering at different places. I'm not sure. Last chat I have, it says yes, but maybe they're coming somewhere else. But I could move on while they're doing that. It's okay. I'm gonna just, I'm copying the slides to send them to you right now as we continue to go through, and then maybe there'll be an idea for them to have them. There was a video I was hoping to show, but it's, we don't have to show it. They could see it on their own and then just have a discussion on it later. All right. So from my perspective, this entrepreneurship is really all about, whoops, it's not the same slide, sorry.
Charmin, are you trying to say something? Because I see you are on mute.
Yeah, and I see there's a question for the student. Someone's asking a question. There's a hand up.
Would you mind repeating the question? Because I don't see, I see a hand raised up, but I don't see the
Yes.
question.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir, I allowed mic to be on.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yes.
There we go.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning from India. This is Rich Mittal.
Good morning.
We are a business incubator in Delhi.
Okay.
We have students from management, students from engineering, and students from pharmacy.
Fantastic. Okay.
We are finding it tough or challenging to develop a mindset of the students from, say, second year onwards. Year onwards, how do we
You cut out. What's the question?
Did you get the
how
question?
do
I heard the problem. I heard the problem. I heard that is sometimes could be challenging to insert the mindset. But what's the question? Did you guys hear it?
how do we how do we develop the mindset of these students for entrepreneurship?
Love
And
it.
what is the how do we measure whether the mindset has been developed?
Love it. That's a great question, actually, and thank you for asking that. That is one thing that I did not cover, which is, if you're supporting the entrepreneurs, how do you make sure that there's I call it an environment or around you that could potentially allow you to support these individuals that maybe not thinking about entrepreneurship to start thinking like an entrepreneur. And I agree. Unfortunately, a lot of times, although they're not taught to be an entrepreneur. They actually have the skills, right? Because an engineer, the fundamental of it is what problems are you solving all day long, right? But the way they're trained, they're not necessarily looking for problems out there. The way they're trained is the problems are presented to them and then they have to solve it. So the whole idea is to help them understand how to, I call it, to create the frame of work that is needed to be able to be thinking like that entrepreneur that is looking for those problems to solve them. Because an engineer, usually the way that they're trained and saying that is right or wrong is just by accident, maybe. With the time, they started thinking, what is the problem that's being presented? And then they start thinking about the solution once it's presented. But framing, what I call it, framing the problem is really the skill that is needed to help them think like an entrepreneur. So how do you do that? There are, I would say, maybe 12 steps that you could think about once that you have them in a place to help them think through what would it take to start this business, right? And those 12 steps, the first step I would say is really the understanding of what is the idea. So that's the first question. What is the idea that that I see here? Framing that idea, like for instance, I see people wanting to drive, but there's a traffic jam. I'm making that up, right? That's the problem that I see. Now I see the challenge. How do you want to address it? How do you frame it becomes important because just knowing that there's a problem, that's great, it doesn't help. The next thing I would say is helping them understand what I call trends, right? Whether it's industry trends or just trends that they're seeing in their eyes or trends that they could research. So you first see the idea, you have to frame it. Then you want to start looking at trends. Is this problem of traffic jam all the time, or is it some of the times? Is it trending to be always going on, or is it trending to be disappearing? I don't know the answer. I'm just asking these questions, right? So helping them think through the what I call trends and what's happening. Then you want to help them think through from this idea that you came up with, can you peel the onion a little bit deeper? Because a lot of times, sure, it might look that there is traffic and there is a jam. I'm using that because I'm coming from Detroit, and Detroit, we would like to think we're the manufacturer of car, in the world, right?
Yeah.
It's the similar idea that, well, once you start peeling the onion, you realize there might be industries or individuals or organizations that are interested in selling more cars versus just you having a nice public transportation. That could definitely change how that's going to work. So if you want to solve this problem that you see, there are lots of other factors that are maybe pressuring it not to be worth pursuing or pressuring it to be worth pursuing. Not right or wrong, but just helping you peel that onion. And then the next step, I would say the fourth step is looking for those patterns, right? Is this a pattern that is trending towards something else based on the industries that I've mentioned and the targets and how it's trending? And that could allow us to start thinking, okay, even if you're an engineer now, well, that's what you do all day long, right? You're looking for patterns. Well, we're looking at them today in a different way, looking for those patterns to see are they repeating? Are these things happening over and over in different cities or different places or different areas? And this could be for any other problem. And I'm happy if you want to tell me what problem you want to solve or what idea you have. I could help you think through how you frame it, right? Because now that I see all these ideas, my framing of an idea might shift now, right? Because I no longer might not say it's about traffic. I might say it's about transportation. It's about something else, right? It's about getting workers to these manufacturers. That could allow you then to start, I'm going to call it developing that business idea or the entrepreneurship mindset of seeing, I see a problem, I want to solve it, but for me to solve it, I need to address it this way, right? If you have no choice, you have no choice. But if we have the luxury to teach, then this will be the opportunity to teach them, right? And then I'm going to call it the fifth step is creating what I call baby steps. Because a lot of times when we're teaching entrepreneurship, we're really trying to teach them that they have to start a business. And that's not necessarily true. Entrepreneurship mindset is really about thinking, I see a problem, I'd like to solve it, and what steps can I take towards it, right? What steps can I take towards it? And it could be baby steps. They don't have to be overnight success. It could be step by step, things are happening for that and the way they're happening is a step by step, right? It's not going to all happen at the same time. Maybe first I need to get one customer or somebody to be interested, or maybe someone to talk to, right? That's the step. And then you move on. And then I'm going to call it step number 6. You want to allow them to think that they could accept making mistakes. Because many times I've seen entrepreneurship taught as, you can't make mistakes. The truth is, any entrepreneur who started a business or didn't even start a business, just thinking that they saw a problem, they wanted to solve it, they made lots of mistakes, and they will continue to make mistakes. Excuse me, I'm looking to the side just to bring some a chat to my screen. Because I look at you in one place and the chat in another spot in case someone's asking something. So you want to think about that and what mistakes can I make, and it's okay to make them. The truth is, we all know this. We can't teach all the mistakes. It's not possible, because no matter how good or bad you are, it's not possible to make all. It's not possible for you to just to know and teach all the mistakes. It's just so many that you could just keep making mistakes every day and never be done. But if we could help you minimize some of those mistakes, that's really what we're looking for, right? And then the next step is, I'm going to call it adjusting based on the learning from those mistakes. So you want to be able to adapt to these challenges that you may be facing and allowing yourself to adjust, because you might have thought initially, and I'm going to shift different idea, I'm going to open up this shop to sell bottles of water, but no one is coming to the store. So I spent all this time and money and effort in building this beautiful store that I thought people would be showing up to and wanting to buy. And then they realized that no one's showing up. I'm delivering all day long. I'm getting in a car all day long and delivering bottles of water. All the people that are calling me to say, deliver, deliver, deliver. Well, I might have to adjust. I don't need that beautiful store anymore. I might have to need a warehouse. I might need a smaller shop so people could see it, but no one's really walking in. So that flexibility to adjust to the idea is really important to have, right? And then the 8th step, I'm walking you through these, I'm going to call them 10 steps of understanding how to start as an entrepreneur mindset, is to think about the resources that you may need and finding them. There are lots of resources. An example would be that you're an incubator. You are an amazing additional resource that they could have, right? They don't have to go through an incubation to start a business, but having an incubator on your backyard could potentially help you a lot, right? Help you in finding mentors, helping you in finding additional resources, helping you think through your idea, helping you framing your idea, helping you through creating those baby steps or milestones, whatever you want to call these ideas. So that's the concept behind all of this, right? That you could help, find these resources, think about them, then find them. And then the 9th step, I'm going to call it, is you got to keep going. You will face problems. You will face challenges. It's not a question whether you're going to face it or not. It's the question, once you fail, what are you going to do, right? So do you get up and adjust and you keep going, or do you just stay down, or you try to do something else? It's not right or wrong again. It's just about understanding that you got to keep going. You can't stop because of a speed bump. You may have to shift. You might have to change. You spend all that money building that beautiful store that no one shows up to. That's painful, because maybe you took all your savings to do that, and now you realize no one's coming, and now you have to rebuild it again, right? So it's not right or wrong again. It's just understanding that it could potentially mean that you might have to do it differently. And then the last step, I'm going to call it the 10th and last step of how to start thinking like an entrepreneur, is you got to keep adapting, right? If the market is shifting to say that they don't want bottles of water because people are moving away from plastic, well, maybe you don't want to be in the business anymore of bottles. Maybe you want to be in glasses. Maybe you want to do something else, but you got to keep adapting. And I love the discussion before. I cut a little bit of it talking about burnout. A lot of times what happens is you run into so many speed bumps that you feel like you're burned out. And from my perspective, whether it's passion or not, people do run into burnout, and it happens. And the question is, what are you going to do to help you think through that kind of idea by accepting these, I'm going to call them 10 steps that will help you think through your business. I hope that answered your question. So if you insert these 10 ideas within your environment, and then having other people that are accepting of this. By the way, culture is a difficult thing because a lot of times it's also the culture that they're in does not promote it. One example I use in Detroit, there's a culture that says, we don't accept failure, right? So a lot of times when people start a business and don't do well, people look down at them. And it was a long time before I felt that people start accepting the fact that someone started and their business didn't work out, so they had to shut it down and had to start again. And there's still somewhat stigma around you. They closed the business or they failed the business, and we need to shift that conversation to say, that experiment that they started didn't work, but maybe they learned a lot, and maybe they could use it to do something else. If you go out to some of these areas where people have it, and they do a lot of it, they think of them as entrepreneurship places, you will discover really quick that a lot of these entrepreneurs, I call them recycled entrepreneurs, right? What I mean by that, they start a business, they not necessarily they succeeded, they might have failed on their face, but someone liked that they started and they failed, and they give them some more money to start another business, or they support them to start another business, and they just keep doing it over and over and again. And that's how they get good at it. It's not because they were good at the first one, but they got an opportunity to repeat it and solve it. I know we have maybe 3 more minutes before I have to finish, to at least help you get caught up in the time. I'm going to say there in the entrepreneurial journey, I'm going to say it's messy. I want you to accept that. It's not necessarily that you is right or wrong. It's about starting, because a lot of times people never start. This is another problem. They just keep analyzing the market, analyzing if I'm going to make money, analyzing what else do I need to do, and then they never start. And really, the key, you have to start. To move from a startup to a small business, that you got to keep doing. And then for you to grow that business, there's a different steps we're going to talk about today. We're just talking about the mindset of, I see a problem, I want to solve it. I see an opportunity, I want to create it. And then how do you start with those concepts to start a business? So I'm going to tell you, think about what problem or solutions you have. What value do you bring into your customers? It doesn't have to be big value or small value. It's just what value. And what kinds of products or services can you offer? And I would like to always say, in the beginning, less is more. The more products and services you have, the less probability of you succeeding you may have, just because you have too much to juggle, versus the less you could offer in the beginning, the more chances of you becoming successful in your endeavor. And the easier it is for you to get what I call it yes or no answer. What you don't want to do is have a product or a service that needs a long time to get a yes or no answer to it. Sometimes you have no choice, but if you can avoid it, then that's a good thing to do. And then you want to think about who exactly you're going to go after as far as customers to buy from you. It doesn't mean that everyone is not welcome. Everybody's welcome to buy my product. It's just who I'm going to go after. Who's the one who I'm going to get up every day to knock on their door to make sure that they buy. And if someone else shows up on their own, that's great. And then the few more questions I'm going to ask you to think about when you're thinking about starting a business is think about, why will they buy from you and not from someone else? Now, be careful with that answer, because a lot of times I hear cheaper, better, faster. And although those are, I'm going to call them generic answers that I always hear, I want you to think about a little bit deeper of why from you, why from not someone else. And this could help you think through deeper of the purpose, to the conversation earlier, of the love that you may want to have or think that you want to do. Now, remember, I work with entrepreneurs that don't have the luxury to have the love of what they want to do, because they're trying to eat, they're trying to pay their bills, and they have no choice. But if you can have a opportunity to do that, that's a different story. And then I want you to think about, how do you make money? And it has to be simple. You're either making something and you're going to resell it, or you're buying something and you're going to resell it. It's really that simple, right? There's nothing else in between. You either make it, it's a service or a product that you make, or you get it from somewhere else and you sell it. So the question becomes, how do you make money on that? Do you have a margin? Is there enough margin? Is it going to be enough to pay all the people that you want to hire and fire and do all those things, or not? I think I should give a few more minutes for anyone else who has a question or answers or comments. Maybe one more question.
Have you concluded your presentation, Faris?
Oh no, I could keep going for hours. I mean, I think
we
this is
we've
enough.
yeah, no, we've got speakers actually waiting,
Yeah.
and but we'll just take a few questions if anybody's got. Otherwise, we will just summarize and move to the next. Sami, any
Can I take
questions?
one more
Yes.
question from my side, Neeraj?
Okay. Any questions?
Yes, please, from my side.
Go ahead.
As an
Go ahead.
incubator, we have a challenge of converting people or creating output in a fast manner, which means we have to select the right candidates also with an entrepreneurial mindset.
Hmm.
Does the zodiac sign have a or help us in identifying the right uh, people with entrepreneurial mindset?
That's a tough question. I honestly don't feel comfortable answering in that kind of matter because there's so many things that I would like to know before I could give an advice on that kind of idea. What I will say when I hear that question is two things. What are the motivations of that incubator or why it's set up, right? Because that makes it a different story. If you're set up because of the community and you want to change the entrepreneurship mindset in your community, then knowing that it's going to be a long journey is just part of the equation. In general, entrepreneurship is a long journey, and depending on what stage of in the, of the startups are you looking for, or the entrepreneur journey you're looking for, that could also make a difference. So there are just so many factors in there that you want to address and think about, like who are the entrepreneurs, why are you starting, what stage of business are they in, what types of business are they starting. I do have 7 steps that I follow that we have used, as I call it, the ISM recipe for success for setting up an entrepreneurship ecosystem, and it is the incubation of how to develop programs and support them. I just blogged about it actually just a couple of weeks ago, so you probably could find it on my Medium blog, and you could download our PDF for free from our website. And I have written it up in our 20-year impact. What are those 7 steps that we follow to help you think through creating an environment for entrepreneurs to prosper? But the short answer would be depending on what your obligations, what are your goals, the stage of the entrepreneur, the stage of the actual business itself, and what is it that you're trying to accomplish within the community for the reasoning why you started the incubator. Those are good factors. In general, entrepreneurship is a journey, and it's a longer journey. I would say most of the time, 7 to 10 years. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, sorry, Faris. We actually over time, what we will do is we will actually get the questions and we will take your details and we can actually forward it to the speakers. So what I would like to say is thank you so much for this very, very informative session. And if we always talk about the entrepreneurial mindset, it's on everybody's tongues. And most importantly, what you actually said, that it's not only about high tech, being high tech as an entrepreneur. It's the simple guy, the ice cream vendor, the waffle maker, these small guys that also contribute to the entrepreneurship ecosystem. So thank you very much for this informative session. I'm going to keep in touch with you for our future sessions, and thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, guys. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we are running behind time. So I would very quickly like to introduce our next session. We've got our next plenary that's actually on, and I would like to introduce the session chair for the next session. If you could just put up the slide, team. We're on to session 4. Okay. For plenary session 4, we've got our session chair. We've got Dr. Pinaki Ranjan Bhattacharya. Dr. Pinaki Ranjan Bhattacharya is a principal at Kandra College, a government-aided college under UGC, Pashim Badam, West Bengal, India. associated with Calcutta Business School at Calcutta as Associate Professor since 2013, associated with Calcutta Business School and has a PhD in marketing from the University of Calcutta under the title Marketing of Fast Moving Consumer Goods and Empirical Analysis, which was awarded in 2008, and also a Master's in Business Administration in Financial Management from the University of Burdwan in 1993. Dr. Pinaki, this is your session. Please take over.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Sharma. Am I audible? Can you hear
Yes,
me?
you're
Am I
audible.
audible?
Yes,
Okay.
you're audible,
Thank you.
sir.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a nice introduction for me. There's the only thing is that when I was a professor when I left Calcutta Business School. Anyway, that's a different issue. Now I have today with me our speakers, Mr. Charles, the keynote speaker, Mr. Charles Bolton, right? Well,
Yes.
I would like to see his details. I would request Siley Madam to kindly show the details of Mr. Charles Bolton, please. And then I'll say a little bit about entrepreneurship, and then I'll come back. Mr. Charles Bolton is built strategic growth-focused partnerships between the public and private sectors in Africa to achieve sustainable and impactful outcomes through collaborative efforts resulting in the improvement of people's lives. He has worked to bridge the gaps between youth development, employability skills, job creation, entrepreneurship, startup success, and economic development in Africa. So it's a huge area where he has worked, and he's been a part of the local and global entrepreneurship and SME ecosystem for almost 30 years from all sides. There's not much to change and change drastically. Yes, I do agree with him, of course. And he is here today to speak out what his idea is about entrepreneurship. But before I hand over the session to him, I would just say a little bit about entrepreneurship because Faris was saying, I heard, and yesterday also I heard about all this. You know, one thing which I just want to show you, if you can kindly see it, if it's possible, that, you know, a small thing, not a much thing out here. It's a small thing which I would like to show you.
Sorry, Dr. Pinaki, we just running a little bit behind
Yeah,
schedule. You got a minute.
saying, yeah, I just say anyone can name this tree. Anyone can name this tree. Anyone can name these three people in the audience. Anyone. In India, of course. Anyone can name them. Anyone in the group, anyone in the audience, if you can say, well, this one is G.D. Birla, Ghanashan Das Birla. This is Azim Premji, and he is Karsanbhai Patel. They are known for their entrepreneurship mindset, entrepreneurship ideas, and probably they have not come to B school or not learned this way. What they have shown us is something different. That is, they have got innovativeness, out of box thinking, clarity of thought, aligning with the common mass, mental alertness, and coordination. This is what I was like to tell you. And this is why, you know, why they are so big today, because in entrepreneurship, one second, in entrepreneurship, you know, one thing which is understand is we have got to have 7 things particularly. One is executive summary, one is business concept, one is market analysis, management team should be good, marketing plan, financial plan, operations and management plan.
Thank you, Dr. Bhattacharya. Thank you. Our speakers are waiting for an hour.
I know. So I leave it to Mr. Charles Bolton to kindly speak out on his idea or his thought about what exactly is entrepreneurship. Mr. Charles Bolton, please. Mr. Bolton, is it there?
Yes, he's here.
Good day, everybody.
Yeah. Good morning.
Sorry. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good afternoons. Good evenings.
Yeah.
Depending on where you are in the world. So thank you for.
Yeah, please.
Thank you to the chair. And yes, I've sat now and I listened to the speakers, and you know everybody's talking about entrepreneurship, but being an entrepreneur myself for more than 30 odd years, there's a few things that I think, sometimes, and it must be bound to certain areas or certain regions, perhaps, or not, or it could be a global phenomenon, but that everybody thinks that entrepreneurship is easy. And, I can speak from experience, it's not. And I think in the context of Africa, it's even more difficult than most other places in the world. My background, as I said, is I'm an entrepreneur, but I've been working with the Watwani Global Foundation since 2018, 2019, somewhere around there. Because what I've found, having worked with thousands of entrepreneurs as a coach and a mentor and a guide, and delivering some of the largest sort of enterprise development programs in South Africa specifically, was that, there's a barrier that entrepreneurs seem to reach at a certain point when they start their ventures. There are a few ideas out there what these barriers could be. Some of them put them forward as financial barriers, access to markets, when we all know what these challenges are that entrepreneurs face. But I came to a conclusion a couple of years back, after, like I say, having worked with thousands of entrepreneurs, that there's a bit of a similarity at some stage, or that you can pick up with an entrepreneur that's whilst working with that person on their venture, or doing some sort of interactions, or helping them or coaching them, is that even the successful ones, that they do not have the skill set. And we all talk about mindset here of entrepreneurship. Now, mindset is done, yes, mindset is absolutely important, and it forms an integral part of an entrepreneur's DNA, is the mindset. But the majority of the entrepreneurs don't have the skill set required to be an entrepreneur. Now, they might have the qualifications even, and I mean, in Africa, it's quite common that you might work with a person that finished high school, studied at university, completed a degree, started a venture at some point in their lives from a professional background of sorts, whether they came from accounting or from marketing background, doesn't matter. But they believe they have they believe they have enough entrepreneurial skill set, to be able to run or start a business successfully. But the core understanding is still not there. So when I started realizing this, and found this thread throughout, I started looking what was happening around the world. And when it comes to education of entrepreneurs, that is, I think, where Africa still is quite far behind the rest of the world. I launched a couple of pilot programs in 2029 in various countries in Africa, basic education entrepreneurship programs. And the resistance to those programs were actually quite striking. That you might believe that higher education institutions are open to change, they're open to understanding, but they're not. The education system in Africa is still very much based around supplying the skills and perhaps even the qualifications for that person to become a good employee. And in Africa, that's where we've got the biggest problem, is that there just are not enough employment opportunities. I mean, we've got some of the world's largest unemployment numbers in Africa in various countries. I'm not even going to single out specific countries in this regard. And if you look at the core of why are we at this? It's because the education system in Africa is old. It's been resistant to change in many regards. There's been changes and breakthrough on some levels, but the institutions are old institutions, and the programs or the qualifications and the teaching and learning is still based on old methodologies. To change that needs a mindset, not change from entrepreneurial side, but we need a mindset from the education side that needs to be changed in order for that to have an impact on the ground and filter through to the students, to get students interested in entrepreneurship as a option to employment, giving them the correct skill sets that can be used to build it as a foundation to build their qualification on, perhaps even, and to take it forward in life so that they have not just the qualification. An MBA is great. A degree in business management is great. But if you do not have the entrepreneurial skill set that goes with that, all you then are, you're a good business manager. You got a qualification to manage a business. You are not qualified to start a business or identify a venture worth starting or to identify problems worth solving or to develop solutions or to test those solutions against the market to see if they are viable. These are all concepts that we are familiar with as entrepreneurs, but it's not concepts that the education system is familiar with. In many countries, there were a couple of trials and tests done and surveys, and there was, and I think specifically in if I take from what my own experience was in Rwanda during COVID, as an example. We launched a program in Rwanda just before, a year before COVID started. It was a very basic entrepreneurial skill set program delivered through the University of Rwanda to a large number of students. And I say large, I think, if I recall correctly, we're talking about 7,000 plus students started this program. And it was in a face-to-face, direct-to-faculty mode that it was being facilitated. COVID put a stop to that. We decided to come up with a solution to keep the education system going and to keep our programs going, that we launched it online. We very quickly had to adapt to be able to deliver to the students, those who had access to internet and connectivity, which was minimal, but we wanted to make them have the opportunity to proceed. The government put a stop to that. It was quickly said that if no one can have access, well, if everyone cannot have access, then no one will have access. So that basically placed a hold on entrepreneurship skills development for more than a year. As the infrastructure evolved and got updated because of COVID over the last couple of years, as we well know, things changed rapidly. But even now, going back and trying to revive those entrepreneurship education programs, skills programs, we have found that they are completely taken off the curriculum. They've taken the step back to before they started launching those programs. Because the reset that COVID caused was so severe in the education space in some countries in Africa that they had to reset everything. So the little progress that was made in that regard was completely wiped out. But they are still of the mindset that we are delivering entrepreneurship programs. It's embedded in our qualifications like accounting. It's embedded in qualifications like business management, the MBAs that they're delivering. All of these programs, they are fully confident are enough to help students and give them the skill set required to be able to launch a venture successfully. And that's a challenge that we face across Africa. It's not just in Rwanda or Uganda, for that matter. It's only more severe in some than others. However, in Kenya, for instance, and even in Nigeria, where we have found that the reset was not that severe. The entrepreneurship programs are still running with these universities, and there's a a bit of an opposite. Some of them have actually scaled significantly because there was a realization from the institution side that what we are doing is good, but it's not the best that we can. We need to scale up on delivering entrepreneurship skills programs. Those programs that actually help take the student through the development stages of how to identify a problem, how to validate that problem, how to test the market, make sure there's a market for that problem, how to develop the solution, and so forth, all the way through it. So it helps them develop a full plan. Although it might be in theory, it could also be an actual plan for student entrepreneurs that they can apply, to the point that after completing this program or a program like this, they've got a much more practical baseline and understanding and a skill set that can be used along with that qualification that they've achieved to make an impact in the economy, to create more employment. In other words, to contribute to the growth of the country's GDP. So there are countries that are really coming online now, understanding how important entrepreneurship education is, where it needs to fit into the education system. Let's be honest, it needs to start from the beginning. If you want to plant this seed and offer this mindset change, you need to start as early as possible. But that will happen. And I think in Africa, that is still where we will face the biggest challenge, is to bring entrepreneurship mindset or skill set to basic education. However, over the last couple of years, we have made significant steps forward in the higher education, changing quite rapidly to open up for entrepreneurship. As an example, a couple of years back, I spoke to somebody and they mentioned that in Kenya, and I'll stand under correction, this is not factual by any means, but they reported the unemployment rate in Kenya to be in the region of 10 or 15%. And I said to them, but that's not possible. How do you calculate that? And it was actually because they acknowledged the fact if somebody is self-employed or created their own employment or started a venture, they are viewed as employed. In South Africa, we sit with a different corner. We're close to almost 50% of unemployment. We don't acknowledge self-employed people, whether they are informal or traders or micro, they're not being considered as employed. That some of them actually employ more than one or two people themselves. So there's a bit of a disconnect there as well that we're hopeful in the future we can overcome. But the essential and the importance of entrepreneurship education in Africa at where we are now is by far, I believe, one of the most urgent points that we need to address and help change institutional mindsets, open up the government mindset to allow students to get that practical skill. It's a soft skill, but get that skill on how to identify the opportunities, how to develop the solutions, where to go for assistance when doing that. That's a very, very important key that everybody seems to assume people know, is where to go for help. People don't know where to go for help, even although it might sound quite obvious. Post-graduation, completing education and skills development programs. Where do I go for incubation? How do I get government assistance to be able to launch my venture? So we're talking about an ecosystem problem, not just about education and entrepreneurship and education. It's an ecosystem challenge that we're facing. We face it more in some countries in Africa than others. But what makes me hopeful and gives me the almost the excitement and the energy required, or that I need, is I'm seeing this happen. It's taken time, it is slow, but it's happening. In countries like Nigeria, entrepreneurship is taking off on a scale unimaginable. Uh, the need for skills development and entrepreneurial education is on a different scale than any other country in Africa at the moment. They might not be the largest economy, or they could very well be at this point in time, but they compete when it comes to entrepreneurship education. They are probably the country in Africa that is really taking that and applying it, and they're testing it. They see what works and what does not work for them. Because the other thing about entrepreneurial education is you need to make sure that it's localized. The global concepts are great. We need to bring global best practices, global concepts, and standardization into Africa and into the education space. But we need to make sure that that is localized and it applies to the local dynamics, the local challenges in each country, because there are differences. It's a fact. And for it to be successful, we cannot apply a one size fits all model. Um, any questions from the panel or from attendees at this stage?
Well, Mr. Charles has said a few points, and then I'll sum up later on. But any questions from the panel, from anyone in the from the audience? Any question? Anyone to Charles for this? Thank you, Charles, for the session. It was nice. We have heard something from you which we are not aware of in Africa, right? And we have come to know about all that, right? Any question from anyone? Else we'll move on to the next panel, next speaker. I think no. Anyway, so then Charles, please be there. Okay, I'll go to the next
Thank
speaker.
you.
Okay, thank you for that. Please wait, please be there. Srinivas Rao. Srinivas Rao, he will be speaking on entrepreneurial opportunities in fashion technology. Mr. Srinivas Rao. Yeah, yeah. Good morning, Mr. Rao.
Good morning, Dr. Bhattacharya,
Good
and
morning. Good morning.
hope I'm audible to you.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I just
Okay.
introduced Dr. Rao. Dr. Rao, please. Dr. Rao is a professor in the Department of Fashion Management Studies. He holds a PhD and uses the net for lectureship in management science, a certified entrepreneurship educator under the Stanford University Ventures Program, and a trainer under the IFC program. Spanning 12 years of industry experience, he has been an academician for 16 years now. He presented and published several papers at reputed national and international conferences, including in the prestigious the Case Center UK. He played his part in signing the MOU with FIT New York and ASMOD Germany. Apart from guiding PhD scholars, he handles courses for PG and UG students, including entrepreneurship, global marketing and e-commerce, SCM, OB, services marketing, cluster studies, and fashion business research. Well, Dr. Rao is a well versatile person who's got so much of knowledge, and we are here to hear him. We'll speak on what exactly or how is fashion industry related to entrepreneurship. Dr. Rao, please, it's your time now, please.
Thank you, Dr. Bhattacharya, for the kind introduction. And let me also take this opportunity to thank the organizers, especially Charmaine and rest of all the wonderful organizers for giving this wonderful opportunity. Just give me a moment. Let me share my presentation. I hope the
Yeah, it's visible. It's visible. Yes.
thank you. So the topic that I am handling right now is fashion technology is an interesting space. Hopefully, in the given time, I'll be able to, handle this topic. Uh, the outline would be about fashion technology and about NIFT. I'll also tell you why I'm telling about why NIFT. the reason why NFT is so important as far as fashion is concerned in India, especially. And then, of course, the entrepreneurial opportunities and future prospects. Now, this Latin word fashion is essentially what we mean is to make, is what the meaning. And what it covers is clothing, footwear, accessories, cosmetics, and jewelry by far. But all of us know one way or the other, each one of us are connected with the fashion industry per se, as customers or different other stakeholders. But nonetheless, if we see each one of us, or each one of the customers look at their bodies as a canvas, and they want to showcase and make a statement by wearing different fashion related, whether it is apparel or accessories and so on and so forth. Now, it's interesting. 3 days back, in terms of India, there is this particular news item has come up, and if you see this news item, what happened here is that India lost a gold medal in the Asian Shooting Championship for the juniors, men's juniors. Now, what is the reason for that? In this team championship, what happened is in this team competition, one person was wearing a trouser which is not as per the International Shooting Federation's stiffness prescriptions. The trouser has to have a specific stiffness. Now, what happened is one among these the sports person, is not wearing the required stiffness of the trouser, and that is precisely why the team got disqualified and we lost a gold medal. I mean, India lost a gold medal there. So just to understand how important in different spheres of life fashion has become. Well, entrepreneurship is very important in every walks of life, or for that matter in every sector. However, particularly if we talk about fashion industry, this is very critical because as you see the size of the industry, of course, we all know that the COVID has impacted this industry in a significant manner as much as the other industries. So, therefore, even to estimate the size of the industry, there are some variations are there. But perhaps safe to say that about 1.7 trillion US dollars is what the industry currently that we are looking at. And the look at the number of people who are employed in this industry worldwide, if we see. So, therefore, for every country, be it developing or underdeveloped, whichever way you look at it, for every country, this industry has been an important employment generator. And there are, of course, the other facets of the industry also, which we would like to see as we progress. Now, sustainability in every sector we are talking about, and this sector, the fashion industry, also is no untouchable to it, and we will see in the moving forward that why this is also very has become very important now. Now, if we look at the kind of the fashion industry, what it corresponds, the characteristics. So we have, it's truly a globalized industry. I mean, there are networks which are connected to each other, and the very nature of fashion is ever changing, styles and so on. So therefore, the variety, high impulse purchasing, high volatility and velocity, lead time, short life cycles, and seasonality, low predictability, volumes, and all influencing this industry. Now, the reason why I'm touching little detail about fashion industry here is primarily we must understand that these details essentially are the kind of harbingers for your entrepreneurship. So therefore, so there are levels of fashion industry, and therefore, if we look forward a little more, then we understand that the fashion technology per se. So what we understood till now is what is fashion. And now when we look at technology, the technology interface, provides at various levels of the fashion industry, technology interface is there, and for taking care of the characteristics that we discussed just a while ago here. So, given this scenario and the globalization, if we see, I mean, entire world is not untouched by the fashion industry. And typically, if you look at the value chain, especially one of the significant component of the fashion industry is your textile and clothing industry. And the value chain, as you see here, we have different players or entrepreneurs who are part of the ecosystem of in this particular value chain of the textile and apparel industry. And the kind of the at various stages of the making of the fashion product and supplying it at various stages, there are linkages and there is scope for entrepreneurship. If we look at the typical value addition that is happening in the networks, so from the raw material to the processing of the raw material to manufacturing of the apparel to the distribution up to the retailer level, at every stage there are networks, and these networks are supported by various outsourcing partners for what all the major brands that we know in the world. Given this kind of a scenario, now let me touch upon NIFT, because when we started in 1986 in India, so in many ways this is a pioneering institute, because although to some extent we do have textile related programs being offered in India, but in a holistic manner, there is hardly any institute or any education program, be it in the Ministry of Education or otherwise, being offered in India. So, therefore, the necessity arose that the Fashion Institute in India has to be established. And obviously, uh, that was the time we started in first institute in New Delhi. And let me also show you this particular slide. Why 1986 especially? So if you see, as post Second World War, slowly the manufacturing of the especially the fashion related products, uh, moving out to other countries from US, Europe, and Japan, and slowly, of course, it went to Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Korea. As we approach 1990s, we see India is becoming a big player. So the government of India was sensitive enough that the emerging world scenario in terms of the fashion value chain, that India needs to have a fashion institution, and that's how the this institute was established. And so, what are we today? So we are about 37-year-old institution, about 18 campuses now all over India. Soon we are planning to open at least one in the overseas, and the internal ecosystem that we have is significant now, and we do boast of 38,000 alumni. Now, quite a few of our alumni are well known in India and in some parts of the world, whether it is Ritu Beri or Rohit Bal or Sabyasachi Mukherjee or Manish Arora, J.J. Walaya, and so I can take many names. These are not only renowned fashion designers in India today, but some of them made a significant mark internationally also. Well, this is the network of our institutions in India, and current our student strength is about 13,000 odd, and now the programs that we offer at NIFT. Now, let me tell you why we offer this program. So, all the slides so far that we have seen, if you understand the value chain of the fashion industry, well, so there are plenty of employment or, for that matter, entrepreneurial scope for various interested people. And therefore NIFT, the National Institute of Fashion Technology, also wanted to offer all these different programs which can cater to this value chain or networks of networks that we have as part and parcel of the value chain. So therefore, we have programs, Master of Design or Master of Fashion Technology or Master of Fashion Management or Bachelor of Fashion Technology, Accessory Design, or Fashion Communication, Fashion Design, Knitwear Design, Leather Design, and Textile Design, and so on and so forth. So essentially, each program tries to cater to. If I quickly show you the career or entrepreneurial opportunities, I have put it in bracket. There is a purpose there. Let me tell you why I have put it like that. If you see our one of our post graduation program, Master of Design, well, we offer specializations in this, whether it is in terms of the what do you call the uh, interface design, or whether it is in terms of strategies for communication, or whether it is in terms of design for special needs, or creative pedagogies, or what you call curatorial practices. So in various spheres, the specializations are offered as part of this program, and as a consequence of that, what happens is that, as you see here the list, so a good number of entrepreneurial ventures that are there in India, whether they are at the level of a public limited company or a multinational organization. Just a moment, please. Sorry, yeah, my charging is going out, I suppose. Yeah. Uh, so as you see, whether public limited companies, multi-level organizations, or private limited companies, or proprietors, or designer labels, partnership companies, and so on and so forth, the list is very big. And if you see master's program that we offer in fashion technology, so we do have specializations, be it smart garments or smart factory, or be it the operational excellence, especially in the factory segment of the value chain. So specialization is offered here, and as a consequence, you see there are not only a good number of companies which are recruiting us, but some of our alumni, as I mentioned to you, are at the top positions in these companies, and as well, as I said, good number of our entrepreneurs have become entrepreneurs also. Then we offer fashion management program into specializations of retail, buying, sourcing, and procurement, merchandising, and e-commerce, and marketing and exports. And so, given this scenario, there are, as you see, our list is pretty big here. So again, some of the well-known brands internationally and in India, the alumni are part of that. Then, of course, fashion technology at the bachelor's level. So we do offer specializations there, and as a consequence, you see a lot of well-known companies into fashion arena in India and in the world are the recruiters. And a lot of these fashion companies, if you see, were started in the last, I would say, in the last 30 odd years' time. So, in a way, the entrepreneur opportunity has also emerged as the international, scenario was favorable to India, and as well as Indians took up the opportunity and started various new companies. We are very glad to say that a lot of our alumni who have become entrepreneurs, a lot of our students, current students, actually get employed there also. Then we have accessory design, and a lot of specializations offered here, specific to different products which are part and parcel of the accessories, fashion accessories, to so to speak. And therefore a lot of our companies have were set up, and a lot of employment opportunities are emerging there. If you look at fashion communication, is a very interesting space. Here again, we offer specializations to whether it is space design or visual communication, or in terms of media and digital design, fashion journalism or photography or fashion styling and so on and so forth. So, again, plenty of national, international companies were established in this arena, and a lot of students get employment opportunities. This fashion design at the bachelor's level is another flagship program of NIFT. In fact, NIFT started with this program. And if you look at here, so whether it is in terms of creating solutions for unstructured challenges or prefers concrete over abstract problems. So whether it is various designers that we have all over India today, thanks to, I would say, this particular program, they have emerged. And a lot of companies are in this sphere and they recruit many people. Then there is knitwear design. So here again, so the specialized apparel that the various industries required. I have shown you an example of the news item a while ago, and therefore you know that knitwear industry plays a very important role in the sportswear sector also, and therefore plenty of opportunities here also are emerging and being catered to by India. The leading female fashion designer in India, Anita Dogre, and so many. I mean, Archana Kochar, Riddhi and Siddhi, so many Sabyasachi and all. So they are all also into the space. If you look at the leather design, is another interesting arena where India is targeting more and more exports, and so therefore this program, a lot of companies are already in this space. If we look at textile design, again another specialized area, and given India's thanks to Bollywood, the popularity of Bollywood, the Indian sarees and so on and so forth are essentially extremely popular worldwide today. And thanks to the NRI community, Indian textiles are getting promoted in a big way. So essentially, this program caters to all those HR requirements there, and there are a good number of designer labels or public limited companies which are into this sphere. So now, given this kind of a background, if we look at entrepreneurial opportunities, which are currently available and emerging. So therefore, the entrepreneur is supposed to have the knowledge of research, product development, sourcing, production, marketing, distribution, sales, etc. And therefore, there are very interesting things are happening already in the world. Now, for those of people who think that entrepreneurship in fashion industry is a small business, perhaps some of these statistics will tell us that some of the in the top companies in the world, there are fashion brands are there, be it LVMH or for that matter Nike, Adidas, Lululemon, and so on and so forth. Now, sustainability is very, very critical because fashion industry is criticized for not being sustainable and contributing immensely. Perhaps after mining industry, fashion industry is another industry which is contributing significantly for what we call the a lot of issues related to uh, pollution or environmental degradation and so on and so forth. So if I can say here that sustainable fashion has become a in thing now, and therefore all the programs that are offered at NIFT, and I'm sure all over the world now, they do take care the element of sustainable fashion. Just to give one example of entrepreneurial opportunity here also, is that what we call so we know a lot of fast fashion brands like H&M and M and Zara and so on and so forth. However, this company Patagonia was started in USA, which is a clothing retailer. And this company, when they gave the advertisement, they said, "Don't buy our trousers or don't buy our jerseys." So that was the kind of captions they have given. But however, you see now that the slow fashion is also emerging in a big way. And this is an Indian company. I'm just trying to give an example. So the kind of application, the scope of applications for the textiles is immense. Now, this is a company called Wakefit, which makes mattresses in India. And as you see here, The one of the upper layer is a knitted fabric with zipper, and one of the inner layer here you will find an woven fabric. So our textile designers, our knitwear designers, they all have the scope for there. If I look at quickly, paucity of time, I think I'll not be able to spend a lot of time. I'm not understanding. I think I'm running out of time. So let me quickly run through here. As you see here, future prospects are plenty. Now, I just want to show you the future prospects, especially with some examples. Now, if you look at,
Dr. Rao, sorry to
yeah,
interrupt. We have only 3 minutes left.
yeah, 2 minutes I'm finishing, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
So 2020 and 21, if you look at, these are some of the major companies which are into the fashion sphere. Unfortunately, as you see here, I think which Charmaine is always favorite when she says that, look, developing world also has to be there. But if you look at the top, entrepreneurs that have emerged today, none of them are from any of the developing country. However, that is where the scope is there. That doesn't mean that the developing country is not doing much of entrepreneurship, but it's just that in the kind of idea generations and the scale up that they should do, I think there is one should learn from these kind of examples. This is a small example I'm giving right now. There is a show going on in Hyderabad where one of the NIFT alumni who has become an entrepreneur is also into the craft sector, is showcasing her products right now. So on all the emerging technologies in the world today, they have a scope, and a lot of fashion companies already are utilizing the opportunity there. So with this, I thank you and open the floor for the question and answers.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. It was a nice presentation and nice, informative session which you presented to us. And we have learned so many things which I was not aware of. In fact, when you started, I was thinking something else. But now I feel that it is something different which we have learned. Any question with anyone? Any participant or any attendees who can have a question to Dr. Rao? Anything to ask about? Okay. So then can I move to the next session, please? Next session, Dr. Charles Ogotu. Dr. Charles Ogotu, please. Dr. Ogotu, please. Dr. Charles Ogotu, is he there? Yeah. Dr. Ogotu, well, Dr. Ogotu, are you there? Shaman, can you find out whether Dr. Ogotu is there or not? I think.
Dr. Charles is actually in the gallery. Team, please just check and unmute.
Okay. Dr. Charles Ogotu is a citizen professional. He's a doctorate degree from Bolton University and boasts a career bridging emergency management and the financial sector, having worked at prestigious firms like JP Morgan Chase and Citibank. Yeah, Madam, Dr. Charles Ogotu, please ask him to come join here.
Charles is there in the presenters list. Anytime when he wants, he can mute off. Yes, Dr.
Okay.
Charles, please go ahead.
Dr. Charles, please.
Dr. Charles, you can just respond once your introduction is over. You may start with your presentation.
Dr. Charles has got postdoctorate dual master's degrees in emergency and disaster management and homeland security. Underlining his vast expertise, he is adaptable in his diverse roles in the field of mortgage finance and insurance in the United States. Dr. Ogotu boasts a collection of industry-relevant certifications, commercial property underwriter, associate in personal insurance, and associate in insurance services from the Insurance Institute of America. He's also a diploma holder in insurance from the Chartered Insurance Institute, UK, and a certified business continuity professional from the Business Continuity Institute of the UK. I request Dr. Charles to kindly unmute himself and join the session. Dr. Charles, good morning from India. I think it's good evening in US, right? Well, we can't hear you. You're not audible. You're not audible, Dr. Charles.
It's not from my side.
Yeah, now it's okay. Now it's okay.
Now it's okay? Okay, good.
Yeah,
So
now it's
good.
okay. Please.
Okay, good evening. Good evening,
Yeah,
Dr.
good evening.
Bhattacharya.
Good
Yeah,
evening. Good
okay.
morning from India.
Dr. Good morning, and good night for other sessions. And good morning,
Right.
Dr. Bhattacharya, and also organizers, Dr. Charmaine, speakers and attendees. It's my pleasure to be here today and, just presenting this fourth plenary session. It's such an opportunity, and I just want to congratulate the organizers for such a wonderful, marvelous job that you've done. This sort of forum is certainly what is needed for this current world stage, because without it, those who are in need more are not able really to have the span of breadth of uh, understanding in terms of education to make them succeed. So I'm going to be speaking on a very special topic today, and this is the building a climate resilient business. You know, it's already tough enough to build a business. So can you imagine now building a climate resilient business? This is a double whammy because it gets too tough at that stage. So my topic today is going to delve in that area. If I can just share.
Please.
Yes, I'm trying to.
You can share. You can share. You can share. Yeah, please.
Okay, I think let me know if it is this
Yeah.
showing
Okay.
now?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, it is
Absolutely.
visible.
Thank you. Thank you once again. Thank you. And the subject here, based on the theme of fostering entrepreneurship education on global scale, is going to delve on the subject of building a climate resilient business. As we know it, it's already difficult really to come up with a business in these difficult times. But the global warming aspect of it is even makes it a bit difficult. As you reflect on the trajectory of building a climate resilient business, three salient points emerge, and the urgency and the inevitability of resilience in today's changing climate landscape is something that we cannot fathom at times. But beyond the moral imperative, thanks to brand elevation, that while the path is riddled with challenges, they aren't insurmountable. I think these are challenges that we can meet. The 21st century has got very bright minds, and we have very informed intellectuals in terms of being able to face the challenges of the global warming and the climate change. So I'm very confident that definitely this will be one of those centuries that people will look back and say, yes, it was a challenge, but we surmounted it. So climate resilience business, what is it? It's one that can adapt, changing climate conditions and mitigate associated risks, because we know about the risks that are occasioned following, climate change issues. And this definition sets the stage for this presentation as I go through deeper into the climate resilient context in the sense of business resiliency. It is also emphasizes the stability and risk mitigation, which are the two components of resilience. So we are looking at that image there that shows a utopia sort of situation. This is hoping that that time will come but we don't know. So the economic and societal implications. So climate change isn't just an environmental issue. It has profound economic and societal consequences. Businesses don't act in a vacuum as we know it. So their actions have ripple effects throughout the society and the economy at large. So uh, they are located in most cases in cities, urban areas, and the two tangle together. And when climate change and global warming impact cities and businesses are also impacted. So it is important that cities be central to the global climate change mitigation to support business advancement and innovation through the adaptation of low emission development strategies. That is the LEDs. You see, very too often we do see what is happening that uh, you know, areas are inundated with flood because of the global warming effect. And as we know, urban areas are home to more than half of the world's population and are responsible for around 3/4 of global energy use and energy-related green gas emissions. And we know that we have seen cities and businesses submerged in water following weather effects globally. And this is just the beginning. Um, Asian cities, for example, are expanding at an unparalleled rate, with urban populations increasing by 44 million annually. The subsequent traffic waste, environmental degradation, and related health issues pose significant hurdles for sustainable urban growth. So we can see here the ADB Bank very rousy statistics in terms of the effects of human activities, and more so when we talk about businesses. This is something that is really worrying, but we know that other nations and even businesses are waking up to the reality that action is needed. Now, climate change is a defining issue of our time and impacting not just the environment, but also the very fabric of our global economy and society. It is imperative that businesses understand and navigate these changes, not just for profit, but also stewards of our shared future. So business to business, um, home settings, environmental, farming, and forestry. All these areas we've seen recently that they've been impacted. While flood storms are most frequent, earthquakes resulted in the highest death toll, claiming about 750,000 lives. Furthermore, climate change is expected to intensify extreme weather events in the future. Earth science data systems indicated that wildfires are also on the increase globally, as was witnessed in the Hawaii previously, also in California. So natural disasters affect millions of people every year. And this is something that is very worrying. And according to the UNDRR reported that 7,250 disasters from 1998 to 2017 led to about 1.3 million deaths. And this is not something that we can take lightly. But let's look at the numbers actually. When you see the disaster type from 1998 to 2017, you will see that flood, storm, and earthquake and extreme temperatures, the top four, those are all things, apart from earthquake, that can easily and have direct relation to the global warming effects. And I will be looking at that as we move on. And this particular data is very important as we continue. So how about the reports that have been received from the IPCC? We know it that the greenhouse gas emissions have been increasing. By 2019, emissions from fossil fuels and industries demonstrated the most significant growth, emphasizing the human impact on increasing greenhouse gas emission levels. And as we know it, it's been very, very disastrous. The National Oceanic and also Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, also showed that establishing a direct correlation between specific set tornadoes and climate change consequences remains difficult. But why do we have to mention tornadoes here? We know that the warming effects have actually impacted, say, for example, hurricanes in the United States. The formation time has actually reduced to 24 hours. Previously, it could even go up to 48 hours. Nonetheless, it is plausible, of course, to suggest that warmer winter temperatures, which are a result of climate change, can lead to conditions conducive to increased likelihood of tornadoes. So in 2022, natural disasters worldwide led to economic losses totaling to 313 billion. Specifically in the United States, Hurricane Ian, for example, resulted into insurance which is put into place. I've visited many companies, I've shared with them business continuity practices that help them to be able to continue and to prevent any events that may impact them. And also the pandemic, for example. Business continuity played a big role during the COVID-19 period. That was the most effective time. That's the time when I also carried out a research both in Arkansas, Texas, and also in Louisiana regarding the COVID impact to the small businesses. More particularly, we wanted to understand how those who survived, how successful were they, and what were those attributes. So it's important to know all these things to be able to stem the climate change that is coming. So business continuity measures depicted in this particular chart, you can see 87% said yes, it works. Ensure the safety of accountability of the staff, that was about 80%, and help reduce the cost of disruptive business events, 77% of all those interviewed. And this, of course, research had 767 businesses. And that was the sort of data that was presented. And this, of course, aligns with the business continuity studies in cyber resilience and others. As you can see in this data, number 5 here, it shows clearly that risk managers ensures they say that it ensures fast recovery, about 86, helps reduce the cost of disruption, ensures safety and accountability, 76. Crisis emergency planners also. Those are nice figures. And of course, I know this particular, you know, PowerPoint to be available and you can take, I prepared quite a bit. It was a subject that needed a lot of information. So I decided to dive deeper so that we have something that can help. So we know that businesses are not just economic entities; they have a role in society. Consumers, they increasingly expect companies to act responsibly, take steps to combat climate change, and these shifts in consumer sentiment can influence brand loyalty, reputation, and overall market performance. And this is very important. This responsibility is key to the success of any business that is going to prepare to be able to go through the climate changes that are coming. And not even that, just a normal business continuity. So businesses have a role in society. Consumers increasingly expect companies to act responsibly. And this shift in consumer sentiment can influence brand loyalty and reputation. At the same time, it's a connected world. Technology has brought us together. You can see climate strike example there taking place. People can stand, people can say no. We don't want, because you're not supporting climate change efforts, we don't want your brand. So that happens. But of all the things, infrastructure is the key to success. So businesses need to be truly resilient in the face of climate change. They require a foundation that is both strong and adaptable. That is why things like roads, buildings, and integrated systems are very important, because they cannot act in a vacuum. They are all interconnected. And we saw this during the COVID session. So going forward, infrastructure is something that needs to be done. But then look at the energy transportation and digital networks. Energy shift towards renewable and efficient energy is what will help business be accepted by even consumers going forward. Because any business that is not focused on the environmental area is definitely not doing good. And we foresee a future like the left, um, picture or diagram there that shows us. Hopefully, we may reach there one day. That even buildings can grow trees, and how healthy that will be. And those vehicles we are seeing there, we are looking at all electric. So there's nothing that is actually going. So cancer and all these sort of things may even become a thing of the past as we continue to get medication and other things that are right for it, and we live healthy by making sure that our environments are clean and the digital connection networks. Those are things that are going on to make our lives better. Not only will it be good, but it will also be good because um, people will be able to live longer, to be able to meet the challenges of the climate change as they move with their businesses. And of course, we know that efficient and sustainable transportation networks ensure that goods, services, employees can move freely, and that is something. Now, let's talk about the pioneers of age. It's not that these things cannot happen. Some of us are already addressing this, and of course, we know it. Now, here I want to highlight about Elon Musk, who positions business for the future. And as you know, he's the CEO of Tesla, SpaceX, and he has various other ventures, and one of the most influential figures in the push towards sustainable future. You know that his vision, his contributions on electric cars, solar power, and battery storage, some of those aspects that already is positioning him to be able to meet the challenges of the climate change. So electric vehicles, for example, with Tesla, revolutionized the EV market, making electric cars both desirable, accessible. Tesla's success prompted many auto cars to expedite their own initiatives. And that is true. And that is what we mean by thinking out of the box. And that is exactly what he did. How about solar power? We look at through Solar City now, Tesla Energy must champion the residential solar power solutions, making it even more feasible for homeowners to generate and consume clean energy. And that's the sort of thinking mindset that we businesses need to have as we move into challenging and meeting the challenges of climate change. So we need to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. So solar panels can do that. We can decrease the reliance on fossil fuels, harnessing the solar energy, and then sustainable energy sources. Solar energy is renewable. That's the most important thing. It's renewable, and we need to make sure that that's the direction. All the companies, the businesses we support, we need to make sure that that's the direction they're following. The infrastructure in this context doesn't just mean physical buildings or roads, but an integrated system that can quickly respond to changes without compromising operational integrity. So cost savings, of course, although there is an initial investment for solar installations, over time, homeowners can achieve significant savings, and the business that supply them will survive even during those particular trends. So, green economy is very important. The growing solar industry creates jobs and spurs technological innovation. I know even in India, for example, the solar companies are many and they are very competitive. In fact, between our companies, that is Crisis Intel and Intel Trade Solutions, we are working with those who need the export markets, and we are actually putting them where they need to be from India. So that is one area that is very promising. Now, the battery storage is one area, how energy is harnessed. And I think Tesla's advancement in this storage system is also one something to showcase. And that's why I decided to bring it over. So many times he has been seen perhaps inspecting vehicles and, all his business, if we look at it, he is one who is a hands-on sort of person. So benefits of reducing business. So by designing equipments, handling future uncertainties is one of the things. Forward-thinking strategies can lead to reduce operational costs, insulate them from supply chain disruptions, and provide competitive advantage, even during climate change issues. So how can we do this in the first place? We need to make sure that we have a balanced approach. That is a sign of a balanced approach. We have to look at where we are, the earth, and the benefits of business and where we need to be. So a growing segment of consumer is prioritizing sustainability. And by being proactive about environmental responsibility, businesses can cater for this ecosystem demographics. For example, there are changes here in the United States, for example. If you look at the US consumer base, you'll see that there's a lot of shift. If you look at the main income average, you see 40K for the blacks, 50K for Latinos, 68K for whites, and 81K for Asian community. This tells you a lot in terms of how the demographics are shifting. So businesses need to put that in mind, even as they work towards a reasonable climate change protection. They need to know where the purchasing power is coming from in terms of building a better resilient company, because there's no way you will be able to have a very good business continuity program and you don't know where your marketing niche is to start with, where are your clients. So these are some of the points. And such actions elevate brand's reputation, for example, when you have companies that prioritize sustainability. And that's what we are looking for. Now, let's go to challenges that may be faced. We have regulatory environments. Countries and jurisdictions react to the mounting issues that need to be taken care of. And it is very, very important that frameworks are actually built rapidly and response. This can lead to the landscape of shifting goalposts, where businesses have to continually adjust their strategies. Now, it's important, even as we proceed, that to know that there are specific companies that are already transitioning. So transitioning sustainable infrastructure often requires significant initial investment. While the long-term benefits can be substantial, the upfront costs coupled with potential disruptions during the transition phase can pose challenges. But you know what? More companies are taking action. For example, Apple centered its fall iPhone and Apple Watch event around sustainability. The launch, which they just did, demonstrated that commercial and environmental benefits of such practices is possible. And you can see that is now the thinking, because companies that are looking to fight climate change need also to dig deeper into brand image change. They need to make sure that the designs, that the user appreciation, everything is actually changing and changing in light of the climate change aspect. So we know that lack of knowledge and resources is one of the hindrances that can actually cause people and companies not to be able
Dr. Ogotu,
Yes.
Dr. Ogotu, well, I'm sorry, the time is over. It's already even 45. So,
It's
the time
20.
is almost.
It's 20. No,
Uh,
mine is 24. It's only 24 minutes.
no, in my case, it's already 27 minutes.
Yeah, because other people delayed. That's why.
Dr. Bhattacharya, Dr. Pinaki,
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Dr. Pinaki, let's give Dr. Charles an extra 5 minutes to wrap up.
Okay, fine.
Thanks, Dr. Charles. Apologies
Thank you.
for that.
Thank you. So I'll speed it up and just try finish off. So the lack of resources is one thing that is there. The role of technology will be important as we move on. EV charging systems, rethinking of business models will be required. Green products and services, collaborations with partners, talent acquisition and retention. Because if you just employ people who do not have the same vision, minding about climate change, that's not going to happen. Companies will not be ready. But for the rest, regulatory considerations, there are enough notes in terms of what needs to be done, incentives on subsidies, and carrot and stick approach. All those are here. So I'll just put it in such a way that it was nice presenting, though the time wasn't adequate. but my PowerPoint will be available. I want to take this opportunity to thank everyone who attended today and for giving us the opportunity to present. Otherwise, with that, I think I will yield back my time and leave it for any question if there is.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Charles. Thank you for your cooperation. Any questions to Dr. Charles or go to, please? Any questions from the audience? Any
Dr.
questions?
Charles, Dr.
Yes.
Charles, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I really love this topic because I did some training last year on building a climate resilient SME, and I found yesterday's session we had one of our global speakers who spoke a little bit about sustainable products as a byproduct of climate resilience, and it was quite interesting on how by reducing and reusing products that we can actually sustain so much more. So it's just so interesting, at the things that we as people, as communities and society can actually do, to add value and also to combat a lot of the issues that we're having in terms of climate resilience. There's a lot of work that we ourselves can do. So it's very interesting, and thank you so much. And going forward, I will connect with you again because we will be having other symposiums. And so I will connect with you again. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Oguru. Thank you. Well, we had a good session wherein we had few speakers, and Dr. Charles Boston from Africa spoke about how entrepreneurship is difficult, why skill set and mindset are so important to an entrepreneur, and how institutional mindset is needed to change and approach the government for assistance. Dr. Rao spoke about fashion industry and the entrepreneurial opportunities and how the alumni of NIFT have become, entrepreneurs and have sustained one for sustainable development. And he also said that the developing countries are emerging in different places, which has given birth to entrepreneurial opportunities in the fashion technology. Dr. Ogotu spoke about building a climate resilient business, where he said that the three important things are necessary. One is economic prudence, which leads to brand elevation, social issues, infrastructure and foundation, and finally, energy, transportation, and digital network. Because today, in this world of digital technology, we need these three. In fact, energy, transportation, and digital network is very important. By transportation meant communications, which is very, very important. So I feel, I had a lot of things to learn from this, because I feel one thing that, entrepreneurship is something which is not to be taught, it is to come from within. And if people can intermingle the skills, the mindset, and the plans properly, see more number of entrepreneurs in the country and in the world in the days to come. Thank you all. Thanks to the organizers, to MIT, and to Dr. Shermaine, who is a great friend of mine, because we had a very good sessions before also. And I'm really happy that I could handle the session in time. Over to you, the ED cell of MIT, Dr. Ms. Saili, and Dr. Chachamin, please. Am I over? Am I through?
Yes, Dr. Pinaki. So I would be moving ahead with introduction of Dr. G. Ganamotse.
Dr. Saili, Prof. Saili, 1 second.
Yes.
Just go back to the previous slide. Please go back to the previous slide. Okay. So we are on to the next plenary session, and the next session is session 5. And for the session, our session chair is Professor Saili Sandeep Bidwai. She is the head of Entrepreneurship Development Cell at MIT Academy of Engineering, Alandi, Pune, India. She's an intellectual property consultant. She has got 17 years of academic experience in electronics and engineering and 4 years of IPR. She's pursuing a PhD from the Visvesvaraya Technological University in Belgaum. Her research area is hybrid architecture for network on chip. She has been awarded as a distinguished assistant professor by the Computer Society of India. Absolutely awesome. She has the Indian Achievers Award for Excellence in Education for 2021 and 2022. And she also has been awarded by Indian Achievers Forum for contribution to nation building 31st January 2022. So amazing accolades, Prof. Saili. So over to you and your session.
Thank you so much, Charmin. I was almost about to skip my introduction because it was already over yesterday, but it was right also. At this forum, there may be different people listening to it. And thank you so much for this nice gesture. I take this privilege to start plenary session 5, and I welcome our first speaker of this plenary session 5, Dr. G. Ganamotse. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. If I'm wrong, please excuse me. Dr. Ganamotse is a lecturer of entrepreneurship at the University of Botswana in the Department of Management, Faculty of Business. She holds a PhD in entrepreneurship, focusing on business incubation from the University of Essex. She takes a practical approach to teaching entrepreneurship to graduate students who not only know about entrepreneurship, but who could also practice it. Her recent work is focused on influencing entrepreneurship and climate change adaptation strategies. As a result, she has facilitated a workshop on eco-inclusive entrepreneurs to help companies develop strategies for climate change adaptation. Her research interest areas are business incubation environments and new venture performance, entrepreneurship education, migrant entrepreneurship, entrepreneurial intentions, youth entrepreneurship, corporate entrepreneurship, social entrepreneurship, business clustering. Oh my God, the list is huge. I'm really impressed with the work and the diverse fields associated closely with entrepreneurship you're working with. I welcome you once again and I hand over the session to you.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Please go ahead.
Let me share. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for pronouncing my name correctly.
You can put it
on the program.
on slideshow mode.
Okay, yeah, it's on slideshow. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Charmaine, for asking me to touch on this topic, which is very close to my heart. Just by way of introduction, I know that I've been introduced, but besides teaching entrepreneurship, I'm also trying to do some research work on entrepreneurship in the University of Botswana. So recently, or last year, we just got an award for a project to look at the creating a platform for open innovation, which is something that I'm going to try and expand on in this presentation. So maybe by way of introduction again, just to highlight to the colleagues, provide a few facts about Botswana. We are a big country in terms of land coverage, but our population is really very, very small. Our last population census in 2021 showed that we are only 2.3 million, and about 60.3% of the population is youth. And as you know, in universities, we also deal with youth. So my interest is also on the youth. That's why I'm also talking about the statistics on youth unemployment rates, which for us, they are really high at 25.6%. The extended unemployment statistics, which is showing those who are actively seeking employment, as well as those who are capable of getting employment, but they are not seeking, stands at 31.4%. Now, we grew, we come from very humble beginnings. Before our independence in 1966, our country only had a per capita GDP per capita of around $70 US. But now we are now at 2021. Our GDP was stood at 15,000 US. So that is a great leap, which took us to being classified as a middle-income country in 1997. However, as a country, we have another problem, not only that of a high unemployment rate. We have stuck in the middle income trap for decades, since 1997. So this is a country in our vision. We see ourselves in 2036 becoming or attaining the high income status. So it is a challenge for us. One, to deal with youth unemployment, and secondly, to try and move from this middle income trap. So now the question is whether we can use as a country entrepreneurship as a solution to get ourselves out of this challenge that we have. So the map there shows you how Botswana is a landlocked country. So we are saying that entrepreneurship for us can or should be used as a tool that can take us out of this problem that we have. One, because entrepreneurship is seen as a tool that can be used to drive the country's economic development, and also that it can take countries out of the unemployment situations. Now, for us to be able to take, looking at the unemployment situation or how entrepreneurship can take us from unemployment situations, we look at it from two different areas. The first area or perspective is the Schumpeterian, perspective, where we believe that an increase in the rate of entrepreneurial activity in an economy could decrease the level of unemployment. So this is where we are saying entrepreneurship has got a negative relationship with unemployment. So the higher entrepreneurial activity we have, the lower the unemployment is going to be. And then also we can look at it from the refugee perspective, which says that high unemployment rates would encourage individuals towards entrepreneurship. So here now we are looking at where we have a positive relationship between entrepreneurship and unemployment. However, studies have shown that some of the studies have shown that maybe this last one of pushing, unemployment, pushing people to entrepreneurship may not yield better results, because this is what could result in necessity type of entrepreneurship, which would not necessarily contribute positively to economic development. But having said that, there is need to develop entrepreneurship, and this is why we see, because entrepreneurship on itself or entrepreneurial activities do not take place in a vacuum. So when we are promoting entrepreneurship, or we are seeking to promote entrepreneurship, we find that in a country or in a locality, there would be diverse actors and diverse factors that can come together to facilitate productive entrepreneurship. And by productive entrepreneurship, we mean those entrepreneurial activities that create aggregate value or that create value. So this is why I was saying earlier on that perhaps the refugee type of push towards entrepreneurship might not necessarily impact on the entrepreneurial positively on economic development. So for us to be able to support entrepreneurship, therefore, we need to have a rich entrepreneurial ecosystem. That is an ecosystem that would enable entrepreneurship and subsequent value creation. So if we have a rich entrepreneurial ecosystem that is an active entrepreneurial ecosystem, then we understand that we can enable value creation. So the same can be said about a weak entrepreneurial ecosystem. So if we have a weak entrepreneurial ecosystem, then it will be very difficult for us to be able to promote entrepreneurship. But then what do we mean by, an entrepreneurial ecosystem? So here, when we are talking about the entrepreneurial ecosystem, we are referring to combination of formal and informal stakeholders, institutions, laws, and regulations that impacts the entrepreneurial performance of a country. So because it involves a lot of players, we find that the entrepreneurial ecosystems therefore becomes complex because of the nature of them having to be, having to deal with a number of players and actors. And therefore, also we find that it is something that it can be or that is locally embedded. So,
excuse me, Doctor, sorry to disturb you, but
yes?
it seems your first slide is only visible to all of us. Are you changing your slides?
Yes, I am. Sorry. Sorry, let me try and see what the problem is.
Yes, now it is visible.
Now it is visible.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, please do tell me when you don't see it. Okay, can I go ahead then?
Yes, please.
So before I was interrupted, I was trying to just explain what an entrepreneurial ecosystem is. That it is combines formal and informal stakeholders, institutions, laws, regulations that impact the entrepreneurial performance of a country. And therefore, because of the its nature that it involves a lot of actors and a lot of factors, we find that it becomes an entrepreneurial ecosystem is also complex, and it can be locally embedded in the sense that we can talk about the national entrepreneurial ecosystem, a regional entrepreneurial ecosystem. We could also be talking about an ecosystem within a city. So the entrepreneurial ecosystems has been also explained by GEM when it combined all these actors into what they termed an entrepreneurial framework conditions. Basically, also looking at those conditions and actors that needs to be in place to facilitate entrepreneurship development. And in 2015, GEM rated or analyzed the entrepreneurial ecosystem of Botswana. And we could see that in terms of the entrepreneurial finance, physical infrastructure, international market dynamics, internal market dynamics, and entrepreneurial education and post school stage, we performed very well. We had about 5. And then there are other areas where we have weaknesses in the government policies, not very, very weak, but in terms of the extent to which they could promote the entrepreneurial, we see that they still need for improvement. Government policies on taxes and bureaucracy. This is currently, because we are looking at the statistics of 2015, but currently the bureaucracy has been reduced. If you look at the report on the ease of doing business in Botswana, you'd find that the situation has improved since 2015. And then they also, government entrepreneurship programs have also improved. We now have a ministry that is responsible for entrepreneurship that was set up in April last year. So just to highlight that, we have these conditions that should ideally promote entrepreneurship. But when you look at the entrepreneurial ecosystem, sorry about that, we find that we have good environment as highlighted above for entrepreneurship development. And also the study, GEM study from 2012 to 2015 also indicates that we have a good environment for entrepreneurship, where the studies demonstrated that the fear of failure was reduced from 20.479 to 18%. And then the perceived capabilities in entrepreneurship had increased between the same years from 70.59 to 74. That. And also we have seen an increase in the number of new registered businesses in the same period. Up to between 2015 to 2020, as recorded by the World Bank. However, when looking at the entrepreneurial ecosystem itself, we find that Botswana is not doing very well. The General Entrepreneurship Index is ranking us at number 52 with a score of like 34.6%. And also the perceptions of entrepreneurial opportunities decreased from 66.7 to 57.89. And then the entrepreneurial intentions also decreased from 17.94 to 61.85. But you'll find that these statistics might have changed now, given that we have begun as a country to see unemployment souring even for the postgraduate, for graduates. So the other challenge that we have with our entrepreneurial ecosystem is that we are working in silos. Is that you find players or the different actors who supposedly could be working together to support the entrepreneurial ecosystems working in silos. So we have a disintegration of the entrepreneurial ecosystem. We did a study last year to just try and understand the antecedents for promoting successful youth entrepreneurship. Like I said earlier on, my interest is much more on youth entrepreneurship because as an education provider, we are mainly working with the youth. So in this study, we did interviews with successful entrepreneurs, and they told us, or we came up with this framework from what we gathered, that they should be enablers to the entrepreneurial within the entrepreneurial ecosystem. So the enablers are quality of educators and the use of appropriate technologies. And they are also saying that the entrepreneurial or the successful youth entrepreneurship is driven by two factors. That is three factors actually: the effective tertiary education that provides the right skills, knowledge, and attitudes for the students to act entrepreneurially. And then they are also saying that there is need for consolidated and independent entrepreneurial ecosystem that includes both financial support and financial support and non-financial support. And and also that for us to be able to generate or to graduate successful youth entrepreneurs, there is need to screen or select, that underscoring the importance of selection. I think some colleagues earlier on spoke about the need for selection of entrepreneurs. So they are saying that the importance of selecting the right entrepreneurs who have got the potential to grow and succeed would basically save the country from wasting resources on people who might not benefit from, succeed when they are provided with the resources. Now, the challenges that they had identified. They also lamented the disintegrated efforts of the players within the ecosystem. And then also that most of the entrepreneurs or young entrepreneurs tend to focus or depend mainly on government. This is where they are depending on government for resources. They are also depending on government as their customer. So they have highlighted this as challenges. Now, moving on to now demonstrate how participating or promote or support that we provide to students as tertiary education institutions, which are part of the entrepreneurship ecosystem in Botswana. I'll give you about 2 examples. The first example is about how we teach entrepreneurship within the university. Now, we teach entrepreneurship, like I was introduced to say that I'm taking an experiential learning approach to teaching with a view to provide skills, to address skills, knowledge, and attitudes. So here we are using experiential learning approaches. This is where we have our students going, not only learning about entrepreneurship, but we also take them through the processes of actually starting a new venture. So they will have like practice ventures that they are working on in teams at undergraduate level, and at the master's postgraduate levels would have the people, because these are adults who came to the course knowing what they want to do. Now we allow them to work on their individual ideas. And then since I came into the university, we have been using incubation without walls. This is to cater for lack of resources in terms of physical infrastructure, but then we do take the students through the incubation processes as they are, but without having them in a building. So that has proven to be a bit of a challenge, but then we have a bit of achievements that we will share with you later. And then the coaching and mentorship is embedded in the program. However, we don't have, or we haven't linked up with the mentors from outside the university. It is only in the next project that I'm going to give you as a second example, where we are now trying to find out how we can work with practitioners for mentorship. And then the methods of our assessment methods, we use the reflection at reflective practice, where our students would now write a reflective statements. They do journaling, and then at the end of the program, they do an evidence portfolio for the course that they would have done in their final year. And we do this for both the undergraduates and the postgraduates. Now, in terms of impact, in terms of those who have graduated, so far I have trained over 200 undergraduates and about 200 undergraduates with about 15 maybe projects from the whole enrollment, and about 5% of the students, undergraduates, on their individual students, not now as teams, because when they the program ends, most of them don't continue with their projects. But I've had about 5% of the graduates who have gone on to start the new businesses, and they are running them very successfully. Now, the challenges, like I said, when we look at how we are operating or running the program, we are focusing mainly on teaching and less on interactions with the ecosystem elements. So we still have that silo mentality that we are currently trying to break. But having said that, let me just share with you a few of the examples that we had from the undergraduate program. We have a young lady who is making what she calls the fro crowns. Basically, this is hairstyling using the natural hair. And she has been doing this when she was a student, and she has continued now to build it as a successful business outside the country. I mean, outside the university. We have also the one student who is doing the deep dive. This is where he brings people together to talk about entrepreneurship. So he'll be bringing different speakers, and people pay to go for these events, and you'd be amazed at the amount of audience that he gets and the type of speakers that he gets together to deliver on this. And then the two underneath at the bottom there, they started by one student or graduate. He started with the farming one, and then later he went on to developing the biltong, that is the dried meat. And then he continues. This one really has the potential of becoming a serial entrepreneur, because now this label, as you see it here, the logo and everything, he's also producing products. I mean, the apparel that has got that logo, and he's selling it into the market. So now coming to the second example. The second example comes from, like I said earlier on, that we got funding from GIZ to start what we call an open innovation project, whereby we are basically creating a platform to facilitate for the for the innovators and the companies to meet, so that the innovators can then start, or companies, or develop products and services that are addressing the real problems of real problems of companies. So in a way, what we are trying to do here is try to develop the entrepreneurial ecosystem by engaging all the stakeholders that are required. So we are highly selective in our identification of the ideas. So far, because the project started, we got the funding in December, and we have now selected about 15 companies that have enrolled in the project that we are working with. For this, we have actively engaging the stakeholders in the ecosystem, that is the government, for the legal issues and regulations, the financial institutions that could potentially provide funding, the mentors to leverage on, and all the other important partners, so that we can be able to leverage on the partner resources for building this. Now, we provide incubation facilities, mentorship, and capacity building, up to assistance for prototype development. There is a center for innovation that has been started by the Faculty of Engineering within the university, and we have partnered with the Faculty of Business, the Faculty of Engineering, and the Business Clinic, plus the center, to provide this service. So in a way, we are not only seeking to develop the ecosystem externally, we are also looking at how we can develop the internal ecosystem, so to support the development of entrepreneurship within the university. So that is all about I had to share with you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
Take patience. Yeah.
Thank you so much. We'll wait for a couple of questions if there are any. I must say that you have been investing a huge amount of efforts, and the efforts are evident through your presentation as per the amount of research you have done. It's really appreciable.
Sally, can I just ask Prof for a question quickly?
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am, please. Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Dr. Kanamoto. So I listened very attentively because on the African continent we are all very passionate about entrepreneurship. So what I want to actually maybe more comments than actually ask is that we know that the hair industry on the African continent is a multi-billion, almost hitting the trillion mark. It's like the biggest industry. So you have got students and you've got small entrepreneurs that are doing this type of business. So how can you expand on this further? Because I mean, there's just this huge gap in the market. I mean, it's there's so much scope for it.
Okay. I think what we have seen is people going into aesthetic hair. Where people stretch their hair, they use human hair and all those things. And now this particular entrepreneur is trying to promote, because we have a lot of side effects from these chemicals. If you can look at my hair, I have a small bald. I don't know whether it's because of old age or because of stretching. But I don't see myself taking my grandchild for the stretching of hair. And this is what this young girl is doing. And people are now moving towards the natural hair. And she's basically doing the braiding. And also they are coming up with some formulations of natural hair safe products.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. I'm going to connect with you, and I might be making my next trip to Botswana because we've got two universities are busy with entrepreneurship cells. So we will keep in touch. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Charmaine.
Any more questions, please? By the time the audience keep posting them as questions, I would like to share one thing. When I had given an opportunity yesterday to share the developments at my place, we had the similar roadmap, the way you have been showing, the similar challenges also we are facing. We spoke about sustainability because in universities or the institutes, we can, inspire students to opt for entrepreneurship as a career option, but later they find it difficult to become a sustainable business. So this was a common challenge which we have been observing throughout the couple of speeches also since yesterday as we are listening. So we are almost on the same page, though from different countries. There is one question. Uh, Tips for building a great team.
Wow, that is very difficult because when I'm building or when I bring together the students, it's self-selective. I do not participate in the putting together of the team. But what I do, once they have come together, I do some interventions just to make sure that the team is able to work together. We have also interventions in terms of serious counseling, where you have to make sure that they are able to work together, they are able to solve their problems. Those that are slacking, they are also applying themselves. We also have a student welfare where now that is where they do serious counseling. So you imagine most of us as parents, we did a very bad parenting where we have been telling our kids that you cannot amount to anything. And then when we meet with them in this course, we expect them to create something out of nothing. And they, you find they are bringing a lot of baggages into the program. So for those that I find need a bit more counseling, I would refer them for to the student welfare. That is those that I'm not able to reach out to. But as you can see from what I reported earlier on, once the course ends, they go their separate ways. It's only a few, I think about 2, that have continued to work outside the course. Yeah, maybe I can look. I don't know whether this is meant for me or everybody in the group in the conference. The one about the qualities when an entrepreneur becoming
These
a
questions are
great
for
leader.
you.
I will attempt to answer. I think it's the need to learn, continuous learning, most and reflecting. So if you can't be a leader who someone talked about, I don't know whether yesterday someone spoke about the type of leadership where you lead alongside the people that you are with. So I think for me those are the two, leading by example and also continuous learning. Yeah, how do we see India in terms of startups? Guys, we look up to India. I don't want to talk about our limitations in terms of the population, but you guys are doing great things. So we really, even as we teach, as we look for examples, we are looking for examples from the Indian, from India, because there are so many examples. Just earlier on, the guy who presented on the apparel industry, I gave a lot of examples on how we can see most of your products in the market, and ours, we are still struggling to even get one product out. So we are looking up to you. We can't hear you, Alandi.
I think you answered all the questions.
Yeah.
And I really feel proud when somebody like you, an eminent person, praises the work being done at India.
Thank you.
I think it's time to move ahead with the next speaker.
Thank you
Yes,
very much.
shall we go ahead? Thank you so much, Dr. Ganamotse.
Thank you.
You can stop sharing the slides as well. Thank you so much. I'm happy to share this slide of another speaker from Disciplinary Session 5, and I'm honored to introduce Dr. Subrata Chattopadhyay. Dr. Subrata is an MSc, MBA, PhD from IIT ISM Dhanbad. Adept and innovative, just to give me a moment. I'm really sorry about that. He not only teaches but also practices innovative teaching skills, and his students do admire him for the same. He has contributed more than 30 international journals and has published more than 23 papers in seminars and conferences. Besides this, he has authored 3 books on computation in estate management, transport management, and values and ethics for engineers and managers. He is on the editorial board of 5 international journals, and NEN Government of India recognized faculty on entrepreneurship and a mentor to startups. I welcome you, Dr. Subrata, on this forum. We are eager to listen to you.
Yeah, very good afternoon. Uh, am I audible? Am I visible?
Yes, you're visible and also audible. Now you can share your
That's great.
screen, Cynthia.
That's
You
great.
can share your
So
slides.
basically, yeah, I don't have any slides, right? So, the
That's all
next
right.
15, 20, 30 minutes, I'll speak impromptu, extempore, whatever you say, right? So at the outset, thanks to my beloved friend Charmaine for inviting me, and thank you MIT also for giving me a platform to speak on. Right. So the topic that I'll speak on is design thinking, and these days I'm speaking on this topic quite a lot. Right. So the basic facets of design thinking, that when you are creating any design as an entrepreneur, as a startup, it starts with the idea. So the first thing that you need to do is empathize. Okay. So first of all, you empathize, then you define, and then ideate and prototype, test, and then conclude. So these are the 5 pillars of design thinking as per Stanford University, right, which actually framed the design thinking. So what I'll do through my session is to explain that how startups should use design thinking. What are the aspirations of the customer? So you need to do a thorough market research, an in-depth market research, so as to interview the customers, do surveys, and record the observations. And you have to create user persona to represent your typical customers. So you need to understand who is your target group, because not every product or service is for every customer. Now, what most startups do, and maybe in the initial phase, or maybe at certain point of time later also, when they are trying to scale up, is that they are too passionate about their product or service, and they get so very involved, and they think that their product is bound for success. However, that is not the case. It is from the other person's end. As I said, empathy. So empathy is very important to the success of the startup. So you have to think from the customer's end. It's not the production concept which is there, but you need to think from the perspective of the customers. The next very important thing is that you need to clearly articulate the problem that you are solving. So what is the problem all about? The problem needs to be defined. So the next stage comes definition. So the problem needs to be defined. So you have to develop a problem statement which guides the efforts. Once you define the problem statement, and the problem is very clear, and when I say that you define the problem statement, it has to be very specific, clear, concrete, concise, and it has to be uh, providing some sort of a win-win solution for the customers as well as for you as an organization. The next stage, as I said, after you define, then what you should do is that you should ideate. So now that you have defined your problem, now you look for people who can solve the problem. So you have to create your own team. And who will be the people of your team? The people of your team would be of complementary capabilities. Say, for example, someone who is good in marketing can be the chief marketing officer. Someone who is good in finance, maybe the CFO. Someone who is good in operations, maybe CEO, CEO, and someone who is good in IT, maybe the IT head, and so on. So complementary capabilities should be there. Now you need to understand, when I say complementary capabilities, you need to understand that whether that person or the people do have relevant expertise and experience for solving the problem. So you need to form your own team and then decide that what can be the possible solution, which can be feasible as well as viable. The next stage that you do is that you need to ideate. So you need to ideate amongst the members of your team. You need to brainstorm creative solutions without any judgment. Now, this is very important. This word judgment is very important, right? Many a times what we do as startups, or what I have seen in startups, is that they give their own judgment, which should not be the case. The judgment should come from the customer perspective. So it should not be your own judgment which should guide the solution. So you should brainstorm creative solutions, and the next important thing is you should encourage collaboration among your team members and explore the various ideas. So once you have done this, the next stage is that you have already created some sort of an ideation, and from that idea you develop a prototype. So you develop a prototype. Now this prototype that you develop should be a low cost, low fidelity prototype of your solutions, and you test the prototypes. Now, whom do you test the prototypes? You test these prototypes with the intended customers of yours. So you need to, as I said, empathize, define, ideate, and then go on to develop a prototype, and then iterate, and then finally you create a solution of the product. So in a nutshell, this is about design thinking for startups. And if the startups do use this process of design thinking meticulously, they will be able to create sustainable solutions for the entire ecosystem, wherein there will be a beneficial outcome for the customers, for the intended customers, for the society at the large, and also for the startups, for their solutions. So that is what I had to say. I promise that I'll be finishing within 15-20 minutes. I hope I have kept my time. Things were going beyond time. Thank you so much for the opportunity. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to take. No, there are no questions. Chairman, if there are any questions in the chat box, if you can.
No, let us wait. Usually people keep posting, and then we'll be able to know a bit later.
So maybe I'll start. I've always wanted
There is a question
the
already.
symposium to I wanted the symposium to be very interactive, because we've got academics, industry experts, and we always want to improve on our knowledge and skills. So, Dr. Subrata, we keep talking about the high tech world and the startups and all these multi-million dollar startups. So, what I want to ask you is, how can design thinking be applied to the really small entrepreneur, that little street vendor, that little ice cream vendor, that little shop around the corner? How do you apply design thinking to that person who's been running a business for 20 years, who's got no entrepreneurship background or education, but has just started the business? How do you apply that design thinking to that for that business to be sustainable for the next 20 years?
Very good question. In fact, I always try to do this with my students. Right? I hope I'm audible. Right? Okay. So what I do when I take up classes of marketing research with them, I ask them that you find a few small businesses in your locality, in your area. Now you will see that even these people, without any knowledge of management, they do their own market research, and they actually find out that what can be the prospective business which can be giving them good returns, and then only they can actually start up. So in fact, today morning I was reading about Chaigram. There is a startup called Chaigram. The TABP Snacks and Beverages. Arun Mukherjee is the founder. So they were actually conceptualizing that can product which is ghee. There are different varieties of tea. Then ghee is another product. Now they were conceptualizing that people go to different tourist places and maybe they need ghee. Now they may not be having 500 grams or 1 kilo ghee with they may not carry with them. So what can be the solution? The solution can be sachet marketing. So 10 rupees sachet you buy. So if you can have, say, Bajaj almond oil or any other oil in sachets, right? Why not ghee in sachets? So you see, this is a new concept. Now this has not been tested. So first of all, what he has done is that he has formed a startup group with 700 plus entrepreneurs, and he is brushing up this idea with them. Okay, he's brushing up this idea with them, and taking people's feedback. Now what he's going to do is that he's going to do market research. So every small business has, no matter whether they have management skills or not, they do their own research and they find out that what can be their customers. In fact, today morning I was asking a small hardware store. Okay, I was asking that there are two cake shops which have opened just side by side, so they will be eating up each other's customers. Now the thing is, it means that mode of business is there for both of them. So first of all, you need to gather trust, faith, and confidence on the customers. That is empathy. No matter how big a business or how small a business you are in. The next is, you need to ideate and formulate that what can be the best products for the customers in a particular area or region. You cannot have standardized products, even as a small business or a big business across the world. So you need to customize your products depending on the needs and desires and aspirations of the customers. And that can be only done through research. So you need to ideate and then brainstorm with your team that what can be the possible solution and develop a prototype for that. So what I'm doing is I'm going through the stages of design thinking, even for small businesses. So everything that we do, right, even in our personal life, we should go in the same way, right? So it applies for small businesses. It applies for us also. Design thinking is is vast, in its nature, and every businesses, with no matter how small they are or how big they are, they should adapt to design thinking. And I think the management students should help these startups to run their business, to scale up their business, to scale out their business. And many a times I find that different management students, they say that one of the hurdles for starting business is money. Now, when you are actually giving your management insights as a management student and finding out solutions to the problems, and bringing those problems to the classroom, maybe with your mentor you are discussing, and maybe you are discussing with your friends and coming out with solutions, you don't need any money. But then those solutions, if they can create more of a business, then it is a win-win for not only for you, but also for that small business and for the customers. And if you can do that in a sustained fashion, maybe you can be on board of that small business. So why not think in that way? So it's not about money, it's about passion.
Dr. Subrata, so before we go to the questions in the chat box, I want to talk about that because you actually spoke about, encouraging and educating the management students and getting the management students to assist the startups and these street vendors. And that is actually so important because during yesterday's session, somebody did talk about one of the students posed a question about the entrepreneurs, the startups. They've got all this stuff, but they lack the knowledge and skills. They lack the management skills. So we know that lots of colleges of like engineering and fashion and healthcare, they don't necessarily focus on management studies. So I think going forward, maybe that's something that the education ecosystem of entrepreneurship can actually address for the future, because much as you have got your design thinking, your everything in place for an entrepreneur, the problem comes when you actually need to manage that business. You need the skills to actually work with your team, the HR, the everything that you actually put together. And I think that's something going forward is what we must actually focus on. Because it's come up
actually.
Yeah, it's come up in the symposium that there is actually a need for management skills for entrepreneurs. And I think us like-minded academics and industry experts can get together and actually do something like that. Awesome. Thank you. I think there's some questions in the chat box for you.
Thank you. Yeah. So there is a question: what is the future of India in terms of startups? So basically, the startup ecosystem in India is very bright. We have had a number of startups. In fact, these days what I see is that there is a lot of enthusiasm of starting up, but then since the systematic process of design thinking is not followed, perhaps many of the startups fail. And many a times we take things for granted. It is my business idea, so it is my product, so it is bound to be a success. But then you don't understand that your business is for the intended target group. You don't do your research, and you think that everything will be for granted. And that is the reason why many of the startups fail. But then, the definition of startups is again, something which is not very clear yet. Because if you talk in the Indian perspective, right, I think Flipkart is still a startup. Then, Ola is a startup. Okay. Paytm is a startup. But then, these are companies which are already past 10 years, and they are doing, considerable business. Now, having said that, these are companies which also go into different series of fundings, but then if they are not utilizing the fundings that is there for viable purpose, then possibly that cannot be uh, achieved. Again, I would say that the government of India has taken different initiatives like Startup India, Stand Up India, and different initiatives. And the Prime Minister, there are different PM Yojnas for the same, which actually is catalyzing the startup ecosystem in India. So things are very good, but then you have to know that how to start up and how to take things forward so that you can scale up and scale up. The next question is why startups fail in early stage and solution for that. I think I've already said that many a times the startups do not actually do the necessary homework and due diligence. People think that it is your own organization, so you can take your things for granted, and you will have customers, and the customers will anyway buy your product. It doesn't happen that way. You need to understand what are the customer pains, and you need to formulate solutions. In fact, yesterday one of our alumni, he has a startup which is Drivers for Me, which is basically connecting the drivers to the car owners, right? And he was actually telling about the different questions which come up from customers. So maybe the car owner say that there is a scratch on the car has been damaged, or the driver had cigarettes or any other thing which they didn't like. So you need to understand that what is the customer feedback and what can be the possible solutions. You need to take steps. You need to be agile at every point. So that's very important. Okay. Then what measures should a startup take during prototyping? Okay. So I have already said that prototyping is a part of the process. So you need to follow the steps and stages of design thinking. Then only you can go for the prototyping. So prototyping comes at a very later stage after you have passed the stages of empathy, then define, ideate, and then you can prototype. And then once it is not a one-off process, it is also an iterative process. So these are the questions I hope I have been able to answer in my own way.
Yes, of course, you answered all the questions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Subrata. It was insightful listening to your experiences and the depth you have in design thinking, which will obviously, I mean, it is of course going to help the people who are associated with you. And I hope the people who are listening to this session will get connected to you. If possible, you can post your email ID in the chat box so that others can refer to it.
I'll do that. Yeah, I'll do that.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I've already done. I would like to thank you and also my friend Charmaine. She is a multitasker. She manages so many things at the same time, and she has so much of enthusiasm. If I had even 1% of that, thank you so much.
Absolutely true. I agree 100%. All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Subrata. We have our next speaker on board. I take this opportunity to introduce our next eminent speaker, Ms. Insha Feroz. Yes, you are there. I take this opportunity to welcome Miss Insha Firoz, who is the founder and CEO of a firm, EverUp. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. She is a fellow chartered accountant, behavioral trainer, soft skill trainer, speech crafter, happiness coach, professional skill trainer at ICAI, HR consultant, ex ICRA analyst. Oh my God. We have such wonderful speakers with huge canvas of skill set. Miss Incha is also certified with GameStormer 120R International, Dassault TOEFL in class certification program, 60 hour certificate in business English teacher training, 150 hours of Dassault Foundation certificate, executive certificate program in HRM. And in addition to that, she has worked on many pilot projects, and the same got approved and turned into revenue generation options for the company. She is involved in continuous training of larger teams to synchronize the pilot versions into regular projects. I welcome you on behalf of the organizing team, Insha. Now the forum is open for you to go ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you, Dr. Shameen, for giving me this opportunity. So just give me a moment. I'll just share my screen and then we'll give a start. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, they are visible.
Great. Just a moment. All right. So although a little bit of everything has been covered by the other speakers, I'll try and bring everything together as much as possible. I'm not from typical education industry. 17 years I've spent already in corporates. So yes, last 2 years I've been all rolling up into entrepreneurship, my own startups, so basically my own consultancy, not so big yet. It's by the name of Insha Academy, and EverUp is the trademark brand under which we run the soft skills training typically. The first thing that we teach a child to write, do we directly take them to write ABCD? We don't. Do we teach them how to draw shapes? We don't. Do we teach them how to make patterns instantly? We don't. We just allow them to scribble, right? I'm sure we know it, the why, but any quick responses? Any thoughts, anything that anyone would like to share? Why we allow the kids to scribble? Anyone? Okay. In case we don't have any answers or you're not in a mood to share, then it's basically that we want people, or rather we want the kids, these young ones, to experiment. They should learn how to hold the pencil. They should know the power or the enjoyment that they get with scribbling. So lovely crayons, the colors, they feel excited, and then we bring them to actually the challenge of writing. So it is important that as a kid, they know that why they're scribbling. They also learn that what happens, what you see on a paper is actually what you're thinking or what you're wanting to say. So actually for the kids, as Dr. Subrata was talking about, they are doing their own design thinking and actually learning up that. So when we then step up into education, we go again class by class, level by level. When we get into working, into jobs, we first go through the training days, then comes performance, then comes contribution, and then we start basically promotions, and then the cycle goes on. So now everything has their own pace. But when we come up to entrepreneurship, suddenly what happens that we are very framed, we are very energetic, enthusiastic, but suddenly we find that we start expecting the results to come so fast off. Now, when for everything we are waiting, we allow the pace to come, we allow the time to come, then for entrepreneurship also, we need to understand that everything cannot be done in one day. And you need to have patience for that good days or the good time to come up for you. Initially, when we start in entrepreneurship, we are the founder, we are the CEO, designer, IT developer, content creator, product designer, financial manager, trainer, everything that you can think of, all the roles. You're playing that alone. You need to get into the lifestyle of bearing all these changes, performing all these roles, being your best at everything, and knowing how to switch roles quickly, being adaptable to it. So I've heard people normally say that entrepreneurship is basically a roller coaster ride. So yes, it is. It has its own up and down. But most importantly, why do people go to roller coaster? Because in spite of those ups and downs, they enjoy it, right? So if you want to be an entrepreneur, you have to know that in spite of all these ups and downs, you should know how to enjoy that journey. And if you can enjoy that ride, then this ride is typically for you. So let's go a little to understand what are these ups and downs and the challenges that keep coming our way. So challenge one that come up to us is basically people will subdue your thoughts. It will happen. And your thoughts, your actions to make challenges even look more impossible to you. Some do it because they come up from that background or from that perspective that they want to stay in their comfort zone, maybe coming from the job industry, or maybe having things coming up easily their way and they are not into that entrepreneurship. So they find it comfortable, they want to live in that comfort. And so they guide you the same way. Some do it thinking that if I can't do, why let others try too? Yes, we have people like that too. Some also think because they may have started and they failed, so they don't want you to go through that same phase. And so they stop you, they want you to get back, or they start showing you all the difficulties that are going to come your way. But the main thing is that you should know that if you are taking a step, if you are taking a risk, what do you expect out of it? Are you being able to visualize your thought? Everything that should come a little bit clearer in your mind. You should be able to visualize. Not necessarily you have to share, but you should be aware of it. You should be able to plan it well. So if you're being able to see through that dark cloud, go for it. And why should we do that? Because everyone can tell us the risk, but only an entrepreneur can see the reward. And that reward is only in your mind, in your visualization. And only that makes you different from the crowd also, because you know how to get uncomfortable to achieve those results. So, challenge one, as I said, it is important that you listen to all, but you do what you think is worth it. Now, you'll come up again and you'll say, when I say listen to all, means there will be people who will make you feel demotivated, and you will feel so. So, it is important that you surround yourself with the right people who maybe have entrepreneurship mindset, even if they are not entrepreneurs. And but most important is, again, I would say that when I say this, now don't go and surround yourself with only those people, that only entrepreneurs would be there, coming from the same background, thinking like me, coming from the same education, or if I'm in training industry, they have to be into training industry. So it is important that you sit with different kinds of people, spend time with people who are nothing like you. Like if I am from the finance background, let me sit with someone who is with IT background. Or if I'm setting up an education industry, let me sit with one who is going maybe for a tech startup. What happens is when different ideas come together, you brainstorm well, you get better solutions. Because startups may be different, but the phase that we share will be the same. So the problem solution ideas would be different, but it will solve all the problems together. And this is called thinking from 360 degrees angle. You're getting critical about it. So you have to understand how to lead through. If you're going to the same people, same industry, same thinking process and everything, possibly where you are stuck, the other person is also stuck. How do that person help when that person does not know himself or herself how to come out of it? So this is an important part for us to understand, that how do we lead to come out of this issue. The next challenge that comes more often, what do you build? Before you set up everything together. What are you building for people? That is important. And as Dr. Subhato had said, that is one of the challenges also why startups usually fail. What you want to offer to people, where, when, who will be interested, who will be my target audience, what am I doing? And then am I only trying to sell what I have created, or am I solving a problem? All this has to be visualized. This is important for us to understand. Because if I come up, okay, I'm very good at something, I know that I can offer this very well, something really great to create, maybe a product, maybe a service, whatever it is. But if I just come up thinking that I'm going to, okay, buy this, I don't know whether this person needs or not. Let's say for me, I come up and I just say, I have these programs, you choose, you buy, I'm giving awesome programs. But if I can't tell my customer that you actually need this when I talk to them, and I think this is the one and why I want to you to buy this, I'm not solving the problem. I'm just offering, you can buy anything. I have these products to sell. So this is important. None of the clients come to us just because we are selling. They come up only if we are being able to solve their problem. And that should be the attitude of creating or going into entrepreneurship. The bigger the problem and the better the solution, the more easily you start getting your clients. So you should know who you want to pitch to and what is the problem you're going to solve. This is something which will also help you do what? It will help you build your USP, your unique selling proposition. Now, what happens a lot of times, we start afresh, we are very ambitious, we are very good at it, we come up with a trained mind, we come up with to experiment, but suddenly we get bogged down. We get bogged down by the competition we start seeing because we had not planned our mind for that competition. And then we don't realize that when we get into that rat race, we stop solving, we just start selling. We start copying our competitors, and that destroys the entire momentum. And we are destroying what we've created with so much of energy, so much of effort, possibly a lot of investment too. So instead, it is important. We should focus on every bit to actually be able to know what is it I'm going to solve and what will be my USP. What is it I'm bringing better than the competitor? And is it that there is something unique in my solution? Because that is actually going to take my startup or my entrepreneurship, my business forward. So a lot of proper research has to go in. Am I offering in the right place? Am I offering to the right people? Am I taking with me the right talent? Is my proposal strong to show it clearly that what is better in my proposal than the competitors so that people stay with me? And don't lock yourself up in a similar kind of like roadblock mindset. I mean, it's okay if you start talking with people and someone says, oh, I grow week by week, or someone says, I grew by 50% in the year one. So a lot of things will come up to you. A lot of information will be true. A lot of will be just, I would say, puffed up. So you need to understand that it is important not to lose momentum and it's your own pace. So everyone cannot be a Steve Jobs or a Bill Gates at their age. If people are standing up and being successful at 23 or 26, there are people who will be successful at 65 also. Like we had Colonel Holland who had set up the KFC brand. So it is important you to understand your own pace, your own time, your own system. That is one of the best things that you have to do. And for that, you need to be adaptable, you need to be agile, and you need to be a little quick thinker. One important thing is in entrepreneurship that don't keep on, okay, I need to just build up. No, my product has to be a little bit more better, again, a little more better. Oh, now this new thing has come up, again, little bit of more iterations, and you keep your product there. You keep your service there. What happens? This world is not static. It keeps on growing, much more than the speed that at which we are growing. So what happens is instead go low cost, go fast, take decisions, launch it, let people take demo, let them come up with the feedback. Go and iterate, come back. What happens? Customer feels you listen to them and you have improvised. You've customized. Possibly if there are some wrong decisions, easy, quickly reiterate, come back. But then that would be at a lesser cost and you will be more competitive in the market than keeping on waiting and then the time does not come down. So that is an important part to understand how to come up and how to stay there. Now, I was just checking on some of the data, and I just found that according to the latest data, up to 90% of startups usually fail in the first 5 years. And they say that 10% fail in the initial 1 year only. And then within 2 to 5 years, or rather, quite a bit more in the second year and the third year, and then slowly and steadily within 5 years. Now, what happens here? What exactly is happening that we need to understand? So a lot of times there are no comprehensive business plan we come up with, or a business model like we were talking. That research has to come in, a lot of solving problem has to come in. Maybe we've not identified that clearly, or even if identified, we just shifted from the paths that we were taking. So it's important you need to strategize and keep your strategies ready. Your plans can change, your implementation can change, but your strategies have to be very focused, and you need to understand how you're moving forward with your goal. Now, it could be that you come up with insufficient marketing. So you need to focus, you need to be a little consistent, you need to also, and a lot of times it is easily said than done, because I know that a lot of times you do one thing and then you realize, oh, this is not paying me up. So instead of going to those expensive channels or expensive modes, go in for some cheaper ones, some free ones, and first try and understand where your potential audience is looking at it more. And then probably go and start spending on that. A lot of times you can have cash flow crunches too. So in that case, what you do is do not start spending from day one. You need to understand what you need to spend on and what not. Can I start from home instead of taking a lavish space in doing that? Or instead of taking the entire staff, nowadays there is a new way ongoing where people start collaborating. So that doesn't actually call out for you to hire the talent and take them up. Initial time when you and they set up, you can do that. And you can actually come back, and then probably when your business grows, then you start hiring, then you start taking people. Also, a lot of times you will fail. So understand that failure is a part and parcel of startup, of anything, not even startup, I would say. It's part and parcel of everything. It's important for you to learn through that failure and come back and be resilient and bounce back with the double energy. That's important. So entrepreneurship is for those people who know that whatever happens, I am not to quit. And if possible, if you can try and have some other channels also, with which you can at least keep yourself funding. Probably if you were in a job, maybe you don't want to leave the job entirely and you want to run both a little together. Or if you have invested your money, then probably you'll have some investments running through so that you can at least meet your initial expenses coming forward. So these plans have to be made. And then if you fail, forget that. Forget means learn from it, but don't carry it with you. So that again, the next failure comes and you drop more and you drop more and you drop more. Because it's okay. Sometimes you fail thousands times and then you have your one way coming through, and that one way leads you far off. You never know where. So it is important for you to just wait, just be calm, just be patient about it. And that's all about the entrepreneurship that comes your way. It's important, I would say one more thing, that for doing this, have two forms of thinking in place. Do reflective thinking to learn from your failures, and to do critical thinking if you really want to move fast and forward. So that brings you all alternatives, that brings you ways to go forward, and a lot of other things that you can figure out for it. Now, network is net worth. You must have heard this on and off. And trust me, networking may not always get you business. Initially, at least, I would say it may not get you business. But you need to still keep on networking. You know why? Because a lot of times it gives us ways, it gives us ideas. It suddenly gives you, oh, why am I doing it this way? This person is doing that way and spoke about it. Why don't I go for marketing in that brand, and that's more cheaper? Or maybe, can I just collaborate with this person? I think this person is going the same way. So why don't we think about certain things? And then, or maybe I'm doing a different line and I'm into different words of training, and this person is into different. Why don't we collaborate? My clients can be now his or her, and I can use his or her clients again. What you do, you start enlarging your umbrella, you start growing. So networking is important everywhere. That is an important part to understand. People think that, oh God, how do I network? Where do I go? What do I do? People just don't understand. How do I? Because when we start, we are just not clear. Possibly we've not done this, we've not come from a business mindset or business background. So what do we do? I would say earlier it was much more difficult. You had to go door to door, meet people. But now it's so easy. You have social media. Like I would say, today we are here. So it's not that we've connected with each other face to face. It's all through social media, right? So that same way, we need to go through social media and we need to connect with people. So there are groups, there's a social platforms, and there is like startup lanes, coffee mug. There's so much to network today. Just go and look for it in internet and find your way of which will suit me better. One important thing about the startup is, or about the business that you set, is that people think I am not busy, and you tend to get guilty. That means I'm not going towards my path of success. It's not. If you are not busy, utilize that time, ample time for thinking. Just think. That design thinking comes in here. Do it yourself. Just ideate, draw whatever comes to your mind. Not this, not that. Look into internet. Just keep on designing. What will happen is you will start having, you never know that what new will come your way, what new ideas are going to flow through your mind, and probably you'll land up to that space. And here I would like to say that when design thinking comes, I would say fun brainstorming and speaking your ideas and joining the dots. That is one of the most important things that you need to do. So here I would not like to speak much. I would like you to quickly just go through one video. I'll just share it. And that shows that how you get creative to get innovative. Just a moment, I'll quickly share my video. I hope you can see and hear.
There is no audio, I suppose, Insha.
Okay, just a moment.
We have kept it at our backup.
Yeah, if you can play it for me.
Yes, we will play it.
All right, guys, we need some ideas. We got crushed last quarter. We have to change something.
How about a focus group?
Not now, Todd. We need real ideas.
We're spending too much
money.
We need to spend less
money.
Can we get a visual for that?
Okay, so right now we're spending this much money. What if we start spending this much money?
What if we spent less money and only one line through it?
You cut out a whole line.
Manufacturing line.
That's brilliant. No manufacturing.
No manufacturing.
We won't make any of the furniture. We'll let them make the furniture.
Yes. DIY.
Oh, people love DIY. Pinterest. Wait, hold on. No, because we have to give them tools.
One tool.
But we make it cheaper.
An Allen wrench.
One Allen wrench puts together all the furniture.
People will hate it, but we will love it.
And because they're going to assemble it, we can pack it smaller. Little boxes, big warehouse. All you need. Yes. Oh, wait. But when they show up to the warehouse, they won't know which box to get.
Showroom.
Yes, the whole place is just a showroom.
At my last job, we would...
Shut up, Todd.
Todd, please. This one Halloween, I went to a corn maze.
Corn maze?
Mm-hmm. So I was in the corn maze, and I was like, wow, if there was just a bedroom here, I'd really buy everything in the bedroom.
We make a corn maze.
We make a corn maze.
But instead of corn, it's products. Yes! We have a start and we have a finish. So they go through, and if they want to buy curtains, they first have to pass through...
The kitchen.
The kitchen.
But before the kitchen, the bedroom.
The bedroom.
And before the bedroom...
The throw pillows.
The throw pillows.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ah. Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Ah. Okay, all right, hold on. Women are going to love this because what do women like to do?
Shop.
Correct.
That seems a little sexist.
Shut up, Todd. How do we get the men in the store?
Let me think. Got it. 2 words. Meat. Balls.
Meatballs?
Meatballs.
Meatballs.
Balls.
Meatballs. Yes.
Meatballs.
Yes. Write it down. Meatballs. Todd, write this down. Meatballs.
Meatballs.
Yes.
Meatballs.
So while the men are annoyed that their wives are over here spending money, they're in our cafeteria doing what?
Spending money.
Okay, we can't just be meatballs though. All right, what else can we have?
We can hire that marketing team.
Todd, please. Hold on, let me call my 3-year-old and see what he thinks. Hey, buddy, what are your favorite foods? Cinnamon rolls, hot dogs, pizza. What's that? Soft serve ice cream. What did Grandma say? Mashed potatoes.
Mashed potatoes.
Mashed potatoes. That's it. That's all we need.
What about French fries?
Yeah! Woo! Really nice work, guys. Todd, excellent work. Hey, martini's on me. Let's go to Chili's.
I think we'll make happy hour. I really like Todd. I think he's got a lot of potential.
Thank you for sharing that. So you understood like how creative and how innovative it becomes when you start brainstorming. So many of ideas start flowing through, and this is what we need to, because a lot of times what happens, people make the meeting so boring, they get so serious that it is just like, what work we are bringing, we're just discussing that and we are moving out. It's important to get into that fun zone, that let's just speak our mind, let's just be talking. So I'll just give you a quick understanding of this. When I was, or rather when we were framing the logo and the brand name, that what we want to do, so I and my father were doing it together. Now he's from the old school, he's coming with his own thoughts, and I'm coming with my own thoughts. And now what to do? And he's like, no, it has to be systematic and it should look this way. And I'm like, no, I want something that it should look trendy, or rather it should come up with a little bit of that should reflect the name, that what I'm trying to do, but it should have a tagline. And then you were like, a lot of things we were writing on papers, we were drawing it, then we were throwing it, and there was gala laughter and everything that we were going through. And finally we came up with the two names that we wanted to do, one through his brand and through my name, and the other one that we had specifically for soft skill. So the idea is that when we talk about design thinking, every time just don't take it big. It's important that you make it fun and you just get creative to what your ideas are coming to, and you should know how to link and join the dots between your ideas. That's important. So last, just to close this off, you need to understand how do you fit yourself in that entrepreneurship journey. So let's imagine for a moment that your dream vacation is a hiking trip to Mount Everest. Now, just as hikers have different levels of experience and have different levels that they need to go through, as entrepreneurs, you will also come up in this journey and you'll have your own levels to go through. So in hiking, what happens through different stages, they stay, they fix their altitudes where they want to halt. In entrepreneurship journey also, you'll have multiple levels of self-discovery, of exploration, of experience, accomplishments, failures, a lot of things would come your way, and then there will be success. And when I talk about entrepreneurship venture, it could be anything. It could be your business, it could be organization, it could be your project, your anything that you can think of. There will be risk everywhere, but there will be opportunity also. It's important to look at every risk as an opportunity. That's the word that has to come. So be it like KFC, be it like Uber, be it like whatever you can think of, even Facebook, everyone started small. Everyone had similar journey. Everyone failed. Everyone went through that dilemma that we will be today. But it's important to stay and grow and keep on figuring out, keep on experimenting. There's only one thing that they did and that we don't do. And what is that? And that is taking the first step. So you may be a person who is ambitious and want to make a difference. You may be a person who has a solution to a problem. You may be an expertise in your field and you think you can give the best to the industry. If you come out, you need money, you need everything. But that only first step that you are silent, or you are scared, or you're fearful to take that. So take that first step and see the difference. That is all about entrepreneurship. I'm sure if you take that step, you will figure out, because now India is actually gone ahead, and a lot of internet data you can check through that we are actually growing in this aspect. So if you really think that you want to grow and you enter this industry, come forward and take it. Thank you.
It's really nice to hear from you. The way, especially the way in which you elaborated very small concepts in a beautiful way, it was really appreciating. Thank you so much, Insha. I open this forum for a couple of minutes for questions if there are any. So let us take one or two questions quickly as we are running out of time. And our next speaker is also there on board.
How to make our place, should I go ahead and answer the questions?
Yes, please. Yes.
How to make our place in crowded marketplace. See, that's why, if you remember, I started off saying that you have to build your USP. So it is important that first you do the research. You need to understand that which is your target audience and what is the problem that you are solving. And then what is the solution that competitors are offering and what unique thing that you can bring up so that at least your competitions will go back and you will come forward for that. If you have to explain where your competition is, you are ahead of your competition, you can do that. That's the only way that you can enter this crowded marketplace. So you need to come up with that expertise or that typical skill set which will offer that solution. So you have to figure out those, I would say, the creeps or the lags that is still existing in spite of all the solutions coming your way. If you can figure out that, that would actually help. So I would give you just quick one to understand that when I was into the industry and when I was working as an HR too, I had a lot of trainers coming in, and then I thought that what is the difference? So I saw that still there were lags because these people were not being able to make up that what is the difference that is created. They're just coming and doing the training. If I want to offer, maybe I want to offer with the training. If I can offer that, how will I help them implement and make that change? Probably what I'm doing is I'm squeezing that space and I'm creating my own USP. So that's one way. Hope that answers your question. Top three obstacles and how to overcome these obstacles. So we did speak about the top three obstacle is one that don't come forward and start selling immediately. Start finding the solutions and to solve the problem. So for that, first find out the problems. Second is this obstacle that come forward is that how do you hire talent? You don't have enough money. And that I gave you is that good way is to collaborate with people. And for that, you need to definitely network. And third important thing is that a lot of times you just feel scared entering into that space, and that's the lack of confidence. So understand that you need to believe through, and it's okay that some obstacles will come on, but you need to just quickly keep on solving it. There could be one more way if you can figure out there could be a good mentor that you can get through. Probably it will be easier for you to solve your obstacles first. Hope that helps. Any further questions? Or if you need any clarification, please write through.
You can post your questions if there are any, and we will move ahead with our next speaker. Thank you, Insha. Thank you so much. It was really wonderful hearing you.
Thank you.
Chaman, do you have any say?
It seems like I must always interject and say something. So I met Insha, and Insha even interviewed me on LinkedIn, and she's just so amazing. And what you've actually said is actually so important. About starting small. In entrepreneurship, I don't know why the mindset has been changing over the few years. We focus so much on big things and startups and technology, but we forget about starting small but have a big mindset. I mean, have a big vision for yourself. You don't have to build the next rocket. You don't have to be the next Elon Musk. It's good to aspire to be like him. You want to be great, but then also millions across the globe also just want to start up small and just maintain small businesses. And research has shown that actually the small businesses are the ones that have sustained over the time. If you go back to times, you will know that our ancestors and then before them had tiny businesses and they sustained over years. It's the businesses that have come and have gone out like a bang. So thank you so much for that very informative session. And you also spoke about being a happiness coach. And in line with being a happiness coach, we've also got someone who's going to be talking about our mental health. So absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much, Insha. We're still going to connect and collaborate after this symposium. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Moving ahead, we have yet another eminent speaker with us, Ms. Narisa Padyachi, who is going to talk about taking care of your mental health. I take this opportunity and I'm honored to introduce Ms. Narisa Padyachi as a senior clinical psychologist, facilitator, supervisor, life coach, bar practitioner, and single mother of teens. Her experience is varied and holistic. She's registered with the HPCSA, and trained in a wide variety of areas such as trauma focused counseling, CBT system work, narrative therapy, group therapy, and mindfulness. She voluntarily coordinates a monthly support group in Cape Town and serves as NASG Board of Directors. Given her enthusiasm for justice and ethics, this is often an area in which she offers CPD courses. I welcome on behalf of the organizing team Ms. Narisa. I open this forum for you. Please take it ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning, and I just want to get my slides on, which hopefully it's going to allow me to share. For some reason, it is not doing that. So let me do it the long way round. Do you? Okay, should be on its way. But while it's loading and working out a few details, hopefully things will
Yes,
go now.
your
Do
slides
you?
are on.
They're on. Okay. Not sure why it's not showing.
It's showing only the background
Yes.
and not the text yet.
Yes. Okay. Now that's fine. A great opportunity, and thank you so much, Charmaine, for inviting me. Charmaine is a very dear friend and one of the hardest working colleagues I know. For years, I have often wondered what possesses her to be doing this on weekends and why she's always so busy. And now that I've been in the thick of it yesterday and today, I fully get why she does this, where her passion stems from, and I just want to salute and encourage her for everything she does. Thank you so much. So I first thought, well, where am I going to fit in as a psychologist with all these business people? And when I looked at the lineup of speakers, I thought, wow, I'm so humbled to be included with such prominent speakers. But it has been amazing listening yesterday and this morning to how everything does come together. And I think if we look, especially in the context of the last few years and everything that we have been left with following COVID, it becomes very easy to understand that caring for our mental health is integral to our existence, just our everyday existence. We cannot escape it in any way. And of course, just coming out now of Mental Health Month, it's been rather fitting to put together this presentation for you. I do have a very interactive style, so you might find that from time to time I will ask you questions. Please don't be shy and please do answer. Okay. So I'm going to start by going into something a bit meditative, actually. And I want to ask you, if you'd like, even just close your eyes and listen to this poem that I feel really frames the starting point for this presentation. I will not die an unlived life. I will not live in fear of falling or catching fire. I choose to inhabit my days, to allow my living to open me, to make me less afraid, more accessible, to loosen my heart until it becomes a wing, a torch, a promise. I choose to risk my significance, to live so that that which came to me as seed goes to the next as blossom, and that which came to me as blossom goes on as fruit.
So thank you for that. You might find that you want to jot down one word or one line that jumped out at you from that. But I want to talk about fear, because many a time it is fear that holds us back. And I speak to myself and for myself in this as well. I have no problem being authentic with you. It's in fact the way I practice as a psychologist. So if we look very quickly as at the word fear, I think you're all very familiar, being esteemed academics and so highly experienced in your relevant fields. Obviously, you're aware of fear as either the noun or as the verb, and you've experienced it at one time or the other in your life. Something that I often challenge my students or even colleagues that I facilitate workshops, continuous professional development workshops for, is on re-navigating our understanding of fear. Could it be that fear stands for false evidence appearing real? The choice is really ours, whether we choose to forget everything and run or face everything and rise. And in no way am I suggesting that I am perfect on this score. But I want you just for yourself to think, okay, so when you're confronted with a situation that you feel a little bit anxious, when we start to feel those knots in our tummy and we start to feel, oh my God, what am I going to do about this? What am I going to do about that? What is your tendency towards? Make a little note somewhere for yourself. I'm going to be giving you some homework as well, by the way. So the bottom line is that no human life has ever existed without the experience of fear. Okay. It warns us, it protects us from danger. It's essential for our survival. So really, it's nothing to worry about. And contrary to popular belief, be it in Botswana and South Africa, we don't have lions roaming our streets, um, you know, ready to threaten us. They are in nature reserves. Have been to Botswana and it's beautiful, beautiful. But just think, if the very home or office that you're sitting in at the moment, a lion were to enter, how many of you would still be sitting calmly, smiling at your screen? Who would be standing on the desk? Because I would be probably up in the trap door of my ceiling to escape from a lion. Okay. But basically, fear is a normal emotion. That's what I want you to get away from, get to. So what I want to challenge us this morning is to become more self-aware. Okay. We've heard probably that there are two types of stress. There's obviously good stress called eustress, and there's bad stress. Okay. Good stress is beneficial. It's often motivational. It pushes us. Sometimes when you've got a timeline, some people work better closer to the deadline, others don't. They prefer to be well organized. But it's often like this burst of energy. And it's almost like, these adrenaline junkies and how they feel when they're about to do something extreme or exciting, like bungee jumping or something. But with bad stress, in the short term, it can have a negative experience. And we do experience this type of stress very often in day-to-day living. I know one of our stresses in South Africa, I looked at my phone last night after the rugby match, of course. And I thought, wow, so the World Cup is over and load shedding is back in South Africa. And I had a chuckle to myself about this. That has caused stress to people. Be it that, be it driving in traffic, be it work, be it family, we all have different stresses. Stress is known to cause not only mental strain, but also strain to physical health. And given that you are all working with people, working with students, we need to be aware of this and have some tips on how to help colleagues, each other, students, and most of all ourselves. Because medically proven we know already that stress can lead up to a whole host of physical ailments, and you can see the list there. So everybody gets stressed out from time to time, but the question is, how do we manage it? Developing coping strategies before stress becomes chronic or severe can help an individual manage new situations and maintain physical and mental health. So we want to think about acknowledging the signs, exercise. I'm very glad I'm not standing before you and I'm seated, so you can't see my lack of exercise. I'm speaking to myself as I say to you, exercise, reducing the intake of caffeine and substances. We commonly think, oh no, we need to finish this presentation, we need to finish this marking, as is often the case with me as a lecturer, and we consuming copious amounts of caffeine. But what does that actually do to our bodies? Okay, people who smoke, for instance, healthy nutrition, wholesome food. We're living in an age where, because everybody's working and busy, it's the drive through KFC and the drive through McDonald's and lots of drive throughs, everything. Versus the cooking healthy, wholesome, nutritious meals, time and priority management. And then, of course, what I'm always a proponent of is talking and counseling or therapy and breathing and relaxation. So, to take this further, when you start to take care of yourself, you start feeling better. You start looking better. You even start to attract better. It all starts with you. And we're going to move into self care now. So, self care is providing attention to one's own physical and psychological wellness. Any activity that we would do deliberately in order to take care of our mental, emotional, social, and physical health. What self care is not is something that we can force ourselves to do or doing something that we don't enjoy doing. And it's definitely not a selfish act. So I can't, for instance, book myself on a trip to Mauritius and say, well, I need this as self care. But meanwhile, I'm not paying my rent or school fees for my children or any of that because, oh no, I'm busy with self care. So that's the distinction between self care. Okay. And that's why I've made the next couple of slides more specific around self care. So when we look at self-care, there are different areas. There's mental self-care, where we're doing things to keep our minds sharp and mentally healthy. Here we would do activities to stimulate ourselves, take proactive steps to help us stay mentally healthy. I was reading an article, and I actually do this myself as a practice. Often, we often go the same routes, the same place, the same shopping malls, visit my mom, visit my friend, whatever. And what I do deliberately ever since reading that article is to plan different routes, try out different routes to keep my brain alive and active. It's known to be very beneficial. There's emotional self-care. So activities that help you acknowledge and express your feelings on a regular basis. Do you have healthy ways to process and cope with your emotions? Doing activities that help us recharge. So, for instance, on one Saturday a month, I meet face to face. NASG, in my introduction, stands for Narcissistic Abuse Support Group. But once a month on a Saturday morning, I run the support group for these women. And I make a deliberate attempt that after that group for that afternoon, I plan nothing else for myself. If I want to just chill and watch Netflix, if I want to just go for a walk, visit a friend, whatever I want to do, it's that. I'm deliberately not going to plan marking or anything stressful. So taking care of recharging myself. tending to our body's physical needs in order to run efficiently, basic things. Are we getting enough sleep? Is our diet fueling our body efficiently? Are we taking charge of our health? And of course, exercise. You'll note I put exercise at the bottom. Okay, but maybe if I meet with you again in the future, you'll see exercise higher up. Social self care. So, building relationships with others and maintaining connections. So, are we getting enough face to face or online time with friends? And COVID brought about this online capacity where we went into lockdowns, etc. And it brought about a marked increase, in fact, in depression and anxiety. And we had to learn new ways of connecting. The other thing that I found, and why I can understand that Charmaine thought this was an important topic to include, is that post COVID, the increase in people needing help for mental health well being, we've seen it in employee assistance programs as well. So the fact that I am being called more and more to do this kind of work speaks to the need and why we need to include it even in your training of your students. Okay. So what are you doing to nurture relationships? And here I've just given a list of some activities. You can see for yourself, maybe some of them you do already, like journaling, drawing, puzzles. Some people like Sudoku. Physically, maybe you do yoga, dancing, jogging, taking a dog for a walk. Emotionally, there's reflective journaling, positive affirmations can be very powerful, and meditation, of course. In terms of the spiritual, we've got meditation again, praying and yoga, but also other things like spending time in nature, just being in nature. It was very funny when a neighbor invited me to go for a walk in a forest the other week. And I'm in a seriously unfit state at the moment. And halfway up the first hill, I was like, okay, cheers. I'll catch you on the way back. I'll just wait here for you. And she was not going to let me go. She grabbed my hand and pulled me up, gave me a dog's lead, and said, come on, she's going to pull you up. She was not willing to let me quit. But what I want to share with you is how I felt after completing the walk, apart from exhausted, very sore the next day. But I did feel good. So doing these things are beneficial. Social self-care, I think we're generally pretty good at that. Um, Self-care can also be just asking for help. Sometimes we're not very good at asking for help, especially in certain communities. Asking for help can make us seem weaker, and we don't want to be vulnerable, especially in highly professional positions. We definitely don't want to be seen as weak and vulnerable. But asking for help is very often the first step to self care, putting ourselves first, setting boundaries, and saying no. That's a very difficult one. Forgiving ourselves. It's not something we're easy at, forgiving ourselves, and especially as parents sometimes. So, here's a quick exercise for you to do in terms of understanding your essence. I often like to do this with clients I coach and even in sessions with clients. I talk about energy gains and energy drains. Okay, because we often feel like we've got these million things to do. I'd like you to make 2 lists for yourself if you can do that quickly. You don't have to complete it now for the sake of time, but you can always get back to it when you have more time. Under the list of energy gains, just jot down a couple of the following: the people, places, the things, the thoughts, the perceptions, the beliefs, values, and life strategies that are life giving for you. Things you do, feel, think that add to your life and energy. On the other list, you'll write down all the same things, thoughts, people, places, beliefs, light strategies that drain you. You might have a particular family member that's very draining. You might have a colleague that's actually draining and more draining because you can't address the problem and you need to get some help on how to address the problem. It might be a personal relationship that's draining. Whatever the issues are, it's a very useful exercise to do because once you've identified, then you can move forward in obtaining the help that you need. So, just the last few slides to finish off, and this would speak to the homework that I told you about. For you to go away and think about your personal narrative. Who do you want to be celebrated as? If you think about your own strengths and talents, and maybe there are misunderstandings, what is it that you want people to know about you? If you had an opportunity to rewrite or redirect your narrative, what would it be? Often a very good exercise to do. We talk in terms of change of just the 20% stretch. Okay. So I've used myself as the example with you and not exercising enough. Okay. So just the 20%. I know as a fact that if I commit to, oh, I'm going to go walking for 1 hour every day, I'm dooming myself to fail. Okay. But the 20% stretch is okay. I'm going to try go walking just for 20 minutes, 3 times a week. Which do you think I'm going to be more successful at? Now, that's in exercise. It could be with meditation. I'm going to meditate for 10 minutes in the morning, whatever it's going to be. What is that 20% stretch that you can challenge yourself to do? So I urge you to think about 2 new daily practices that you would like to incorporate. Challenge your students to do so as well. Presence yourself here, now. It's about being at ease with myself. I'm involved in training registered counselors as part of the lecturing I do. And I often say to my students, if you can't be okay with yourself, you cannot go and help other people. It starts with you. So just to end off, self-discipline is self-caring, is something that Scott Peck said, a very famous author you might be aware of. And thinking about gratitude. That's what I'd like to leave you with because I've been filled with a sense of gratitude putting this together. Thank you so much, Charmaine, and your team. I love this gratitude is vitamin for the soul. I do a little exercise with my children as we're driving to school in the morning. Some mornings are better than others, if you know what I mean, about running on time, etc. But as we drive, I say to them, okay, each one, quickly give me 3 things you're grateful for. And of course, what I've noticed with them is they're boys, right? So it's always, I'm grateful there's PE, I'm grateful there's basketball, I'm grateful there's rugby. Um, and I try, and because they're boys and boys don't want to be mushy and fuzzy and all of that. And I'm grateful for my children and I'm grateful I have a job and just to get us into that practice. And I've noticed, I will confess here, that there are days that someone just in a bad mood, myself included, and you don't feel like doing this gratitude exercise. And there's been maybe a day or two that we don't do it because this one's really upset me and definitely don't feel grateful. Okay. But versus the days where we do those exercises, it works. So I encourage you, start your day with gratitude, end your day with gratitude for the smallest things, and hopefully it will make a difference to your mental health. Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Yes, we are open for questions. Thank you so much, Narisa.
There's a question in the chat.
In the chat, how to promote. Yes, this is it's a big question. And it starts, it's how do you eat an elephant? Yeah, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. So, how are you going to promote mental health culture with little baby steps? You can't just suddenly go in and say, okay, guys, today we're going to do a day of yoga and meditation and all of this. They're going to wonder, what is going on? Has my boss lost their mind, you know? But it could start with, for instance, at the start of a meeting. Okay, guys, before we move on to the agenda, let's just do a personal check in. Just a one sentence on where you're at. That's actually promoting a mental health culture. Starts with the awareness always.
Yeah, I just want to say something. I actually add to that. I seem to be adding on a lot to all all the speakers, but this is also passion to me. And the reason why I brought you on is because we think business, we think academics, and as academics we work 24/7. We're marking, we're doing all sorts of things. We are constantly overstressed, and besides that, we do all of this wonderful work also like on a weekend, and life can also be very stressful. However, even with mental health, taking care of our mental health, we must always remember in hindsight that no matter how challenging the circumstances, no matter what actually comes, very importantly, we must never take out our frustrations on other people. I have been privy to lots of bad emails and bad texts. Oh, you didn't do this right, you didn't do that right, the conference wasn't nice, and you get people who can be so judgmental and so negative. So the idea is actually also to stay very positive no matter what the circumstances are. And I've got this little mantra that I keep saying, and you asked earlier on, what keeps me going. I have adrenaline rush. I'm on 24/7, 365, bursting with energy. But my mantra in life is that if it's out of my reach, or out of my if I can't manage it, if it's out of my scope, I'm just going to do, like you said, little steps at a time. And also, the other mantra is like, whatever. And when I keep saying whatever, I find that I can cope with so many things in life. I just say, oh, well, I can't change your attitude. I can't change your behavior. I can't change your mindset. But I'm just going to say, whatever, and just keep moving forward. So thank you so much for that, because mental health is one of the biggest issues in business. Some businesses, when they shut down during COVID, people committed suicide. So we have a lot of homework to do when it comes to our mental health, because we all, every human being, we have so many things actually happening in our lives, and we need to take our lives in strides. If we can't cope with something, park it, do something about it, go part-time, work less hours, whatever it is for your own mental health. So thank you so much for that.
Yes. Can I just add, Charmaine, it came to mind as you were saying about this, the impact post-COVID. And I have seen more and more companies doing, in fact, mental health days, which I know sounds a little bit contradictory to what I said earlier, that you can't just take a day and do it. By that I meant it can't just be a once off. It should become something that's built in consistently to the culture of the business. But there is benefit in mental health days where you invite people and you give your uh, workers, your employees, little treats of, you have someone who's doing foot massages or back massages or various things, having basics checked, like basic health checks, BP, sugar, all of those things. It has been found to benefit people more so than just giving them an afternoon off. In some situations, I have seen it work, but some people tend to just work through that time. I've worked in an organization, an NGO, where Friday afternoons was for self care. But then some of the colleagues just wouldn't pitch. We'd arrange to have a braai, being in South Africa, and we love our braai. So we'd arrange to have a braai and play games, and then some would choose not to come. So you've got to work with what's going to work for your particular organization.
Thank you, both of you. Through the interaction, also, we keep learning. We have a next session ahead, so we are moving. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Narisa. It was a different domain altogether, but useful in every field as such. I want to summarize quickly what has happened in this plenary session 5, and then we'll go ahead to the next session with the introduction of next session chair. We had first speaker in this 5th plenary session as Dr. G. Ganamotse, who has elaborated student support ecosystem in their university in Botswana. The efforts they are taking to reduce the fear of failure and the efforts they themselves are taking are really commendable. It was another session followed by her session by Dr. Subrata Chattopadhyay, who spoke about design thinking for startups, and he traveled through the complete canvas of entrepreneurship, starting with empathy, problem definition, ideation, converting, encouraging collaborations, then developing prototypes. And once the prototype and product is ready, then testing it in a market. So while doing so, how design thinking can be applicable, he has elaborated very well. Then we had Insha Firoz. The way he explained the stuff was beautifully well. The examples that she shared were really awesome. She spoke about the entrepreneurial journey, her own journey, and through her experiences, the inputs, what she wanted to give. She highlighted in that the challenges and solutions in the journey of entrepreneurship in general. She focused upon the empathization of the customers, reflective and critical thinking, use of reflecting and critical thinking, importance of networking that has benefited even into her venture as well. It was really good to see some examples where messy thinking, how it creates problems in others' life. It was really interesting to see through that video also. Then very recently we heard from Narisa, who spoke completely onto mental, physical, and spiritual care which one has to take, irrespective of whether he is an entrepreneur, a coach, or doing any other stuff. Because in general, also as a human being, we need to keep our spirits up. And how we can do that, she explained really nicely. I thank all my speakers and I welcome the chair of the next 6th plenary session, Professor Patra.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Let me take this opportunity to introduce Professor Patra. Professor Joy Patra is the chairperson of the Center for Entrepreneurship and Incubation at Jaipuria Institute of Management, Noida, in India. He has got 20 plus years of experience in the corporate world, spanning all 7 continents. He has worked as a senior general manager of operations and vice president of operations in startups like Yepme.com and Jaipur.com. An entrepreneur at heart, having launched 2 of his startups, Professor Patra provides consultancy in leadership development, in in customer orientation business and frameworks, strategic implications of customer feedback through social media, and customer experience management. He is a member of global jury for assessing and hand-holding startup ideas aligned with Vadhwani Foundation and a speaker at various conferences in the entrepreneurship ecosystem. It's it feels proud to introduce the session chair who is going to host the next session, that is plenary session 6. Thank you so much everybody, and I hand over this session and the forum to Dr. Joy Patra. Thank you so much. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I truly appreciate those kind words. First of all, I must thank Charmaine and her team. They're doing a wonderful job. And not just these 2 days. I think the work has gone in for the last 60, 65 days. Correct me if I'm wrong, Charmaine. And I'm so glad that it has come to fruition in such a beautiful way. And not just speakers who are able to express and share their experiences, but I think more so for the youngsters, the startups who are eager to learn and try to make newer mistakes, like we say in entrepreneurship, and not repeat those ones. So without much ado, we will just jump into this one. This session is going to be very interesting. We have a few speakers, and I will start by introducing each of the speakers. May I request the tech team to kindly beam up the introduction slide so that others who are watching it in mute can at least read through that. Okay, we'll just give that a few minutes. I think we're just trying to put that up on the screen.
Team, we're waiting on slide of Dr. Riaz, team.
Yes, is it audible?
Just hold on, sir. Just hold on 1 second.
Yeah, there we are. Thank you very much for your patience, Dr. Riaz. Allow me to just introduce yourself. It is a long introduction, so and speaks volumes of the expertise and experience you bring to the forum. Friends, Professor Riaz Suleiman Lebbe is an independent researcher, management consultant, and corporate trainer for NGO management programs of the UN partner organizations. He is the founder and the executive director of the Center for Peace Studies, Sri Lanka, and the Universal Management Consultancy Service. CPS is the only Sri Lankan organization successfully working in 25 countries in the world with over 150 representatives. He is a former member of the Council of the Southeastern University of Sri Lanka from 2009 to 2011, appointed by the UGC Sri Lanka, currently in the Eastern University of Sri Lanka 2019 till 2023, and now appointed for 2023 to 2025. He's also visiting professor and academic consultant of the EDS Academy in Sweden and JAGIL in USA. He's completed his 38 world-renowned research in the fields of management and peace studies. And he's also won 3 world prestigious awards. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Riaz Suleiman Lebbe. Over to you, Dr. Lebbe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Patra. And the team organized this conference, the second Global Entrepreneurship Catalyst Symposium. I'm very happy to be part of this session. Dear Chair of the CGM, chairman of the today's session, Professor Patra, my fellow speakers of this session, head of the MIT Academy of Engineering, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. From yesterday onward, we are listening some very useful speeches in the area of entrepreneurship. I'm also here to speak the same area from Sri Lanka perspective. Very sad to mention here that Sri Lankan government declared that Sri Lanka is a bankrupted country last year. But the government is backing the world sitting over the treasure because this country has many natural resources such as limestone, graphite, mineral sands, gems, phosphate, and clay. Interesting, the former president of Sri Lanka, Mr. Gotabaya Rajapaksa, stated in his election campaign that everyone is talking about the number of jobs given, but none is talking about how many jobs created. Sri Lanka introduced the open economic policy in the year 1977 before many other countries in Asia to align the economy to world economic trends and to earn a higher economic growth while using innovations and new product development along with the development of new services. According to Dr. T.R. Pereira, the inward-looking economic policy practiced before 1977 promoted many indigenous businesses, since the government promoted local businesses by giving many incentives and subsidies to them. However, after 1977, due to open economic policy, indigenous businesses had to compete with foreign product, processes, technology, services, innovation, and businesses. Hence, doing businesses in this context was very complex as well as more dynamic than in the past. Therefore, um currently Sri Lanka is in such a situation of complexity and a dynamic environment in all what she does. In the year 1977, the private sector was made the engine of growth and was given the authority and proceedings to drive the country's economic growth. This was a transfer from public entrepreneurship to private entrepreneurship in Sri Lanka to develop the country. Therefore, the country must try to see new boulevards to develop the country through private entrepreneurship, not only because it is the engine of growth, but also to align the country's development process to world inclinations. When it comes to Sri Lanka, ease of doing business can be seen by taking some criteria into consideration as table 1, ease of doing business in Sri Lanka in 2010. It has compared 9 factors with Singapore as a developed country and Chad as an underdeveloped country. According to it, certain indicators are better in Sri Lanka for starting business, however, needs improvement to encourage entrepreneurs. The war against terrorism in Sri Lanka had an adverse impact on the economy of the country. Although doors were open for foreign investment in the country with the introduction of free economic policies in the late 1970s. The country was not able to yield foreign investment as expected due to uncertainties created in the political climate in Sri Lanka by political riots and the ethnocentric conflict that gathered momentum with the unfortunate events in July 1983, where 13 Sri Lankan army soldiers were killed by the terrorists in the north. This adverse environment became the main deterrent to foreign investment, which was expected to act as a catalyst to the economic growth process of the country. During the same period, major multinational electronic companies, Motorola, and Harris Corporation were due to establish plant in the export processing zone with an initial employment capacity of 1,850 workers. However, it did not materialize due to the above mentioned reason. This had a negative impact on the anticipated big leap forward and possible investment of other large multinational companies in Sri Lanka, results in a loss of entrepreneurial opportunities. Entrepreneurship is a key factor for economic development. Public, private, and non-governmental organizations take various measures to promote entrepreneurship in different countries. Universities and colleges throughout the world have implemented various postgraduate, undergraduate, and diploma courses on small business management and entrepreneurship. In a developing country like Sri Lanka, the role of entrepreneurship development is more important than that in developed countries as far as the creation of self-employment opportunities and reduction of unemployment situation are concerned. After the independence in 1948, each successive government of Sri Lanka has followed two different ideologies. One that believed in the free situation, two different ideologies. One that believed in the free economic system, and the other that believed in a relatively controlled economy. However, in the present context, the Sri Lankan economy seems to be moving more towards the free enterprise system with emergence of the industrial and service sectors over the traditional agricultural sector. Further, Sri Lanka does not abundantly engage in entrepreneurial researches compared to other countries, though it experiences a rising concern in entrepreneurship fields by academic scholars, policymakers, and business experts. According to the World Bank report 2008, starting and running business in Sri Lanka is not easy. The ease of doing business index ranks economies from 1 to 178, and Sri Lanka has been ranked as 101. For starting a business in Sri Lanka, an entrepreneur has to take 5 procedures and 39 days, and it costs 8.5 times the annual income per capita. In addition to that, Sri Lankan entrepreneurs have to go through 22 procedures and 214 days to deal with required licenses. The Sri Lankan education system, which mainly aims to prepare students for government employment, is encouraged by this writer to popularize entrepreneurial exposure through the curriculum to engage in self-employment. As Sri Lankan society has not shown a positive attitude toward entrepreneurship, the researchers suggest that educators, policymakers, and others who wish to enhance entrepreneurial activity should focus first on developing selected personality characteristic among the potential entrepreneurs. About Sri Lanka must develop an entrepreneurial culture to achieve suitable development. The year 2010 was a milestone in Sri Lankan history to achieve the development goal when Fox Business rated Sri Lanka as the best performing global economy. After the effective end of the internal conflict in 2010 in Sri Lanka, the environment was peaceful for business and investment throughout the country amid simple political issues prevailing in the country. Sri Lanka has come to middle income country during the last few years, and the government has planned to transform Sri Lanka into a strategically important economic center by developing 5 strategic hubs: a knowledge hub, a commercial hub, a naval and maritime hub, an aviation hub, and an energy hub, taking the advantage of Sri Lanka's strategic location and consequent to the regime change in 2050. The government couldn't keep the track to achieve economic development, and Sri Lanka missed a golden opportunity. According to the 2012 population census by the Department of Census and Statistics of Sri Lanka, the total population of the country was 2 million, 359,439. The total number of establishments in the country was about 131,387. According to the 2003-2004 census of industries, thus the entrepreneur as per the percentage of the population in a country is less than 1% based on the available information. However, this figure is relatively very high in some developing countries, while Chile 11%, Botswana 11.1%, Jamaica 11.9%, Angola 12.4%, Vietnam 13.3%, Cameroon 13.7%, Brazil 13.8%, Thailand 16.7%, and Uganda 28.1%. Thus, the percentage of entrepreneurs in Sri Lanka is very low when compared to some developing countries. According to the Insider UK, United States is the best country to be an entrepreneur, and also it has the highest level of entrepreneurial culture as well. Therefore, Sri Lanka can look at such developed countries and use the experiences in the interior to developing an entrepreneurial culture to achieve the set developmental goals of the country. Developing an entrepreneurial culture will be the strategy which gives a competitive advantage in achieving the development of the country. South Asian countries have not developed entrepreneurial culture yet. They have a long way to go to achieve it. Therefore, Sri Lanka can make use of this gap and utilize it for the benefit of the country to achieve much needed development. Once the entrepreneurial culture is developed, it is easy to prospective businessmen and the investors to start and run businesses in Sri Lanka, as it will be an attractive incentive for them. Hence, Sri Lanka must develop an entrepreneurial culture which is part and parcel of this life of the people in the country. At the same time, to empower women, minorities, and underprivileged groups of the country, it is a burning necessity to create an entrepreneurial culture to face issues related to youth unrest and unemployment in the country. It is evident that Sri Lanka there is a high unemployment rate amongst the educated than the uneducated in general. At the same time, the female educated have high unemployment than the male educated too. Therefore, the country needs to understand a correction course to it as well to prevent the issues faced in the past and to face the future strongly. That's what must Sri Lanka do as a country now. Creating business and developing an entrepreneurial culture will be a solution as well as imperative. In the future, there will not be many employees in organizations since technological advancement and digitalization is happening all over the world, affecting businesses and development of other countries as well. Record breaking 8 million students have graduated from Chinese universities in 2017. This figure was nearly 10 times higher than it was in 1997 and in more than double the number of students in the USA. This figure is more than one third of our population. Can China provide 8 million public or private sector jobs annually? In Sri Lanka, in one hand, out of 220,000 students who sit for the advanced level examination, 23,000 become eligible to enter university. In the other hand, the number of unemployed graduates in the island is 58,812, which would grow further. Can any government provide government jobs to above unemployed youth? Entrepreneurs play a vital role in job creation and providing opportunities to young people. International Annual Job Creation Survey consistently shows that entrepreneurs' hiring plans outpace the rest. In 2050, it was found that 47% of entrepreneurs and 77% of world-leading entrepreneurs plan to increase the size of their workforce, compared to 29% of large corporations. As a result, supporting entrepreneurs to grow their business will have an impact on employment rate. In a survey, it was found that 65% of the 200, 2,800 young people surveyed around the world will run their own business at some point in their careers. 27% want to do so immediately, and 38% after learning from someone else first. These ambitions are particularly strong in developing markets, with Mexico 91% and China 89% leading the way. Scientific research carried out by the writer of his doctoral study titled Transformation of Retired Military Personnel into Economic Actors through Entrepreneurship as a Post-Military Career Choice. The case of Sri Lanka Army, using 1,450 retired army soldiers, using proportionate and disproportionate stratified random sampling techniques, found that 62.2 veterans aspire to be entrepreneurs, whereas 27.6 do not prefer to be the same. 11.2% remain neutral. A majority number of veterans prefer to be entrepreneurs in their second career due to possible prospects to overcome economic hardships. In the year 1977, the private sector was made the engine of growth, and it was given the authority and precedence to drive the country's economic growth. This was a transfer from public entrepreneurship to private entrepreneurship in Sri Lanka to develop the country. Therefore, the country must try to see new boulevard to develop the country through private entrepreneurship, not only because it is the engine of growth, but also to align the country's development process to world inclinations. The way forward should be to establish entrepreneurship development policies and institutions from the government that focus on harnessing the power of the youth and empowering them with the tools and means to venture out. Within technology adoption, big data, cloud computing, and AI feature highly on likelihood of adoption. More than 75% of companies are looking to adopt these technologies in the next 5 years. The data also shows the impact of the digitalization of adopted by the organizations surveyed, with 86% of companies expecting to incorporate them into their operations the next 5 years. E-commerce and digital trade are expected to be adopted by 75% of businesses. The second ranked technology encompasses education and workforce technologies, with 81% of companies looking to adopt these technologies by 2027. The adoption of robots, power storage technology, and distributed ledger technologies rank lower on the list. Unemployment. Unemployment is defined as a situation where someone of working age is not able to get a job but would like to be in full-time employment. However, if a mother left work to bring up a child, or if someone went into higher education, they are not working, but would not be classed as unemployed as they are not actively seeking employment. Unemployment has been an issue in Sri Lanka for long, and many governments have tried to solve this issue by taking many strategic initiatives. Sri Lanka has faced several internal conflicts due to economic problems, unemployment, and sporadic youth unrest. According to the view of sociologists, anthropologists, and intellectuals, the internal conflict faced by Sri Lanka for 30 years and the 1971 and 1989 insurrections were manifestation of such issues. Therefore, Sri Lanka needs a rigorous and sustainable solution for unemployment for her to achieve the set development goals. It is also evident that the female unemployment rate is higher than the male unemployment rate. Therefore, the country must take some action to create more opportunities for them to align with the global trend of ensuring the equal rights of women. At present, the enigma is how to do it. However, in the future, there will be more unemployment and unrest among the youth. Therefore, the country must look to new ways and means to create new jobs for youth or any other opportunities with which occupy themselves and earn money for their living. The Merriam-Webster dictionary presents the definition of an entrepreneur as one who organizes, manages, and assumes the risk of a business or enterprise. The word entrepreneur originates from the French language entreprendre, which means to undertake. Originally, it was meant an organizer of musical or other entertainments. In a business context, it means to start a business. The evolution of the term entrepreneur dates back to many centuries. According to entrepreneurs, are individuals who develop businesses by bringing innovation to market, and entrepreneurship as how new market offering hosts creative destruction by facilitating innovators to gain competitive advantage on the market. Entrepreneurs have increasingly secured high recognition as real people behind the economic growth and development. Further, as an academic discipline, entrepreneurship today is one of the most welcomed and respected for areas by academic institutions, including most universities and business colleges. The recognition of the field of discipline is such that an assortment of academic work has been in high current in any corner of the world today, facilitating almost all to have easy access. Entrepreneur is a person who affects inventiveness by organizing a venture with a view of obtaining economic and opportunity gain. He is a decision maker and he decides what goods or services are manufactured or how it is done and how much they are done. The entrepreneur is the exclusive owner or at times a collaborator or the one with the majority of shares in an incorporated business enterprise, usually administer and manage the business activities. New products and services created by entrepreneurs can produce a cascading effect where it stimulates related businesses or sectors that need to support the new venture, furthering economic development. Entrepreneurship is considered to be the engine of for society development. Over a period of time, the consideration of meaning to the term entrepreneurship has been changed with the development of the world, invention, and information technology. Thereby, today's view on entrepreneurship is different from the earlier notion of entrepreneurship. It is an applied trait rather than academic discipline, which could be easily adopted by anyone who could not succeed in education and become businessmen. The Business Dictionary defines the term entrepreneur as an individual with the capacity of willingness to develop, organize, and manage a business venture along with any of its risks in order to make a profit. The most obvious example of entrepreneurship is the starting of new businesses. In academic, entrepreneurship combined with land, labor, natural resources, and capital can produce a profit. The entrepreneurial spirit is characterized by innovation and risk taking and is an essential part of a nation's ability to succeed in an ever changing and increasingly competitive global marketplace. Entrepreneurship are frequently, though, of as national assets to be cultivated, motivated, and remunerated to the greatest possible extent. Great entrepreneurs have the ability to change the way we live and work. If successful, their innovations may improve standard of living and in addition to creating wealth with entrepreneurial ventures. They, they also create job and contribute to a growing economy. Entrepreneurship is thus important for a number of reasons, from promoting social change to driving innovation. New products and services created by entrepreneurs can produce a cascading effect where it stimulates related businesses or sectors that need to support the new venture, furthering economic development. For example, a few information technology companies made up the IT industry in India during the 1990s. The industry quickly expanded and many other sectors benefited from it. Business in associated industries such as call center operations, network maintenance companies, and hardware providers flourished. Education and training institutes nurtured a new class of IT workers who were offered better, high paying jobs. Infrastructure development organizations and even real estate companies capitalized on this growth as workers migrated to cities where employment was growing. Similarly, further development efforts in underdeveloped countries require robust logistic support, capital investments, and a qualified workforce. From the highly qualified programmer to the construction worker, entrepreneurship benefits a large part of the economy. Entrepreneurs add to national income. Entrepreneurial venture help generate new wealth. Existing businesses may remain confined to existing markets and may hit the glass ceiling in terms of income. New and improved products, services, or technology from entrepreneurs enable new markets to be developed and new wealth to be created. Additionally, increased employment and higher earning contribute to better national income in the form of higher tax revenue and higher government spending. This revenue can be used by the government to invest in other struggling sectors and human capital. Although it may make a few existing players redundant, the government can soften the blow by redirecting surplus wealth to retain workers. Entrepreneurs create social change. Through offering unique goods and services, entrepreneurs break away from traditional and reduce dependence on absolute system and technologies. This results in an improved quality of life, improved moral and greater economic freedom. For example, the water supply in a water scarce region will, at times, forces forces people to stop working to collect water. This will impact their business, productivity, and income. Imagine an innovative and automatic pump that can fill people's water containers automatically. This type of innovation ensures people are able to focus on their jobs without worrying about a basic necessity like water. More time to devote to work translates to economic growth. For a more contemporary example, smartphones and apps have revolutionized work and play across the globe. Smartphones are not exclusive to wealthy countries or people. As the growth of the smartphone market continues, technological entrepreneurship can have a profound, long lasting impact on the world. Moreover, the globalization of technology means entrepreneurs is lesser developed in lesser developed countries have access to the same tool as their counterparts in richer countries. They also have the advantage of a lower cost of living. So a young entrepreneur from an underdeveloped country can compete with a multi-million dollar existing product from a developed country. Entrepreneurs regularly nurture ventures by other like-minded individuals. They also invest. They also invest in community projects and provide financial support to local charities. This enabled further development beyond their own ventures. Some famous entrepreneurs, such as Bill Gates, have used their money to finance good causes from education to public health. The qualities that make one an entrepreneur are the same qualities that help motivate entrepreneurs to pay it forward. Entrepreneurship is our greatest weapon to contract this issue and to empower our youth. Youth by default are energized and empowered. They are willing to explore new territories and take up new challenges and risks. While working as an entrepreneur, an individual gets to work on multiple things, juggles different roles, and turn them into better leaders and better individuals. Put aside the fact that entrepreneurship brings big money from investors and even foreign clients. It also has a key role to play in building a character. When battling
Excellent, Dr.
unemployment,
Riaz. I'm afraid I'm terribly sorry to interrupt. It was so wonderful listening to the flow,
give me,
and you really brought something to light. But we're running slightly behind, and we have got Dr. Arjit Bhattacharya also lined up. It was
give
immensely
me
beautiful
to please
listening to
give
your
me two
thoughts.
minutes to wind up.
Please do.
Give me two
Please
minutes
do
to
wrap
wind
up.
up.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very
Please
much.
do. Sorry
Yeah,
for the
please.
interruption.
Okay. Sri Lanka, what Sri Lanka must do? Sri Lanka should plan a sound, sustainable, and rapid growth. Nevertheless, the unemployment issue resulted from economic system reform, industrial structure adjustment, and technological innovations remains a strenuous, arduous, and pressing the task for the government. Therefore, the government must attach great importance to the issue of and take unemployment as the first priority of people's livelihood and as the top strategy for ensuring the stability of its society. Proceeding from the national experiences in its practice gradually improves its relevant legal system and formulate and implement a set of employment policies. The government adheres to promote employment through developing national economy, adjusting industrial structure, furthering the reform on its political and economic system, harmonizing economic development between urban and rural areas, and improving social security system. Government should adopt effective measures and do everything possible to increase job opportunities while creating conducive environment for entrepreneurs who are the key players in creating jobs. As a country, Sri Lanka must try to promote entrepreneurship through the development of an entrepreneurial culture, thus developing Sri Lanka as a great developed nation physically and spiritually. In this endeavor, creativity and innovation will play a vital role to achieve the development goals of the country with a competitive advantage over the country. Thank you very much for asking. Sorry for the time. I have taken your time, more time. Anyway, thank you very much for this opportunity. Professor Patra, I think your mic off.
Mr. Patra, you are on mute. Can you please
I'm terribly
unmute?
sorry. I'm
Okay.
terribly sorry. So I appreciated Dr. Lebe. Thank you very much for walking us through the metamorphosis that Sri Lanka is going through and a view on how entrepreneurship can play a role. Dr. Arjit Bhattacharya, welcome to the session. It's a privilege to have you here, sir. And my apologies on behalf of the team to have you have stood up for your piece. I would love to introduce Dr. Arjit Bhattacharya. Uh, Mr. Arijit is a serial entrepreneur since 1998, angel investor, public speaker since 2008, TEDx speaker, business matchmaking expert, government advisor, artist, author, community builder since 2010, technologist, consultant to global banks on SME, game programmer since 1998, virtual reality specialist, AI evangelist since 2002, blockchain specialist, and he ranks 14th in the world, globetrotter, traveled 40 countries till date with over 97 countries business network, startup mentor, and faculty entrepreneurship technology. He is actively associated with world leading universities, tech, finance, and corporate organizations. Um, he's an international record holder in technology and finance, over 2 decades of experience in finance and technology. He is also the founder and CEO of Virtual Infocom, one of the first game and VR development companies since 1998. They make real actors and models as 3D characters in superhero games. He is producer of 300 plus games in AR and VR, gave an opportunity to more than 700 indie developers globally. He has helped 6,000 startups to start their venture, helped several many as mentors in as many as in 90 plus countries. And he's got 25 years of experience in technology, finance, art, SDG, networking, connection, business followers from over 95 countries right across the world. It's a privilege to introduce you, Mr. Arjun Bhattacharya. And my apologies, in the world of academia, we do address just about everybody as doctor, so do excuse that faux pas. But looking at your CV on the screen, I don't think you're any less than any doctor. In fact, you've probably achieved more than some of the doctors we have around here. So welcome to the session once again, and over to you for the most interesting talk this afternoon.
Thank you so much for the beautiful introduction, and always pleasure to be here. I'm always happy to come in front of professors, teachers, because I used to fear them, to be very honest, in my earlier time. So that fear actually encouraged me to do something completely different from the school days, when I thought of doing completely different stuff sitting in India, specifically in Calcutta. So I've been asked to combine a couple of things together as per my friend's uh, request, I would say. So she asked me to combine my life story as well as my topic is in deep tech technology. So I'll be combining both of it. Hopefully it will be interesting. Along with that, I'll be sharing a little bit of my small 2 cents regarding raising funds, regarding investing in startups, as well as the global startup ecosystem, wherein probably I'm acting as a pretty active role in the entire ecosystem. So our planet have got a lot of human being with that huge number of population. A tiny boy, probably in the year of 1990s, thought that he can create a little bit of characters and superheroes when he was in school, and that was me. So I was in my school days, probably in my class 5th or 6th standard, when I felt that I'll be making my own comics, superheroes, and comic characters. So I'm a kind of person, whenever I think something, I execute. And that's the probably a structure of the first point of starting your own entrepreneurial venture. But I have been a very lucrative student in my school days. The reason I'm using this lucrative word, because I have been thrown out of my history classes each and every time. Because if in my history classes, I used to draw comics. So obviously, my history teacher, he used to ask me, Arijit, go out of the class, kneel down. And that gave me an opportunity to look at the sky and look at the clouds, look at the birds, and connect with the nature. Whenever I come back to the class, I started drawing the next dialogue as well as the characters, and that comics became popular in the classroom. Each and every student, my friend circle, they used to protect me from the teacher's eyes. Well, I was a third bencher, not at all a first bencher. In the third bench, I started drawing those characters, which eventually, in the year of 1998, became a tool for me to start my entrepreneurial journey. So I wrote around 54 different comic CDs as a series using ballpoint pen and paper. When I used to come back home, I used to color them using the watercolor. But I had a question in my mind. On those days in 98, computer used to be a luxury. Internet was like a super thought. People was not thinking about getting internet in their home. At the same time, some of the artists who are proper artists, they told me that we are not earning money, but we are happy because we are artists. We are creators, we are not money maker. That gave me a shock. Why can't artists make money? Why can't I combine my logical sense to the art world so that I can create some tangible object so that these artists can make some money? That was the initial stage when I thought nothing about making a very big company. Rather, I thought that I'll be creating a platform for all these artists and programmers. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm a self-taught programmer on those days. And in those days, I used to run coding on platforms. So, I used to use C++ as a language. I taught myself in such a way so that I can create a little bit of artificial intelligence oriented games on that time. And whenever I used to roam around, at least in in my hometown in Calcutta, I started talking with people about the odd journey which I wanted to start. People said that this guy is completely crazy. People felt that I have got a girlfriend whose name is Maya, and I'm doing something with the language which is probably playing some flute in front of the snakes. The reason was I was using Maya as a software for learning, and I was using Python as a language for coding. So I'm coming from that prehistoric age. And then when I entered in the vast world of game development, I got to know that game development as an industry is much more bigger than movie and music industry if you combine that together worldwide. So I felt that this is the right thing I'm doing. I never ever lose hope. I was all along a science student till my class 12 standard. I left engineering. Okay, so after 12th, I cracked JE just like others. So I felt that I'll be leaving that because it will be actually wasting of my 4 years. I joined economics, statistics, and mathematics as a combination. The reason was I wanted to explore the commerce world. And I have no idea about the entire financial world. But there was a big challenge. My parents, they told me that, hey, we are educated guys, so you need to understand I'm a lawyer. So mom, she's a lawyer. Father, he's a corporate lawyer. So like coming from a lawyer background, they say that, hey, we guys are educated. You can't be an uneducated guy. So you need to promise me if you are going for master degree, then only you are allowed to do your business. So I said, okay, fine, I'll do that. I'll do both of it together. So my routine was in the morning, I used to code on my own. I used to go to my college to join the normal usual economics class. Economics was my honor subject. Ecostat math was the amazing combination. I learned a little bit about how to manage money. But for next 6 months, the question was, am I starting my own venture? Is there any tangible product that is there in front of me? And where is my market? I understood very well Calcutta is not at all the market I'm talking about. But I need to make a little bit of money. So what I did, I hopped into a couple of places. Mainly those areas were called as office para. It's a Bengali term. Office para means the office area. Yeah. The Dalhousie area used to be the office area at that time. And I started getting lot many different kind of complete different order, like assembling machines, assembling systems, doing some kind of short, very small software for small shops. Happily, I started taking them. It was really easy for me to assemble a machine, make a mark of 3,000 rupees per machine as a profit, and then sell it to the customer. I started making money. I understood that money making is not the big challenge. I need to create an amazing team. I need to recruit people, which is my dream. It will be my company. Eventually, it became a bootstrapped indie studio. Virtual Infocom initially pop up from Calcutta as an indie game development studio. We started making a lot of small application for different people. My first customer was a doctor who actually took our help to create a simulated animation in 3D that time. And I started understanding that this is an amazing line, but I need to make something completely different for my own motherland. So I felt that because I speak in Sanskrit, because I understand that particular language very well, can I dig into our epic? Can I dig into our culture? Can I pick up a couple of characters from those Puranas and can I create a storyline for the world? So whatever happened in next 2 years was a fascinating journey. We started picking up storylines from Bharatvarsh, which was from Mahabharata and Ramayana, picking up characters, trying to tell the world that we are not slaves. We used to have a very strong culture, and this is our culture. That became hit. In 2000, India got its first PC run game. And then eventually that got published in Europe. We started getting a lot of focus from various different kind of media that time onwards. And I started an academy in my own home itself. So from those students, I started recruiting them as my employees. Eventually that my company became our company. The story is really, really long, but I'm going to share you what we do, and then eventually I will continue the journey. In the year of 2008, I started feeling that, like me, there are a lot of people who are actually looking for help and support. They are looking for some kind of structure so that they can do their own kind of stuff together. So just let me know if you can see my screen properly. Shall I make it small?
Yes, we can see it, though you may wish to use the slideshow mode.
Okay, sure.
Thank
you. So I'm going to bore you. Well, I used to fear another language. It's called English. It's a 26-letter language. So I started playing around with this language. The reason was I came from a Bengali medium family. So English for me used to be Hebrew and Greek that time. So bore in my dictionary is beginning of re-engineered entrepreneurship. And this is the game that I'm talking about. We released Ashwatthama in the PC version, which is the first RPG game from India. RPG means role-playing game. And we started taking something cool into this game, which I'm going to show. The other kind of work that we do, this is completely a different kind of culture, mixing with different colors and balance so that people from Southeast Asia can connect it more. This is more on the anime world, and then this is more on our Bharatiya world. These are asuras we are talking about. So in this screen, you can see few bit of demigods as well, like Shani, the blue guy, you can see, like Kumbhakarn, like Mahishashur. But if you look at these characters, the reason we made this specifically like superhero, because if you want to tell a story, you need to connect with kids, you need to connect with the middle-aged people, as well as you need to connect people whose age group is in between 50 to 65. So if you look at the entire customer avatar, the gaming customer avatar starts from age group from 7 onwards, can go up to 75. So it's a huge difference of culture, age, as well as, of course, the buying capacity. Few bit of characters I am really happy and honored to share with all of you. This is Narasimha, this is Urvashi, Angad, Kal. I'm not showing all those characters, I'm just showing few bit of them. Angad is one of the character who is from Ramayana, son of Bali, who had very active role in Ramayana. Urvashi used to be
sorry to disturb,
Mr.
Mr.
Bhattacharya,
Aditi.
I'm not.
Huh.
I think your slides haven't moved since. I'm sorry.
Can you see that now, or?
Yeah, they're moving now. They're now.
Now.
So we have Narasimha, Urvashi, Kal, and Angad on the screen now. Thank you.
And I'm not gonna use it on a slideshare mode. I think something is happening if I slideshare. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. That's fine. You can move them manually. That's fine.
Yeah. So
But very
that's
interesting. Yep.
Virabhadra, Shiva, Kripa, Bali. This is Drona, and this is few bit of other gods and demigods. Sita, the reason we took this character because it is like in Ramayana, we didn't do a proper justice with this character. So we bring up this fascinating lady because she used to be a warrior and one of the finest character from Ramayana. So if you play this game, you can understand her storyline and you can understand how strong this woman used to be that time.
Wow.
These are few bit of characters that we created from Africa, from Greece, from Indonesia. We pick up several different real life actor and actress. I'm going to show you that as well. These are the few models that we hired. I'll skip for the sake of time. This is the comics which I used to write in my school days. And the reason these two slides are combined together, because if you look at gaming industry, game development and comics always goes hand in hand. If you want to be popular in the gaming world, if you are releasing some kind of comics related to it, whether print or digital print, it gets viral very, very fast. I'm honored to have him as one of the character in our gaming universe. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we took Mr. Mukesh Khanna. If you know him from India, he was the first superhero TV series producer called Shaktiman, probably India's first TV series based superhero. We made him as Shaktiman in the gaming world itself, but in 3D. But when we had a talk with him, this is a very complicated technology. He was over 70, and we had to make him in his 30 to 35. Yeah, it was not that easy, to be very honest. Then we worked with a lot of local superstars, like we worked with Jeet, we worked with Shubhasri, we worked with Param Broto. There are a lot of Bollywood and Tollywood celebrities. We took them as characters. We co-produced with their movies, like Boss 2, we co-produced. We did with Nilanjana, that's Priyanka. Then we did with Tushagni. A lot of other movies we did, like Bangladesh first superhero-based movie was Bijli. We are the co-producer as well as the game developer. And this slide is specifically for all the audience. This is how a 3D character we do. This is our own technology. It's not a marketable software. We wrote our own program, own tools to create 3D characters. And we can do a 3D character within at max 5 working days, including modeling, rigging, animation, and making the exact perfect character as it is. You can see the perfection in the small inset. You can see that particular actor, his name is Mainak, became a very good friend of mine. And this is 3D, so looks exactly like him, including his moves. So what we need to do, we need to go for a motion capture, and then eventually we need to create characterizations like this. These are called polygons. We go for very optimized level low poly modeling, so that it runs on your mobile, it runs on your any I would say low level RAM based gaming system as well. So the minimum RAM requirement for such kind of mobiles are 2 GB. It's not that easy to make 3D characters for 2 GB enabled smartphone till date yet. Now this is not the end. What we did, we connected the real world with the gaming world long back. In the year of 2010, we connected the metaverse cosplay with the gaming world. So whenever you play a game, at least in our game universe that is done by us, you have an opportunity to buy the real dress from local stores. So what we did, this is another story of a crazy entrepreneur like me. I personally traveled to these villages. This is very poor area. Like people used to earn 20 rupees per day as their family income. And on those days, I'm talking about 2009, 2010. These are hills. These are various different parts of Bengal, different parts of Rajasthan. And we started teaching these very poor people how to go for knitting and creating gamified characters, models, dresses, and weapons. This is their creation. We started teaching them. And once they make it, we integrated them inside our gaming universe. So when you are buying these products from a local store, these products are actually done by these guys. We ask these local stores, like in China, in Taiwan, a lot of different areas, we ask these local store owners that, hey, you want customer? We are going to give you walk-in customer. In return, just keep these dresses in your shop. These people will come with probably a gaming pad or probably a smartphone or maybe a QR code. That's our gaming system. They will come, they will scan, and they will get this dress. You just need to make a profit on the top of it. Whenever they come with our code, you need to give them 20% discount. And the margin that you can get, you can have it. Rest of the system, please give it back. In the initial time, it was not automated. Now it is completely automated. Now the system enables any kind of seller, if they are selling these dresses or maybe these toys from their store, the money, 50% goes to this village, 30% goes to this shop owner, and the rest of the amount we get. The reason we take small amount of money, because it's a volume business. And most important, we wanted to uplift these poor people. So nowadays, if you go to these villages, proudly, you can see that their kids are going to school, they are getting electricity, they have got TV in their home. Their village changed, to be very honest. Probably I'll show the picture later on. These are the few modeling work that we started with our own platform. This is called Cosplay Show. We did that in Calcutta as well as in our company. We do. And these are a few bit of VR games that we make. partnered with several different MNCs as a white level partner. This is the upcoming game that we have in our pipeline with another very strong lady who is probably lady is called Supanaka, but Supanaka means, if I go in English, sharp nails. She was not like ugly looked Rakshasa. She was actually beautiful. Wait for this game. Few bit of different hopping. We hopped into the world of edu. Like me, there are a lot of other entrepreneurs who are probably running their business but clueless what to do, how to do, and where to do. But clueless what to do, how to do, and where to do. So after running my business from 1998 to 2008, 10 years, I felt that I should give back. So we floated a platform called Entrepreneur Face, which is acting as an incubator for the startups. And while incubating startups, I inducted myself, or rather, I was honored to be inducted into several different universities and their EDC cell. That includes IIM Calcutta Innovation Park, that includes IIT Madras, IIT Delhi, IIT Kharagpur, in Mazan University, that's in Oman, in Stanford Seeds, in Dubai, in a couple of other parts of the world, in Australia, in USA. So what I do, I bring in a lot of energetic mentors like me, the like-minded people who have a mindset of giving back. Encourage these startups to understand that business is not about management. Business is all about getting customer, creating a market. And then eventually, when you are creating that market, it might happen that you need to raise capital. So in the year of 2017, after running this incubation program successfully in a couple of different places, partnered with C-Stars, Techstars, so many different global platforms, we felt that we should launch our own accelerator and our own fund. The reason was I was helping a lot of startups with probably my angel money, with a couple of HNI's money, helping them to connect with the buyers, helping them to connect with the global market. But then the need was never ending. Lot many SMEs, lot many MSMEs and startup, I saw that they need global help. So we launched this accelerator called Co-Innovate Ventures along with the fund so that we can sit on board with these companies. We don't act as a sleeping partner. Rather, we act as an active partner into their company itself. On those time, I felt that that was the right time when Government of India, they started Startup India Award, and they asked me that if I can be a jury over there. So proudly, I became jury of Government of India's Industry 4.0 as one of the key decision maker. From Indian governments, from Ghana, from Dubai, from South Korea, from various different other places like Finland. I traveled almost 40 plus countries on my own, connected with global players, started bringing them together in the common platform, and then helping these companies to grow. Now, if we talk about startup by definition means whoever is starting their own business, and that business is probably running for max 5 years or 10 years. The definition may vary from country to country, but whatever happens when you start, you cannot be a solopreneur. So solopreneurs are those people who are just earning their own bread and butter. That's not entrepreneurship. That is where you are earning your own bread and butter, probably like a freelancer, probably as a proprietorship company owner. That's completely cool. But if you look at governments, if you look at ecosystem enablers, they love to get people who have got at least 4 to 5 employees in their team. Aggregate so that they can
understanding people
sector. So, I mean, whatever is possible, I'll answer that. And especially those who are there interested in starting their ventures, please do reach out. I mean, Professor Patra is there, of course. I mean, he's an expert in this, and we have Arijit. On, right? You have air conditioning going on. You might have traveled by your car or your scooter or whatever, except for those who have utilized the bicycle. All of us are actually eating into the resources for electricity,
the resources which are being are not actually something which can be created again and again. We are most of us using coal energy. Air conditioning comes through the electricity. Even the petrol or diesel that you have put into your car or motorcycle, again the same thing. Now, I don't know whether we should blame Edison and the others who created such things for creating the situation that the planet is right now in. But then we have utilized the comforts created by these kind of uh, inventions and innovations and the ventures which have been created around them. But now I think it's time for us also to think about how we can give back, right? So instead of creating something wherein the utilization is more, we should think about creating things where the utilization is less and the give back is more. And especially, let me also put it, I mean, I'm not being diplomatic, but then, but being more blunt, governments have actually fed this kind of an hypocrisy. Look at the governments across the globe. All the governments which are there give subsidies. And what do these subsidies create? It again creates that vacuum wherein utilization of resources happens more, right? So think about the kind of monetary systems which are based on inflation. This again eats into more of our resources. And frankly speaking, our own lifestyles are not sustainable. Maybe for somebody who's there in certain countries, yes, we in Asia we're definitely using much more, I mean, much less than what is being utilized in US and Europe. But still, we are not sustainable. I mean, think about the times of like two generations behind. The kind of lifestyles are much simpler. I'm not advocating that we go back to that lifestyle, but yes, there are a lot of things that we can change which can create that kind of a environment. So where does entrepreneurship play into all these things? Because when we talk about uh, giving back, there has to be business models. Individual, fine, but this has to be on a much more big scale, which is there. A large scale, a mass scale has to be created, which does not deplete resources, but rather creates value and wealth for all its stakeholders. So when we talk about the principles of sustainability, I'm just going to take you through a few things, and then let's talk about the ventures which do this. So one is utilize whatever resources you have parsimoniously, whether it is finance or any kind of energy resource or anything which is there, you try and use it parsimoniously. And the whole idea is that it's not about the accumulation of wealth and the exploitation of resources, but creation of value and creation of value for all your stakeholders. So you need to minimize consumption and waste. A simple aside, how many of us go to weddings and leave the food table, leave the dining table with an empty plate? 99% of us actually leave food in the plates and whenever we go to such kind of parties. Can we reduce that? See, this is the kind of mindset which needs to come into play. And frankly speaking, I've seen entrepreneurs utilize that as a business model. Like, how do you minimize waste and create more wealth? So, economic wealth is not just about material wealth, it's also about minimizing these kind of things. So Arijit has traveled to quite a few countries. I mean, I saw his thing. He's traveled to around 40 countries, and both of you have also traveled quite a bit. If you go to some places in Europe, especially places like Sweden and others, they get annoyed if you waste food. I mean, they say, I mean, you take as much as you want to eat, but please do not waste, and please do not waste extra resources. So these kind of things actually play into what is we talk about population. We have, in some places of the world, we have a booming population, which is also a problem. And in other countries, we have a population which has come down. So both the things are an issue. Whether the skew is towards more or whether the skew is towards less, both of this is a problem. So population is a problem. How do we tackle those? So I'm going to talk about different opportunities which are there. Energy, definitely, yes, is an issue. Water, huge problem. I mean, there were in some of the forums that I have been, most of the international level experts are talking now about that oil used to be the bone of contention between countries and wars used to happen because of oil. But now we need, those of us who have water need to be careful, because the next war which is going to be there could be over water, and especially if you have good drinking water. So those of us with those beautiful streams and lakes need to be careful that where the next attack is going to come in from. Then food, again, how do we manage food and agriculture in such a way that it does not create more problems? As of now, if you, I don't know if you know that creating 1 kilo of any kind of meat, it takes a lot of resources of both water as well as land, as well as when you talk about the mineral resources of the land. The food is definitely an issue, and we have a lot of ventures which are talking about creating those kind of artificial meat and other things which take up less resources. And then finally, I'll talk about biodiversity. So these are the 5 areas wherein we are facing a lot of issues. So what are the opportunities that we have? So when we talk about population, the first thing that comes to mind is nowadays we have the percentage of senior citizens increasing vis-a-vis the younger ones. In India itself, the population growth has now started going down. So in a few years, you will see that instead of having more babies being born, you will have more senior citizens being created. That means people getting into the age of 60 and above. I mean, some of us are out here might be like just a few years away from that. But yes, so that is a huge problem because that is actually skewing the demographics. We will not have people young enough to run the systems which are there, to run the different ventures, to run the different businesses. I mean, talent is going to be a real problem. Right now, India has not reached that critical point, but we are slowly building up towards that. And especially if we look at some of the Asian countries which are there, Japan is already facing a lot of issue. Many countries in Europe are facing that kind of an issue. So how do you tackle these kind of things? I mean, I'm not going to say that we need to increase the population rate. No, but then we need to make sure that the people who are left need to be looked after much more. So geriatric care and also making sure that the health of the people who are growing older, that is also taken care of. So when we look at it, so a lot of things which come into the regenerative medicine, the age related drugs. So you will see that there's a lot of ventures which are being created right now, and there's a lot of ideation going around these places like regenerative medicine. Amazingly, it's the top priority in many of the research labs which are there, age related drugs which are there, then nostalgia products. So these are some of the things which are there which are being really focused on. And then when you talk about the overpopulation part of it, the population area of it, you need to look at drinking water. How can you create water, drinking water especially? So you must have seen there's a lot of focus being given to ventures which have created water out of air. How can you change oxygen into hydrogen by putting in that specific elements together? So these kind of things which are there. Then comes waste management. With the kind of population that we have, ventures which need to be sustainable need to look at waste management. I don't know how many of you have been to Delhi, but in Delhi we have a waste hill which is taller than the Eiffel Tower. So that gives you a perspective. So it's a huge hill just outside of Delhi. I mean, it's a waste hill. It's basically all the waste which is collected from the city and is dumped there. And the government has been really trying a lot to maintain and at least minimize it. But then waste, as you said, just keeps growing. I mean, that's one of the magic parts of waste. It just keeps growing. So how do you manage that? So that's one thing. And so we have a lot of waste management ventures coming to us for funding and other things. And that's definitely one of the areas. Then how do you fight infectious diseases? Sustainability means that you have to take care of whatever is there. And infectious diseases actually create a drain. And when I say drain, I mean, think back at COVID. Think back at what a drain on the resources it was. The entire focus of the world was on health. But even with all that health systems which were there, were we able to save a lot of lives? We were not. And even the lives that we saved, I don't know, I mean, how many of you have gone through that COVID thing, but it has been found that the older population which had COVID even now faces things like brain fog and reduced mental faculties. And this is researched and documented facts. So you need to find out things which can actually take care of such things, that even if high infectious things come in, how do you fight it? How can you create immunity boosters? And again, if you look back at the kind of ventures being created now, most of them focus on herbal supplements. Most of them focus on things which are found in nature. So again, the whole thing is going 360-degree. We started off with chemicals, we created those kind of things, and now we're going back to nature for solutions. So that kind of stuff happens when we are talking about uh, the kind of things which have been done in this globe. I mean, the kind of inflictions that we have created, and how can we create it? Okay, now let me talk about food, because that's again one of the major issues which are there. So agriculture, I'm sure most of you know that it's responsible for 1/3 of global greenhouse gas emissions. So 1/3 of the global greenhouse gas emissions is created by agriculture and by the cattle. So if you look at some of the heat spots, so for those who are interested in climate change, you must have seen that the number of heat spots, that means where the temperature is increasing, those heat spots are spreading across the globe. So just Google heat spots and you will see that things which were earlier like yellow have now become red. And maybe some of you who are sitting in some of the metros would have felt the heat. So Arijit, you're from Calcutta, or where are you based? So you must have seen the heat which is increasing in the environment right now. And Delhi, of course, is burning. It either burns or it freezes. So you have both ends of the spectrum out here. And this is actually, again, because of what has happened before and the way we have eaten into the resources. So, and at the same time, look at what is happening in Europe. Europe was basically cold. I mean, some of their places were more into freezing. But see what has been happening in the last 2 years. We have people in Europe dying more of heat stroke rather than because of cold. Why? Because the entire environment, even if their houses or their transport system, all of them is focused towards creating heat. The transport systems are heated, the houses are, you don't find fans in most of the homes in US and Europe. So when the heat increased, I mean, it was really a major issue for them. Where do they go? And the bodies are not created for heat. People like us Asians, I mean, you put us in the Sahara, you put us into what do you call the polar ice caps, we'll survive, because that is the kind of symmetry that we have in Asia. But these people are in Europe and US. Our people, they are not ready for this kind of heat. So again, coming back to sustainability, how do we create things in such a way that such heat spots are reduced? So if you look at it, sustainable entrepreneurship is not just about one thing. It is about a plethora of things which are there, which need to come together. But the underlying principle behind it is that we have to make sure that whatever we create, we use less than what we give back. So with that, I'll just say, think ecologically about the biosphere, consider the waste which is embodied in the products that we create, and try and look at creating the 360-degree of utilization, which includes recycling and all the things which are there. And please take into account the living dimension of the products and services that we utilize. So with that, I'll stop. I've given you what sustainable entrepreneurship is. I've given the different products and services that new ventures can create, and also those who already have their ventures. Please think about embedding the idea of sustainable entrepreneurship into your DNA, right? So thank you so much, and open for questions.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Avrishi. As always, eloquent and most informative. Um, I think the point that you mentioned at last about the heat, I think in the biosphere, it is also adding to unprecedented levels of precipitation and rainfall in areas which were not used to it. Right across the globe, we have seen that kind of news, and does not just limit to the the northern hills in India, where we have seen a lot of devastation. So yeah, we need to embrace ourselves from that. But I think the underscoring point that you made is that if sustainability need not be treated as a separate vertical. It should be a layer across all entrepreneurs. And if that can be
Correct.
built, we would be saving ourselves from getting into another tizzy that we have found since Edison gave us what he did. I see Dr. Arajit Bhattacharya's, Mr. Arajit Bhattacharya's hand go up, and I think Shamin also wants to come in and most welcome others in the forum to continue asking
I'm
questions.
really
Mr.
glad that everybody is contributing, because the more people I make passionate about this kind of cause, the better it is for all of us. So please, I will definitely go ahead.
I have an interesting observation. Am I audible to all of you? I don't know. It shows
Yes.
my, yeah. Okay.
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah. So if you see, I learned this when I was doing my MCA. I started cycling while going from my home towards the railway station. So whenever you cycle, the mindset of people, mainly the Indian people, doesn't actually go with saving the environment. Rather, they think that you're probably a poor guy who don't have money to buy a car or a motorcycle. So, and that same mindset till date, pardon me for this statement, the same mindset till date is there in 2023. If you are using bicycle to save environment, I till date do. Let me tell all of you, I till date cycle. But when you do that, the mindset goes like this: this guy don't have any kind of money, and that's the reason he is doing cycling. And the same kind of similar kind of mindset goes when I'm actually out with my car. So my question is, if you want to maintain your probably your social status, what would you do? Will you cycle? Will you use your four-wheeler?
Well, Arijit, the one thing that I'll say is, "Acha chalo." To hell with the world. If you believe in what you want to do, you move, right? But yeah, but practically speaking, the way I look at it is that if it's a place to where I can cycle to, I'll do that. But if the place is, say, something like 50 kilometers away, I'll prefer to use a mode of transportation. And if possible, I whenever I travel like that, I send a word across to my group that I'm going this place. Anybody wants to come in, please do. So trying to reduce the carbon footprint as much as is possible. But
Super.
yes,
I
so
have another.
you have to really, I mean, forget about what the world thinks. See, when you're going to meet your investor, if the investor is going to come and drop you off, I mean, see you off, then take the big car, take the Mercedes Benz, take the Lamborghini or whatever. But if you're going for something else where you really don't have to create that kind of an impression, you can take a cycle.
No, I'm just
I'm being
talking in general.
realistic.
Yeah, I'm just talking in general. But to be very honest, if you are willing to meet investors, at least investors like us, like me, if you are using, if anybody is using Lamborghini or probably Mercedes Benz, I'm not going to invest. They have already money, so they don't need any kind of money. Very simple. My question, the second question about food, nutrition, and health is really important. And you're right. If you're in Europe or even if you're in any first world country, you are wasting food. That's a crime. It's not that they're upset. It's a kind of crime in a couple of countries. Yeah. If we look at third world countries, they don't have food at the same time, right? Can we have a kind of ecosystem? I know a lot of startup. In fact, two of our portfolio of startups are into this. Can we have an ecosystem? I'm just asking maybe everyone. We can start maybe a initiative, talking the same thing into our own social media, asking people what you need, you eat, how much you can eat, please have that. More important, can we have a structure on Ayurveda regarding medicine and health? Lot many of us don't understand how we can eat, what we can eat, and what we should consume in our breakfast, how much gap we should give in between our food cycle. Example, if we are doing 16 hours fasting, that's very good for body. I'm not sure how many of you are, if you understand health and nutrition, that's where your liver can consume more and more nutritious food if you are giving a break at least once in a week. Example, if you are having breakfast, your first breakfast, whatever time it is, it can be 12, doesn't matter. It can be 11 a.m., doesn't matter. It's not necessary that you have to have that 7 a.m. in the morning, but that should combine protein, carbohydrate, and good fat along with a couple of vitamins. So if we can create such kind of initiatives, we have one of the invested company called Health Planeta. They are doing such kind of activities utilizing Ayurveda. My question is, can we bring these startups in a common ecosystem, which is very much required, and the world needs it. If you look at today's generation, they lack it. They don't understand the importance of saving water and food both. So that's my last.
Arijit, I beg to differ. See, it all depends on the level of information and the kind of information dissemination being held. So, in many of the cases that I've found, that people in the metros are a little disconnected, but go into the tier two, tier three cities and go into the rural areas. The youth are actually working towards creating these kind of ecosystems. So, community ponds, community watershed management systems, community forestry systems, community agriculture. So there's a lot of things which are happening across different places of the globe, and also in India. Also, you will find these kind of things, and I've also seen many of the ventures which work in some of the areas that you mentioned about Ayurveda and health systems which are there, and you also talked about like food waste management. So there are a lot of ventures which are there. The difference is that many of these ventures which are there are social enterprises. So, like you talk about the Robin Hood Army, which is there. The Robin Hood Army is there in many of the cities, and they do take care of these kind of things. So, I mean, what we have to now see is that if some of these enterprises which are already existing, how can be made into a sustainable model, which can become a business model also? Although many of them may not be interested because they get into it more on this because of the social impact rather than the economic impact that they want to create. But yes, things are happening. And like I said, if you find things like this that people are not interested or people don't know about it, I think reach out to many of the people who are dealing in sustainable entrepreneurship. They'll be happy to like enlighten and inform these students and the youth. So probably we need to have more sessions of that kind.
That's what I mean. I didn't say that it's not happening. I know lot many of them which is happening. I said, can we have
Yes.
a system of bringing these guys together?
Yeah, I mean, maybe that can be another entrepreneurial venture. Who knows? I mean, maybe some of the people who are listening to us, we have around 60 of them listening to us. Maybe somebody can pick it up. Who- I
Sure,
mean,
why not?
it just
Absolutely.
needs that spark. It just needs that passion. It just needs that spark which can set the whole thing ignite. And it can happen. And I'm quite optimistic about the youth.
Yeah, so we're talking about sustainable for sustainability. Yeah, that's the most interesting thing that's coming out of this discussion. But I can tell you, Mr. Bhattacharya, Gen Z will love you for the one idea that you floated is that you can have breakfast at 11 a.m. I can tell you from the two kids that I have at home. Uh, they, they're scolded, they're berated. But the one thing that they hate is to wake up just in time for what is called breakfast time. But yeah, that's on a lighter note. I think the larger point that is being made is that we need to follow all these things, particularly the ones Dr. Rishi talked about in terms of population, biodiversity, but more importantly, in terms of water. The next war is going to be waged against water and the food, the wastage, and how it has circled back through infectious disease, and how herbal healers are really the way forward. Thank you very much. I think I saw Charmaine raise her hand, and I also think Alandi wanted to ask a question.
Uh, yes, if I may, Dr. Abba, I'm so passionate about so many things that I can't keep quiet. I always have to interject and ask all of these questions. And we actually while I always talk about South Africa and the entrepreneurship ecosystem, when I always come across as it being so doomy and gloomy, gloomy. But I must say that there's one thing. So last, I think over the last 2 weeks, we got the international or the global report. So South Africa actually is one of the three countries in the world. We're in the top three where you can actually drink water out of the tap. You don't need to buy bottled water. So the second thing I actually want to comment on is that the desalination products that we have that's actually going on in various countries. So I just want to know from you, because you have so much of info on this. Yeah, how really effective, how sustainable is it for us, especially the developing countries? Because sometimes I find that we actually focusing so much, or we putting emphasis or putting so much of money into things that we can actually just delay for a bit and focus on the things, because we know, food, water is sustainability for life. So what do you think about that?
Well, Charmaine, I would suggest that whomsoever is taking the policy decision needs to look at the return on investment. Because many times you're very right in saying that the amount of money pumped into certain areas do not give the kind of impact or the efficiency which is required and which is really needed. So it's basically a policy level decision which needs to be done. I mean, and look at how much impact is being created, and then look at how much resources are being pumped into that. So it's necessary to do that kind of an audit, and that kind of like what I call it as that kind of a decision making before you take that idea of going ahead with anything like this. And sometimes I really do feel sad at the way public money is spent on things which don't give that kind of returns. But like I said, even though I'm in the government, like I'm an outspoken advocate of many of these things. So yeah, and it actually kind of connects me to what Arijit was talking about, like being being out of the class. I still remember my own school days. I used to be what is called as an outstanding student because most of the time I was standing outside. So I was an outstanding student. But then I guess that goes for most of us who are really passionate about certain things, because we tend to speak up for these kind of things, and then that's not taken very nicely by people who have taken the decisions. But then, yes, the more the public outrage and outcry which is there about such kind of things, the more the governments will be also forced to look at their decisions.
So the other thing I want to ask you is, water is becoming such a scarce resource. So with the desal, I'm very interested in that, because I just feel that God has given us this ocean of water. Why not just delve into that, and but make it more not cheaper and more affordable for us, the developing world, to actually do all of these things, because we're constantly having investors from all over the world coming in. So I really want to tap into that, because as a scarce resource as water is, I believe that there's still a lot of opportunity in that scarcity.
You're very right in saying that, Shabin. And actually, we should have more ventures which are focused towards these kind of basic things. Somehow, most of the people who get into entrepreneurship think more about tech entrepreneurship, because that's the easiest method to scale up and earn more money. But down the line, somewhere or the other, these kind of sustainable ventures also need to come into play. And we do have some of our investors putting in money into those kind of social impact kind of things. But then we need more of commercial investors also investing in these kind of things. So when you talk about water and desalination, why not create better innovation, whether it's products or services, which can help give the people uh, water at lesser rates? I mean, what is the problem with that? With the kind of efficiencies and with the kind of technology and innovation which is existing, it's just connecting the dots. So it's a possible thing which can be done. The only thing is we need to get people together who are passionate about that and create those kind of things.
In fact, if I could add to what Dr. Rishi has said, and more power to you, Dr. Rishi, while being on the other side, because you can steer a lot more while being in the government than from being without. Um, Shamin, my sense is something else that Dr. Rishi hinted at earlier in when she was speaking. The challenge is that are we not making the same mistake as we did with every other new innovation that mankind has found? When we do too much of anything, that's where the trouble begins. So innovations per se are obviously for making progress in life. So as with electricity or nuclear science or anything else, when it becomes too much, you do appreciate then, and we all do, I'm sure, that there is marine life which needs saline water. So it's not about desalinating more and more. I think the solution, what Dr. Rishi also hinted earlier, is uh, how many mouths do we have to feed, or how many thirsty throats do we need to quench? If we can control that, then our need for desalinating would be there, but only to a certain extent. And that could be a trigger stopping this downward spiral. And this is just my personal thought. I'm sure Dr. Rishi is much more well placed to throw light on that. But my sense is that we need to learn to maintain a balance with every new innovation we bring in this planet. We should not be making the mistakes that we have made upstream, because in that case we may be celebrating something new, but we may well have created help for generations going to come down the line. So this is, and what she also mentioned, I really appreciate, is that in policy there needs to be a standard framework through which every policy needs to be filtered and checked through to see if it meets some of these basic benchmarks. That is the policy going to have long term implications, 10 generations down the line we might not be around, but is it going to create some sort of challenge? At least are we in a position to foresee that? And if that is the case, why not tweak policy rather than just throw it in the bin? You know what I mean? So that's my personal thought. But yeah, amazing. We have more questions here. I think Alandi or Alandi, I'm sorry, I don't know what's the correct pronunciation. She wanted to ask a question. Any other member in the audience who has had a request for a question? If I missed it on the screen.
I don't actually have a question, but I have a request that in future we may probably would like to connect with Dr. Abha. I mean,
Welcome to the fan club, Alandi ma'am. And I can tell you, you're way down in the queue. And it's unfortunate that God has given her only 24 hours like the rest of us. I'll just stop at that.
Uh, Thank you, Professor Patra, for saving me. But Elanti, what I'll say is that as long as I'm not required to travel too much, I'm more than happy to bring in whatever value I can.
Which I can second. Absolutely, she has made tremendous contributions in every sphere and geography. And I think I saw three people today in this one session. I'll start with Shamin. I saw Mr. Bhattacharya, and by all means, Abha Rishi ma'am, who have this tremendous capacity and energy that makes feel as though they're working 27 hours a day. But I think that's what is required if we want to make some changes in this world. Thanks, really appreciate that. So if there aren't any other questions, I will move towards my vote of thanks. Quickly summarizing the session today, I think I'm privileged, Shamin, to have had the most eloquent speakers in this session. She started with Dr. Lebe, who spoke to us about how Sri Lanka has metamorphosized, especially in focus the last few years, and why this is the right time for entrepreneurship to bring in and for people to leverage entrepreneurship to create more jobs, which is much needed in that economy. I'm sure they're going to come through this tough time, but entrepreneurship definitely holds the hope for making sure that there is bread at every dinner table in Sri Lanka. That was Dr. Lebe. We moved on to a very, very interesting session by Mr. Arijit Bhattacharya, right from his school days through how it got him to talk to people and work through into comic strips and then animation as technology. A very self taught person. And I'm absolutely looking forward to Supernakha. I don't think he's still around. I can't see him on the screen, but I'm absolutely looking forward to that. But what I really loved the piece was, how he's been able to leverage his knowledge of technology and passion for games to bring out some of the characters from our mythology, which otherwise don't get their fair place in school books. And I'm sorry to say, we burden our kids with so much of geography, history, math, science, and everything else they need to cover, that some of these learnings, which our forefathers used to get naturally in the gurukuls, is being missed out. And I'm glad that people like Mr. Bhattacharya are doing their bit, and I'm sure power to them to be able to bring that ring back. So I love the pieces about businesses, not about management. It's about acquiring customers and creating the market. And while we know that we have Dr. Rishi, who spoke about the SDGs, how they need to play out. The lovely piece was about being sustainable, about sustainability. She spoke about how population, water, food, biodiversity, agro are all part of the focus areas that we should be making sure we don't make the same mistakes as some of our predecessors of innovation. And I am definitely going to look up the heat spots and Google them out and figure it out. That's for sure. So thank you very much. Really appreciate for this wonderful session, and it's been a privilege once again to have been called in as the session chair. Thank you, Charmaine ma'am, for organizing this amazing global, truly global symposium. What I loved about the lineup is that it did not necessarily have some, just the marquee top brand kind of speakers. And I think I got to learn a lot personally from speakers who came from all quarters of the globe. And that's what makes symposiums like this most attractive. Thank you, Alandi ma'am, for having co-chaired this entire 2 days. And it's been a wonderful experience. And I can surely speak for several, all those who are not having the mic, that this is something that's going to really hold them in good stead. All those entrepreneurs who've been listening up, they're going to come out stronger and sharper. Thank you very much, and power to all who are putting shoulder to the work of entrepreneurship across the globe. Thank you very much.
Thank you and bye.
Thank you,
Bye.
everyone. Bye bye.
Bye bye, ma'am.
Prof, you're going to introduce the next session, Prof, or you want me to continue?
No, if you're sure, you can continue. Thank you very
Okay.
much for having me. I'm going to leave right now. Thank you. Thanks.
Awesome. So that was a very awesome plenary 6, and also the final session for the second Global Entrepreneurship Catalyst Symposium 2023. Up next, before the valedictory, we have the conference imperatives, which will be given to us by Dr. Namrata Acharya. And over to you, Dr. Namrata Acharya. Is she here? Just give her access, please.
Yes, it is given.
Good evening, everybody. So, indeed, a splendid session. Last 2 days have been quite thought-provoking for me because there is so much of entrepreneurship happening across the globe. And thanks to Chairman to get this session being done with such wonderful speakers across. So just to, I think it's very important for anybody to understand just to reflect back what all are the takeaways. from the last 2 days. And thanks once again for giving me this opportunity to speak about what are the key takeaways for each one of us in the last 2 days. So let us start with how did this entire symposium start. The symposium started with a welcome address by Dr. Mahesh Gaudar, who is the director of Metoy, Alandi, Pune. He also, he has actually set in the tone by saying that what all is required for entrepreneurship, not only in India but across the world. He also spoke about what all efforts have been taken up by Metoy and how the entire landscape is being changing in his campus. Post that, we had a keynote address by one of the most influential person who has played a leadership role, which is nobody other than Gary. So Gary Lanny from USA talked about how mastering three competency of influential leadership is essential. So thanks, Gary, for joining in and enlightening us with this. Post this, we had a plenary session which was handled by Ms. Meghna Bandi. She did an excellent job where she introduced us to good, wonderful speakers. The keynote address was given by Vishnu Diora, and he spoke about entrepreneurship as a pillar of economic growth. He spoke right from Indonesia. What are the different government policies? What are presidential regulations? He spoke a lot about entrepreneurship enablers, what could be done, what is the entire ecosystem with special reference, right now what's happening in Indonesia. So a lot of inputs from you, Vishnu. Thanks for that. Post that, we had Saili who spoke about what are the things which Metoy has been doing, what the entire entrepreneurship ecosystem there looks like, the students incubation center, entrepreneurship development foundation of the institute, and the programs and the facilities which they have provided to startups at different stages of their development. Plenary session 2 was conducted by session chair Dr. Namrata Acharya. So we started the session with a keynote address by Dr. Shanta, who actually spoke about a lot of government schemes and support system for entrepreneurial funding. So he spoke about what kind of funding opportunities were there in South Africa and what are now available also in India. He also spoke about how sustainability funds, which are now a mandate in India for most of the companies, could be put to use for budding ideas and pushed to youth so that sustainable solutions could be looked by younger minds in India, which was well taken by everybody who were present over there. Dr. Shanta, I really want to thank you for this because it's an excellent suggestion. I hope we would, the businesses or the corporate people attending the session should make a note of this, and maybe we could see some development in this for sure. Thank you for this. Post that, we had Dr. Neelam Saxena. She spoke about women entrepreneurs, how women have become role models at different places. She introduced us to the top Indian women entrepreneurs we know. She spoke about what kind of a setup is there for women entrepreneurs in India. So what are the do's, don'ts, and how these numbers have been growing with rising opportunities given to women in India through government support. She has also highlighted the role of government and some bodies which have now supporting women entrepreneurs and giving different kind of seed fundings, which has really empowered women in India. So thank you, Neelam, for that piece because it is really commendable to know how India has shaped up and understood how important it is to empower our women. With the rising numbers of women entrepreneurs, I'm sure India is doing great. Post that, we had a session we had a session by Dr. Sheenu Jain. She actually enlightened us how the entire healthcare scenario has changed in India. She introduced us to a number of healthcare startups. She spoke more about how healthcare entrepreneurship has taken a different form, right from medical device companies or to farm tech companies or online portals now trying to push different products which are a must for healthcare need of people. She's also highlighted the change which we now see in people's mindset towards healthcare. It's more like going to doctor checkup is a routine now and not just one-off thing only in emergency. So Shinu has got a lot of data and a lot of inputs and research with respect to healthcare startups, and I'm sure a lot of people have taken note of the companies which are in this segment. Post this, we had Mr. Tim, who has enlightened us about the legalities while you are actually forming a business. And the wonderful piece which I love about Tim is that he said that now it's all about an entrepreneur looking at forming a global business. So he talked about the importance of forming trust for running businesses and the new mindset of people to look at a company as a global company. And he said that it's important for everybody to understand that the talent is not now only next to you but across the world, and each person should look at forming different forms of trust being an entrepreneur to make a global company and grab or acquire the best talent across the world. So I completely agree with you, Tim. We are here with speakers from 9 countries, talent across the world put on one platform by CGM. So I absolutely agree with you. The day ended with the plenary session 3, which was handled by Professor Prafulla Hate, and the session started with a keynote address by Dr. Sunita, right from UAE, and she spoke about what is the university's contribution for entrepreneurship development in UAE, what role universities are actually playing in a country like UAE, which people always felt was more communist, government policies, the support system, the incubators, and what all excellent work she has done in this arena, and the kind of change where a lot of entrepreneurial setups have come up through this incubation centers. So excellent piece on information coming right from UAE from Dr. Sunita. Thanks for that, Dr. Sunita. We also had a second address by Lana Brady. She spoke about what exactly is circular economy and how it's important for each all of us to look at 3R strategies like reduce, reuse, recycle, or reproduce strategies to now look at sustainable businesses. So she set the tone by talking about how sustainability is also a part of business formation for when you talk about circular economy. Um, the third address of the plenary session was given by Daniel, and he spoke about what's happening in Germany, what are Germanex roles, and how global expansion has helped, building of the entire German ecosystem. So he's pointed out key highlights given by Daniel were more on what is the entrepreneurial ecosystem in Germany, what are the challenges and opportunities in Germany, the role of Germanex and opportunities of collaborations and expansion when we look at Germany. So I'm sure we all see a lot of opportunities now to handle people in Germany to grow our business further. Thank you, Daniel, for that. The session had a fourth plenary session by Sajuddin Benedict, and he and this the session was basically around mentorship. So the entire focus was more on tech startups, and he talked about what is the importance of technology for startups now. What are these tech startups, and what kind of mentoring role is required? What is the importance of these startups to look at mentorship programs? What kind of mentorship ecosystem exists, and what could be a role of a mentor mentee in case of a tech startup? So I think all those who are aspiring with me to be a mentor have a lot of takeaways from Shajali. So the day one fabulously ended with these brilliant speakers on the day one. Thanks to all the speakers for day one. Let's move to day two. If we understand the market, look at problem identification, find the problem and define the problem, look at ideation. Once idea or problem is found, look for people to solve the problem. Fourth, he said it's important not only to find the idea or ideate on the solution, but encourage people to collaborate with each other to come up with the best solution. And fifth was to develop a prototype, make a value product, and launch it in the market. So I think these five steps are important for every entrepreneur in his journey. If you are empathetic and you are able to identify a problem and ideate and solve the problem and encourage people, like-minded people, to come and set up a field, I'm surely you will be able to make a good prototype and launch your product very soon. Thanks, Dr. Shubhrata, for this enlightenment. Post that, we had Insha Feroz. She spoke about the entrepreneurial journey, challenges, solutions. Um, what is expected about entrepreneurship? What do you really build? Whom do you figure out? Who's your target customer? How does a person actually build a USP for his business? Importance of networking, how to build connections with people to increase your contact, and build two types of thinking: reflective thinking and critical thinking. And so I'm sure we all are reflecting back on these 2 days, and we are critically thinking on how best we could run our businesses. Thanks for the inputs. Post Insha, we had Narisa. Narisa spoke about how to take care of your mental health, what's the importance of self discipline, how gratitude is important. She's touched upon a lot of points, and yeah, to be very honest, when you talk about Narisa's speech, I was overwhelmed because a lot of people or young people are now facing a lot of mental issues, not only physical, and it's important for everybody to balance their emotional quotient along with the intelligent quotient. She's given a very good, takeaway for all of us. She says it's important to develop a spiritual as well as a physical side for every entrepreneur. She has spoken about how mental health impacts entrepreneurship, and is that the fear which holds back people from doing a lot of things that should have been done when you look at the entrepreneurship venture? And if it is so, how should one deal with this fear? And what kind of self awareness or what things can you really take into account which could have dragged you back while taking up a particular risk? She's also spoken about self awareness, how it is empowered to recognize stressors and respond with effective strategies, okay, which has let businesses succeed. We definitely feel gratitude towards you and all of the speaker participants to make us understand how important it has been to take care of our own selves in our entrepreneurial journey. We the last session, that was plenary sixth session, which was handled by Professor Joy Patra. Thank you for handling it so well, sir. This session started with Dr. Riyaz Suleimani talking about how entrepreneurship has a viable solution to unemployment and economic stability in Sri Lanka. And I'm sure, sir, in Sri Lanka, the strategies which Sri Lankan government is now doing, which says ease of doing business, I'm sure the last few years have been a little difficult for Sri Lanka, but with the vision of developing entrepreneurial mindset among the youth, I'm sure Sri Lanka will be able to create a lot of more jobs through entrepreneurship. We all wish Sri Lanka luck, and we are all with the Sri Lankan mindset, entrepreneurship mindset, to see Sri Lanka growing very soon. Post him, we had Mr. Arijit Bhattacharya, who spoke about what is the impact of deep technology for future businesses, and how animation and knowledge of technology, right from redesigning comics or the school curriculum, has revolutionized the entire education arena. Thank you, Mr. Bhattacharya, for throwing light on this. Post this, one of the most important and one of the best takeoff sessions was on sustainable entrepreneurship, which sums up the entire 2 days. As Dr. Abha has spoken about how population, heat wave, right from the temperature change, whether it's India from Delhi to Bangalore or Europe, is plating, it's actually facing a lot of climatic heat. And a lot of takeaways from you, Dr. Abha. I'm sure we all are going to focus now on sustainable ventures. instead of just looking at ventures. So thank you so much. I would now, want to thank all the organizers as well as, Charmin and Metoy to give me this opportunity.
I know everybody's waiting for the valedictory, which is going to happen now. So I'm going to go very quickly with a vote of thanks. Any kind of event of this magnitude requires lots of hard work and lots of dedication. We've been preparing for the symposium over the last few months. It's been very hectic because, as you've seen, we've had global speakers from across the global sphere, 5 continents, 32 speakers, and 12 countries. So it's been quite hectic. And with that, the team has been very helpful. So, the attendees, thank you so much for listening to us, and hopefully you've taken some key takeaways from this event over the 2 days. To our esteemed global speakers, what can I say? You guys have dedicated your time and your effort to actually attending this very free virtual symposium. No one's paid anything for the symposium. It's absolutely free. Also, to our partners, I would just want to say thank you so much. So very quickly, if you can just put the slides on for me. I'm just waiting for the slides to do quick thanks. And also for me being the convener of this entrepreneurship symposium, it's been an absolute massive, or should I say, learning experience for me because I have learned so much from the different countries. My partner, MIT Academy of Engineering and the Entrepreneurship ESL, Professor Saley and the team, it's been absolutely amazing to partner with you. And then nobody will actually know that we had lots of glitches initially, but it's been absolutely smooth. The attendees didn't know that. It's been absolutely awesome working with you and your very young team. So thank you so much for that. This is actually we want communities, countries, speakers to come together, institutions to come together, all for the sake of entrepreneurship, because at the end of the day, we want to get ideas out there. We want to collaborate. We want to create employment on the globe. Okay. So thank you so much for that. So just can we just move quickly to slide 1, please? Very quickly.
Of the certificates you're asking, or flyers?
No, not certificates. The global speakers.
Huh.
The first slide. Okay, here we go. So as you can see, we've had international speakers from 12 countries, an absolute galaxy of global speakers, like we would say in common terms, amazing. So thank all my international speakers for coming to the call of entrepreneurship. Slide 2, please. So these were the eminent session shares. So thanks to the team so much. We've had 6 session shares. So I'd just like to say thank you to them for dedicating their time for this cause as well. The team that has been very, very instrumental, middle of the night, 3 in the morning, telling them change this, change that. So they've been very instrumental. So thank you so much to the team. Sponsors, the sponsor slide and the session speakers. Sponsor slide, please. Fantastic. Thank you so much. So as you can see, we've been very, very honored and privileged to have had so many partners and sponsors come to the call for entrepreneurship. CGM, we've had MIT, we've got a University of World Leadership Summit, SGT University, Entrepreneurs Face, Vadvani Foundation, German X, IES Mumbai, Virtual Infocom, Linmet, DUT, NPD, KG College, Podomero University in Indonesia, IEM Calcutta, Boto University, University of Botswana, and there are so many others that were so instrumental in this. So thank you to everybody. So without any delay time, I'm going to hand over to the next team, which is Meghna and Saili, who will do the certification. Thank you so much. Take care.
Yes. It's now when we are facing a network glitch. Please wait for a moment.
I would also like to tell the participants who've been with us for 2 days and who've also been viewing us on YouTube Live that all the participants will receive the certificates, all of those who've registered with us and have attended the two sessions and given feedback regarding it will receive a participant certificate as well. So you will please keep checking your inboxes for the certificates and it will be on your way. All the keynote speakers, global speakers, session chairs, and the organizers too will receive their soft copy of the certificates on their email IDs. And there comes the slides for the keynote certificates. The certificate of appreciation for Jose Ochoa for his contribution as a speaker in the second Global Entrepreneurship Summit. We proudly present this certificate of appreciation to Gary C. Laney, who was our keynote speaker, and we started with him. The certificate of appreciation to Dr. Ganamatsu for her contribution to the symposium. I think she's from Botswana, yes. I didn't get the name immediately. Certificate of appreciation to Dr. Faris Alami for his contribution to the symposium, second Global Entrepreneurship Symposium. We proudly present our appreciation certificate to Dr. Sunita Kshatriya for her contribution as a keynote speaker. We also present a certificate of appreciation to Daniel Henin for his contribution as a speaker to the second Global Entrepreneurship Catalyst Symposium. A certificate of appreciation to Charles Bolton for having contributed to this symposium. The session chairs, the session speaker certificates, may I request Saili to continue? I shall give it off to you. Continue with these certificates.
Yes, we are happy to share the certificate to Dr. Pinaki Ranjan for the session speakers. Next goes to, yes, beloved Meghna Bandi for her instantaneous contributions since the beginning till now and for the session also. Next comes Professor Joy Patra. We appreciate your efforts, sir. Dr. Prafulla Hatte. So he is my colleague and I'm really proud that he's the one of the team. proudly give away this certificate. Dr. Namrita Acharya. Hmm. It seems the network wants your name to be displayed for a longer. And the network itself is not responding well. Yes, now here comes global speaker certificates to all our global speakers. Charmin, would you like to take it ahead?
I don't mind. I'll continue. Let's go ahead with the global speaker certificates. First, we present the certificate of appreciation to Dr. Subrata Chattopadhyay for his contribution to our session. The two feedback forms will successfully give you the participation certificate. Yes. We proudly present the certificate of appreciation to Ms. Narisa Padayachi for her contribution to our symposium. Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. So, like any global symposium that is actually virtual, there will always be technical glitches. So it was smooth sailing for the first 2 days, and actually now towards the end, you can see that even our PCs are actually tired. So, Dr. Sharon and Benedict, this certificate of appreciation is for you. All other speakers, you will get your certificates in the mail. So, I'd like to say on behalf of CGM Training and Consulting, CGM Global, MIT Engineering, MIT Entrepreneurship Development Cell, thank you to everybody for an awesome contribution. Take care and good night.
Thank you so much, Chairman.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.